in a distant stream of chi flow, hundreds of thousands of the ancient family alliance's experts had gathered. During this time, the experts of the continent had tried charging into the streams of chi flow. Any rank 9 celestial or empyrean could freely enter and receive the blessing of the chi flow. However, rank 8 celestials and below couldn't enter. They were rejected by the chi flow, so they could only absorb the chi scattered through the air. That was the difference between those blessed by the heavens and those not. Empyreans were given the meat, while the rest were given some diluted soup, and only a few drops at that. The Ancient Family Alliance was a giant organization. As more and more of their members arrived, the number of people in their stream of chi flow swelled to over 700,000. Although the Martial Heaven Alliance in comparison was close to 10 million people at this point, the Ancient Family Alliance's group was still a spectacular sight. Within their large group, an extravagant carriage appeared. A man and woman walked out, holding hands. The beauty that Mo Nian was referring to was the woman. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, and everyone's gaze immediately fell on that woman. They were all confident in their own looks, so they wanted to see what this peerless beauty looked like. However, when they saw that woman, they held back choked cries, covering their mouths. "How is she beautiful, right?" laughed Mo Nian. "Mo Nian, your tastes are growing heavier." Even Long Chen was shaken by this woman's appearance. She was wider than she was tall, and she was actually taller than Long Chen. From a distance, she looked like a large balloon. Her neck was non-existent. As for her head, all her facial features were scrunched up in one spot. Her eyes were two narrow slits. She tottered as she walked, her flesh trembling. It was like a mountain of meat moving. Beside her was a more conventionally attractive man. The two of them made a striking pair. "That's Dai Feng." Long Chen recognized the man. It was Dai Long's son. So you still remember him. Dai Feng had a wedding just 3 days ago, and that's his wife." Mo Nian laughed delightedly. "Are you saying that she is?" "Yes, that woman is the Blood Emperor's family's top genius, the Blood Emperor's daughter, Zhu Luocha." Long Chen's jaw dropped. He suddenly recalled the 2 descendants of the Blood Emperor that he had encountered before. When he had asked if Zhu Luocha was beautiful, they had said that she was beautiful enough to eclipse the moon and shame flowers. Now he understood. Even the moon would hide upon seeing her, and flowers would turn away, too embarrassed to look at her. As Zhu Luocha tottered across the ground, her arms bounced like large carrots. They swung back and forth, swinging with a waist that was indistinguishable from the rest of her body. In all of Long Chen's life, it was his first time feeling sympathy for one of his enemies. Seeing Dai Feng's wooden expression, the hostility Long Chen felt for him vanished. Seeing Zhu Luocha, every man present involuntarily shuddered. "I never thought that Dai Feng was a real man before, but even such a woman doesn't satisfy him. You can tell he wants more. Tell me, Grandmaster Long Chen, can you explain why he would desire such a thing?" chortled Mo Nian. "It cannot be said in too much detail." "Then give a general explanation." "I already said it cannot be said that she's too thin." 1. Mo Nian looked at Zhu Luocha's terrifying girth and instantly understood. He couldn't hold back another laugh. "It must be hard on Dai Feng. This is truly a case of being too far away to help." 2. Long Chen sighed, exchanged a glance with Mo Nian, and then the two of them laughed once more. "What are the two of you talking about?" demanded Liu Zongying, lost. "We were saying that the two of them were drawn together by fate. They're a perfect match for each other," lied Long Chen. Meng Qi and the others were red. Having experience with Long Chen's scoundrel ways, they knew he lied. Although they didn't understand completely, they could guess his general meaning. Dai Feng was holding hands with Zhu Luocha. His hand was enveloped by a mass of flesh. Just the sight of it was comical. "Dai Feng is truly blessed. He can reach just by standing there," praised Mo Nian. This time, Liu Zongying seemed to understand. Zhu Luocha was tall and her chest was gigantic. Just one of them was larger than Dai Feng's head. When standing still, his head was on the same level as her chest. "Mo Nian, you bastard, if you envy him so much, why don't you just go?" raged Liu Zongying. Mo Nian rolled his eyes. Liu Zongying didn't seem to be able to tell the difference between good and bad things. All he was doing was relishing in the downfall of his old enemy, and she was getting jealous. Even Tang Waner found it funny and wasn't able to get jealous of Zhu Luocha. As expected, no matter in which field, there was always someone stronger. Long Chen and Mo Nian's scoundrel-like chortling made Meng Qi and the others laugh. The two of them were top figures on the continent with countless worshippers, but now they didn't seem to possess the slightest air of supreme experts. Long Chen and Mo Nian's laughter reached Dai Feng's ears. He was enraged, but he couldn't react. This was the wife that Dai Long had arranged for him, and it had been impossible for him to decline. He was also a figure capable of shaking the world, but now he was being laughed at. "Husband, don't be angry. It's not healthy for you. Those two blind fellows will be killed by me in a bit," comforted Zhu Liuacha quietly. "Then why not just attack now? I don't want to look at them for one more second," raged Dai Feng. "Husband, calm down. Now isn't the time to truly take action. Just wait a moment and watch the scene change," said Zhu Liuacha. By this point, it had been an hour since the Qi flow eruption had started. Practically, all the continent's experts had flown over. Those part of a faction joined their faction. Those without a faction could only occupy a Qi flow stream suitable to them. They couldn't pick a big one since they were worried about others taking it from them, while picking a small one was letting themselves down. The true power of the continent was revealed. Many powerful sects had come. Even some sects that rarely showed their faces in the ancient era had come out. The Skywood Divine Palace, the elusive Music Immortal Palace, the Divine Ice Palace, the heaven-reaching ancient castle, countless powerful forces had taken their own positions. Ziyan was with 8,000 of the elusive Music Immortal Palace's disciples, standing in a Qi flow stream. Every one of them was sitting cross-legged, a zither resting on their knees. Rather than competitors for the Qi flow, they seemed more like musicians waiting for a chance to perform. They had occupied a large stream, however, they didn't occupy it alone. Other powers were allowed in as long as they didn't disturb them. The seniors of the various powers had also come. However, they were unable to step into the Qi flow streams because they were not the main characters of this era. They were rejected by the Qi flow. Outside of the Divine Ice Palace's stream, Taoist Heavenly Feather was standing quietly, looking up at the sky where the Qi flow stream soared and then slowly spread throughout the continent. The senior generation of the Divine Ice Palace was standing behind her. The majority of them were women, and the faintest warmth appeared in their eyes when they saw Yi Zhikyu. As fellow ice cultivators, they could sense her current state. Although she was now in the Dragonblood Legion, the mark of a disciple of the Divine Ice Palace was still on her. The arrival of Taoist Heavenly Feather put quite some pressure on the other seniors. She was so old that it was frightening. Her looks had been frozen in time. She still looked like a young beauty, but her name alone was able to shake the continent. Suddenly, the earth began to shake, and the rumbling in the air grew quiet. Even the Qi flow streams grew gentle. The true eruption is about to start. The bloody slaughter is about to begin as well, Taoist Heavenly Feather sighed. As the ground stopped trembling, the Qi flow streams grew gentler. However, as time passed, the aura of the heavenly Taos within the Qi flow streams grew stronger, and the spiritual Qi was more condensed. Spiderweb-like cracks covered the earth. Every crisscross became a Qi flow stream. As for the place Long Chen occupied, it was the core of all the streams. Boom! After a brief moment of calm, the second eruption came. It was 10 times stronger than before. Long Chen, this Qi flow stream isn't something a trader of the martial heaven continent can occupy. Dongfeng Yuyang finally took action, leading the Dongfeng family's disciples over to Long Chen's Qi flow stream. Following Dongfeng Yuyang, several others moved. Ximen Tianxiang, Tian Zizi, Kun Pengzi, and Zhu Liuacha led their people over. The real battle was about to erupt. 1. This is a pun on a character, meaning both detail and thin. 2. This expression that means too far to be able to help is literally written as a whip that cannot reach. The character for whip can sometimes mean penis. Chapter 2180, What is wildly arrogant. Dongfeng Yuyang and the others slowly approached. However, they were intentionally going slow. None of them wanted to be the first, so they maintained a steady speed. "You insignificant character, die." Seeing Dongfeng Yuyang and the others approaching, Shi Lingfeng roared. Even after fighting Xuanhuan for so long, he was unable to do anything to him. A giant image appeared behind him. As a result, Xuanhuan instantly felt an immense feeling of danger. Xuanhuan raised both sabers in front of him and activated his full defensive power, but he was still sent flying by Shi Lingfeng's punch. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shi Lingfeng had summoned some kind of power that was able to injure Xuanhuan through his armor. But what shocked Xuanhuan more was that this foreign energy was suppressing his blood qi. The Stone Emperor's spirit, he actually summoned it. This power, this was not sovereign might, it was emperor might. There was no mistake. Shi Lingfeng was actually using the power that Shi Changsheng had left behind. Die! Shi Lingfeng unleashed a second punch, the air of an emperor fully erupting. However, this world-shaking attack was easily dodged by Xuanhuan. Standing in the sky, Xuanhuan nodded. Yes, not bad. Now you finally are showing some skill. You're qualified to exchange blows against boss. Work hard. I look favorably upon you. Xuanhuan turned and fled. Shi Lingfeng's emperor might was affecting the circulation of his blood qi. In that kind of state, Xuanhuan couldn't fight him. In any case, he had finished showing off. It was time to pack it in before he was exposed. Boss, save me, Xuanhuan transmitted to Long Chen. Actually, Long Chen was already moving before Xuanhuan even spoke. Split the heavens 8, Long Chen swung Evil Moon. The same old move. Die, Shi Lingfeng sneered, and his emperor might crashed down upon Long Chen as he smashed a fist. When the aura of an emperor was added to Shi Lingfeng's attack, it shook the very stars. Many people thought that this attack would be enough to take Long Chen's life. Evil Moon's 2 dragon marks lit up, and a ferocious aura erupted out of it. Shi Lingfeng's fist crumbled. The immense power cut apart his arm. Evil Moon rumbled, leaving a dragon cry in the air that squeezed people's souls. Shi Lingfeng let out a pained groan as he flew back. Even with his emperor might, he was defeated. Before he could recover, Shi Lingfeng's body, which was tougher than a divine item, was cut in two by a second strike from Long Chen's saber. His golden blood flew. Heavens! Both the senior generation and the junior generation stared in shock at Long Chen. How was it that today's Long Chen was so terrifying? His divine item is finally awake. Finally, this is the Long Chen that I know. Mo Nian nodded, seeing the air coming from Evil Moon. Last time, because Long Chen hadn't had a divine item working with him, they hadn't been able to keep Kun Pengzi behind. Now Long Chen had leaped in power. Long Chen sliced apart Shi Lingfeng's arm with his first attack, cut him in two with his second, and then his third attack came, his movements flowing smoothly like water. His third saber was right in front of Shi Lingfeng's head in an instant. No, the Stone Race's experts charged over, but they were too far away to help. Boom! Long Chen's saber stabbed into Shi Lingfeng's forehead. However, at that exact moment, the crystals shining on Shi Lingfeng's body went dim, and all their power gathered into a shield in front of Long Chen's saber. A powerful explosion occurred, and while Shi Lingfeng managed to escape alive, even the illusory image behind him was destroyed. Long Chen snorted and caught up to him with a single step, sweeping out his saber. Shi Lingfeng's head went flying. Now let's see how you block it. Once again, Long Chen stabbed his saber at Shi Lingfeng's head. Shi Lingfeng's incredibly tough body was cut easily by the current Evil Moon. After awakening, Evil Moon had recovered its divine power. Suddenly, a ray of light shot over from the side. Even before it arrived, Long Chen felt a sensation of mortal danger. If he wanted to kill Shi Lingfeng, he would have to take this attack. If he blocked this attack, he would lose his chance to kill Shi Lingfeng. Long Chen saw that the light was a silver shield, which had come from Dongfeng Yuyang. He had finally taken action. The Dongfeng family's priceless treasure, the Star Shield. It's a set with the Star Spear. It is said that the set was created from the metal of thousands of stars that had fallen to the land, cried out someone who recognized the origin of that shield. Long Chen had no choice but to give up killing Shi Lingfeng. His saber slammed into the shield, causing a huge explosion of divine light. It was like a star had exploded. Long Chen spun from the impact, but borrowing the force of the revolution, he kicked Shi Lingfeng's head. Shi Lingfeng's head transformed into a ray of light that charged toward the other experts rushing over. His head happened to go toward the corrupt paths people. Tian Zizi's expression changed. If they stopped Shi Lingfeng's head with a divine item, then Shi Lingfeng would be killed. Get out of the way, shouted Tian Zizi. However, that head was like a cannon and many people were unable to dodge it. It passed through the corrupt path's army, killing thousands. Nice, well done, be even wilder. The old man was cheering Long Chen on from amongst the crowd, while Boss Bao and the others followed along, as if they were the ones fighting. Long Chen, I misjudged you. I didn't think you were a traitor of the martial heaven continent. You betrayed my trust. Today, I'll personally take your head to give an explanation to the martial heaven continent. Dongfeng Yuyang caught his shield. With the shield in his left hand and a silver spear in his right hand, he charged at Long Chen, waves of silver light filling the air. Give it up. When you invited me to the gathering of past and present heroes, you secretly created conflicts between me and others. Did you think I didn't know? You pretended to be a good person while secretly plotting against me. Do you think someone like that can become a sovereign? Do you think wearing white will cover up the darkness in your heart? The sovereigns were all noble and upright. A hypocrite like you will never become one, sneered Long Chen. With Evil Moon on his shoulder, his black clothes and hair danced in the wind. A bunch of nonsense. Do you think anyone would believe you? Dongfeng Yuyang laughed and stabbed his spear forward. Countless spear images appeared, looking like a lotus in bloom. Every spear image contained immense power, and there were millions of them. People couldn't even tell which was the real one. A flashy trick with no real power, it's just as fake as you. Long Chen let out a casual swing of his saber. The spear images vanished, his saber having caught the real one. I didn't expose you before because my wings hadn't grown yet and I didn't want to implicate others. But now I've grown up, as have my brothers. Who would bother to continue playing this game with you? Evil Moon pushed forward, and the immense power made Dongfeng Yuyang take many steps back. Every step he was forced back caused the void beneath him to crumble. Long Chen, you colluded with the original devil race and you still dare to talk like this. You're too wildly arrogant. Ximen Tianxing will handle you. Long Chen had just forced back Dongfeng Yuyang when Ximen Tianxing arrived, a blood-colored saber in his hand emitting a ferocious aura. A tiger cry rang out. It's the Ximen family's 5-tiger heaven-breaking saber. People's hearts shook. As expected, everyone had come prepared. Even ancient inherited divine items had been brought, items that hadn't seen the light of day in thousands of years. Just this is wildly arrogant. Then you haven't seen the rest of the world. You have yet to see my wildly arrogant side. With just a light block, Long Chen locked Evil Moon against Ximen Tianxing's saber. He was able to freely control his power, going from fierce to soft as he pleased. Evil Moon had grown much stronger after awakening, and Long Chen could control it easier as well. They no longer needed to fight while being careful about every little bit of power they used. The current Evil Moon was like a part of him, giving him a feeling of a tiger that had been given wings. Ximen Tianxing's arms bulged as his power crazily grew, and he pressed forward. However, Long Chen continued to block him with just one hand. All of Ximen Tianxing's power was unable to rattle him in the slightest. Do you want to know what real wild arrogance is? Long Chen asked Ximen Tianxing. Chapter 21, 81 A specialist in killing wildly arrogant people. With just one hand holding Evil Moon, Long Chen was able to stop Ximen Tianxing. No matter how Ximen Tianxing tried, he was unable to shake Long Chen. To block the supreme genius of an everlasting family with just one hand, was that not wildly arrogant? Long Chen smiled coldly. His voice resounded throughout the battlefield. The true wildly arrogant people here are all of you. You're so arrogant as to believe that whatever you say is an imperial decree, that whatever you say is true, that anyone who goes against you deserves death, that all others must bow to you, that even if you farted, others would have to cheer and say it smelled amazing. What is wild arrogance? This is wild arrogance. You don't care about right or wrong, true or false. For personal profit, you can ignore the truth and attack me, ignoring the value of other people's lives, trampling over other people's dignity. Long Chen's voice resounded through the air. Although he usually ignored how others vilified him, that didn't mean that he didn't get angry. He was human and he had feelings. Hence, now his fury was erupting. So, I'm not the one who's wildly arrogant, it's all of you. It's not as if you're not allowed to be arrogant, but remember this. Don't be arrogant in front of me because you aren't qualified. I'm a specialist in killing wildly arrogant people. Boom! Long Chen's divine ring suddenly appeared behind him. Ximen Tianxing felt a terrifying burst of energy, and he was sent flying. Scram! Long Chen's saber slashed behind him, blocking a lightning halberd. A wild burst of power unfurled and Kun Pengzi was sent flying. What? Kun Pengzi was sent flying? Has Long Chen gotten so much stronger in this short time? Startled cries rang out. It was understandable that Dongfeng Yuyang and Ximen Tianxing had been blocked. They hadn't summoned their manifestations, because, as people with status, they were unwilling to be the first ones to unleash their full power when Long Chen was clearly holding back. However, just now, Kun Pengzi hadn't cared about such things and had summoned his Kun Peng manifestation. But even with his lightning halberd, he had been sent flying. Before this, even with Mo Nian and Long Chen joining hands, they had been unable to keep Kun Pengzi behind. However, now Kun Pengzi was instantly forced back. Long Chen's divine ring caused the world to tremble. A faint blue color had appeared within the originally 5-colored divine ring. Although it was still very faint, It truly made it so that this was no longer a 5-colored divine ring, but a 6-colored divine ring. The 6-colored divine ring filled heaven and earth. A will that looked down on the 9 heavens appeared, a will that shook countless experts. Just when did this little brat get so powerful? Demanded Jianying, shocked and delighted. He, our heaven-splitting battle sex children can't be weak. Ah, of course there was also the contribution of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, hastily added the old man. Li Tianxuan merely smiled. This is all Long Chen's own efforts. It doesn't have much to do with the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Your way of nurturing him was much more important. Of everyone present, only Li Tianxuan knew Long Chen's secrets. If Heaven Defiers didn't have the power to defy the heavens, then they wouldn't be Heaven Defiers. What Li Tianxuan said was the truth. In truth, the actual help that the Xuanhuan Dao sect had given Long Chen wasn't much. The main thing was that the Xuanhuan Dao sect didn't have anything that Long Chen needed. In comparison, the heaven-splitting battle sect's 9 forms of split the heavens had been much more beneficial. Due to not having anything Long Chen needed, all Li Tianxuan had been able to give Long Chen was his freedom. He was free to do what he wanted with their full support. Li Tianxuan's humility made it so that the old man was too embarrassed to be too pleased. On the other hand, Boss Bao and the others were cheering loudly. Kun Pengzi's expression changed. It had only been a month. How had Long Chen's power risen by so much? Kun Peng Voidbreaker, Raging Lightning Slash, Kun Pengzi roared. The Kun Peng within his manifestation spread its wings, and endless lightning exploded, entering his halberd. He once more attacked Long Chen. Last time I couldn't do anything to you because I didn't have the power of a divine item. I could only use my own power to block your divine item. Today, Evil Moon is awake, and I'm no longer fighting alone. Do you think you can still show off? Long Chen had no intention of dodging Kun Pengzi's full-force attack. The void rumbled as a giant black saber image tore into the sky. Boom! The saber image crashed down like a river of stars, blasting apart the field of lightning around Kun Pengzi and striking his halberd. This time, blood dripped out of Kun Pengzi's mouth as he was once more sent flying. What power, little brother, you're pretty handsome too. Let's see if you can receive an attack from me. A coarse woman's voice rang out. A black shooting star shot through the air. Zhu Luocha was also joining in, and she held a giant meteor hammer in her hand. Spikes grew out of the hammer head. Long Chen once more swung Evil Moon, but he was startled to find that this meteor hammer was incredibly heavy, as if it was made of a star. He was forced back several steps before stabilizing. Oh, how amazing! You are actually able to block my shadow meteor hammer. You should know that this hammer was my father's and was created by plucking astral metal from outside the world. For someone with such a small and weak-looking body, you have quite some power, little brother. What do you think about marrying me? Zhu Luocha smiled brightly at Long Chen, revealing her bloody mouth. Her smile did not improve her looks. I think you should find Mo Nian for that instead. His taste is heavier, said Long Chen, a chill running down his spine at the thought. Mo Nian cursed Long Chen in the crowd to express his innocence. Little brother, are you laughing at me for being fat? Zhu Luocha looked at Long Chen resentfully. No, not fat, wide, corrected Long Chen. Fine, don't blame me for being ruthless and smashing you to bits. Zhu Luocha's expression instantly changed, and the meteor hammer flew through the air at Long Chen. Zhu Luocha's power was truly terrifying. The meteor hammer caused the void to explode wherever it passed. Zhu Luocha is the result of the Blood Emperor's blood mixing with the demon race. Not only has she inherited the Blood Emperor's power, but she also has the body of a demonic beast. Apparently, the fatter she is, the greater her power. It is said that no one in this world is capable of receiving her attack with just pure power, said one expert. Zhu Luocha was a true monster, a monster that could no longer be called human. Boom! Evil Moon hacked down like a bolt of lightning. Without any flashiness, Long Chen blocked Zhu Luocha's blow. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and he appeared right next to Zhu Luocha, slashing his saber at her jaw. Normally, this attack would be aimed at his opponent's neck, but Zhu Luocha didn't have a neck, so he just estimated. How vicious! You actually want to cut off my neck? Zhu Luocha let out a strange cry. It sounded like she was trying to sound like a cute damsel in distress. She raised her fleshy arm to block Evil Moon. Evil Moon actually bounced off. At some point, a protective bracelet had appeared on her wrist, and Long Chen's attack had landed on it. Unexpectedly, it was also a priceless treasure. Long Chen's expression didn't change. He sent a kick to her face. At such close range, her giant hammer was ineffective. Zhu Luocha blocked with her arms, hence, Long Chen's kick landed on her flesh. He felt like he had landed on cotton, and a portion of his power dissipated. However, Zhu Liucha was still forced to step back, giving her a chance to counterattack. But Long Chen appeared behind her, slashing with his saber. Zhu Liucha didn't look back. She pulled on her meteor hammer and was dragged forward by its weight, avoiding Long Chen's attack. Although Zhu Liucha looked plump like a meat mountain, her movements were very agile. Despite that, Long Chen's rapid movements didn't give her a chance to unleash her power. Are you competing in a martial tournament? Why waste everyone's time? Tianzizi suddenly took out a giant tower that shattered the sky. It smashed down toward Long Chen. Be suppressed. Chapter 21, 82 Bone Tower Prison. The Corrupt God Ancient Tower. Jianing's expression changed. That was a famous weapon of the corrupt path. She was worried Long Chen would not be able to hold out against it. No need to worry. That evil moon in Long Chen's hands is very powerful as well, said the old man. When the corrupt God Ancient Tower appeared, the hearts of the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts clenched. They also felt endless hatred. Who knew just how many of the heroic spirits of the righteous path had been sucked into the corrupt God Ancient Tower over all these years? Those heroic spirits had been their ancestors. Their souls had been sucked away and were now used like slaves. This was the corrupt weapon that the righteous path hated the most. Even Zhu Liucha was caught in the range of the corrupt God Ancient Tower. However, the only one it locked onto was Long Chen. Light enveloped Long Chen, sealing the space around him and separating it from the rest of the world. Zhu Liucha immediately exited that light, leaving only Long Chen within it. Be suppressed. Tianzizi let out a shout. The corrupt God Ancient Tower crashed down on Long Chen. Long Chen's movements were 10,000 times slower than normal within this light. He was unable to escape it. Get in. Everything went very smoothly, but Tianzizi didn't overthink it. After all, this was the weapon of the first-generation corrupt god. Once Long Chen was sucked in, the only way he would be leaving was as a puppet. Light flashed. Suddenly, Long Chen's figure appeared within the bone tower. Jianing cried out, "Quick, the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet." It's too late, but don't worry, don't you see how calm Long Chen is? The old man stopped Jianing. Only then did Jianing notice that Long Chen didn't appear nervous at all within the corrupt God Ancient Tower. He did it on purpose. It seems so. The old man also wasn't sure. Long Chen's guts were too big. The corrupt God Ancient Tower repeatedly flashed. Long Chen was originally on the bottom level, but after several flashes, he appeared on the top level. When he appeared on the top level, the corrupt God Ancient Tower compressed, and people were able to see that it was imprisoning Long Chen on it. Everyone's gazes were focused on Long Chen. The Martial Heaven Alliance's people were worried, while the neutral experts only felt pity. The corrupt God Ancient Tower was famous. Anyone who entered wouldn't be able to leave alive. No one throughout all its history had escaped from it. Only the people who wished to see Long Chen die cheered, as if Long Chen's death was a blessing to them. The sad thing was that the people cheering weren't from the corrupt path. They weren't from the Xuanhuan beasts or the ancient races either. Instead, they were coming from the righteous experts who had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen smiled. From the corrupt God Ancient Tower he saw those people cheering. You cheering fellows, just how many of you truly want me to die? Those people instantly fell silent. They couldn't look at Long Chen. His contributions toward the righteous path were clear. Others could cheer, but they couldn't. Chen indifferently smiled. You don't actually want me to die. You just want to express your loyalty to Pill Valley. To tell the truth, I don't hate you. I feel like you're very pitiable. You don't even know why you cultivate. You've not only lost a cultivator's dignity, but you've lost what it takes to be human. However, just because you're pitiable doesn't mean I can forgive betrayal. This is my last time advising you to use your heads. Think about why you want to live and why you cultivate. Shut up, Tianzizi cut him off. You're already facing death, but you're still in the mood to advise others. Long Chen, to tell the truth, you're too stupid. The corrupt God Ancient Tower was personally created by the first-generation corrupt god with his own bones. There are millions and millions of souls imprisoned inside. Now it's even stronger than during the era of the first-generation corrupt god. No matter what trump cards you have, they'll all be useless. You will die, your soul will be refined, and all your power will be absorbed by the corrupt God Ancient Tower. Is Long Chen really in trouble? Asked one of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows. They were all getting uneasy with how confident Tianzizi was. What a joke! Who do you think my boss is? This bone tower can't imprison him. Xuanhuan was even more confident than Tianzizi though. In his heart, Long Chen was unrivaled. Not even a god could defeat him. Just as everyone was looking at him, Long Chen said, "It looks like we're both very confident. Then let's see whose confidence is more correct." Long Chen stabbed Evil Moon down into the bone tower, causing it to shudder. "No need, you'll definitely be the one to die. Corrupt God summons 10,000 ghosts come to life." Tianzizi formed hand seals, causing the bone tower to activate. One giant skull after another appeared, ghost fire burning within them. They flew at Long Chen from every level. Their wails were like needles stabbing into people's ears. This is a spiritual attack, the life-seizing ghost wail. It's one of the corrupt path's paragon arts that directly attack people's yuan spirits, shouted one of the righteous path's elders through the wailing. Most terrifying of all was the thought that the wailing was coming from inside the tower. Long Chen had to be facing 10 times what they were. Even a third-step nether passage expert would have their yuan spirit crumble in the face of that. It was no wonder Tianzizi was so confident. The wailing continued endlessly. The skulls wailed as they charged at Long Chen. When they got close, they exploded, unleashing immense power. What explosive power! It's almost equivalent to a full-strength attack from a third-step nether passage expert. The physical body is being attacked along with the soul. That's a death sentence. Everyone was personally witnessing the power of the divine item created by the first-generation corrupt god. No wonder no one had survived it. "Long Chen, show me how long you can last," sneered Tianzizi. Long Chen was surrounded by lighting. His saber was still stabbed into the floor below him. He was like a boulder, unmoving in the face of the wailing and explosions of the skulls. Everyone saw that Long Chen was managing to endure, but no matter what, his power was limited. There was no way he could compare to the vast stores of energy that the corrupt god ancient tower had accumulated over countless years. "How long can I last? I suppose 2 or 3 years should be no problem," said Long Chen lazily, his voice passing through the wailing. "HMPH, your mouth's still tough. First, try to last more than an incense stick's worth of time," said Tianzizi, completely confident. The corrupt god ancient tower began to unleash more skulls, their auras even stronger than before. The people outside were no longer able to endure it. They activated the defenses of their divine items. Some people even set up formations to isolate themselves. "I already told you 2 or 3 years would be no problem, but my time is precious, so I don't want to waste so much of it. Be careful, I'm going to break your tower." Long Chen's voice once more rang out. Boom! The bone tower suddenly shook, and a majestic dragon cry rang out. 2 black dragons appeared around the bone tower, binding it. Those 2 black dragons emitted an evil aura. They clenched the bone tower so hard that it creaked. "Is that the dark evil dragon of the era of legends? The most sinister of all the evil dragon races, the dark evil dragon race that lives to slaughter and consume lives." Some people recognized the 2 dragons from ancient carvings of times long past. Thinking of those legends, they were shocked. How could something from the era of legends appear now? "No, it's not a true physical body. It's condensed from spiritual strength," cried someone. There was no bloodline pressure present with those 2 dragons. "Tianzizi, release Long Chen. He definitely has some sinister move up his sleeve." Zai Wenchen's expression suddenly changed. Tianzizi was also getting a bad feeling. He formed hand seals, trying to expel Long Chen, only to find that he couldn't with the 2 black dragons binding the bone tower. Boom! The bone tower suddenly returned to its giant form. From within, Long Chen's laughter rang out. "I was waiting just for this. Evil Moon, it's up to you." Chapters 21, 83 8 forms into 1. The corrupt god ancient tower was forced into its original giant size. A black pillar of light shot out of its roof. All of a sudden, the sky turned dark. Black chi filled the world, and a sinister howl grew louder. Black chi continued to spurt out of the corrupt god ancient tower. Meanwhile, Long Chen kept a tight hold on Evil Moon even as it stabbed into the bone tower. It was like it had taken root. It's easier to invite the devil in than to kick the devil away. Do you think that I, Long Chen, am someone you can suck in and expel as you please? The 2 black dragons binding the bone tower grew larger with the bone tower. Their immense power was crushing it. "Hee, my luck really is good. I get such a feast as soon as I wake up. Long Chen, you have some skill." Evil Moon chortled delightedly. Countless black roots shot out of Evil Moon, spreading throughout the bone tower, crazily absorbing the bone tower's energy. The corrupt god ancient tower was a corrupt weapon used for slaughter. It was quite similar to Evil Moon. Although their power didn't come from the same source, Evil Moon was able to transform that energy. To it, this energy was a mouth-watering piece of meat. As soon as the corrupt god ancient tower had appeared, Evil Moon had asked Long Chen to think of a way to enter. As a result, they really had easily entered. No, Tianzizi's expression changed. He could sense Evil Moon absorbing the corrupt god ancient tower's essence. He would never have dreamed that Long Chen was capable of such a thing. Tianzizi roared, "Get out!" Tianzizi's manifestation appeared behind him, and a figure manifested within it. It was like a god, bringing with it a god's pressure. Tianzizi had summoned his own heavens, soul manifestation. That huge figure was just as tall as the bone tower. It stretched out its arms and rested its hands on the tower. The bone tower rumbled, and the two dragon figures binding it exploded. "Damn, what powerful god energy! No, I want to eat more," shouted Evil Moon. 10,000 black chains shot out of Evil Moon, piercing through all the levels and absorbing energy. Long Chen's hold on Evil Moon was starting to grow tumultuous, but he still refused to let go. Zai Wenchen took action. A black hand flew into Tianzizi's manifestation. He was sending his own power to Tianzizi. Attacked together, however, Tianzizi found that even so, he was unable to force Long Chen out. Hundreds of thousands of corrupt experts gathered their energy and sent it into the corrupt god ancient tower. They prostrated themselves, chanting something. With the full support of the corrupt path, the corrupt god ancient tower lit up. Evil Moon was no longer able to endure it and was sent shooting out. Evil Moon and Long Chen shot out the roof. The chains that had shot out of Evil Moon now had fragments of the bone tower stuck to them like roots with soil still stuck to them. "Has there been some mistake? Even like this you can't kill it," raged Long Chen. He had thought that Evil Moon would be able to directly destroy the corrupt god ancient tower, but now he found that it was just bragging once more. As always, Evil Moon was not dependable. "Are you joking? I've been refined into a weapon. My power depends on your power. If I still had my physical body, these ants would have been devoured by one gulp from me. But you refuse to use your full power, so just relying on myself, being able to do so much is not bad. Hee, don't get mad. Let me tell you that corrupt god ancient tower really was something good. I got away with almost half its core energy and I feel even stronger. It won't be able to pose any threat to you any longer," laughed Evil Moon. As they flew through the air, the chains vanished, sucked into Evil Moon. Long Chen raised it, split the heavens 8. Boom! The giant bone tower was badly damaged by this attack from Long Chen. Having had its energy sucked away, its defensive power had dropped dramatically. Countless bits and pieces of it flew through the air. The corrupt god ancient tower shrank back down and flew into Tianzizi's palm. There was a long scar on it now. Tianzizi let out a heaven-shaking roar. "Long Chen, you deserve 10,000 deaths." Tianzizi put the bone tower away. It was temporarily unable to fight. Its injury was an insult to the entire corrupt path. Tianzizi took out a soul-summoning banner. Black arrows shot out of it. Every arrow had sinister runes within it howling like devils. Long Chen slashed Evil Moon again, blowing apart the arrows. But those runes within them continued to fly toward him like spider webs. "This is the corrupt god's curse." Several of the senior righteous experts recognized those runes. They had once encountered such curse runes when fighting the corrupt path. Once those runes infected your body, then it didn't matter what your cultivation base was, you would feel like insects were devouring your yuan spirit. The pain was indescribable. It was said that this technique contained the corrupt god's resentment. It contained a god's will, so it wasn't something a mortal could block. Once their will was suppressed, the curse would erupt. It was said that every one of these curse runes was refined from the soul essence of an expert. They were tortured before death, and their hatred and resentment were contained within the runes. Curses, children's play. Lightning exploded out of Long Chen's body, containing immense destructive power. His divine lightning made those curses vanish silently. This is heavenly punishment lightning. Long Chen is actually able to control tribulation lightning. Furthermore, its aura is the same as the dragonization tribulation he had to go through. Could it be? Last time, Long Chen had gone through his tribulation at Heavenly Fate Island. His terrifying dragonization tribulation had left a deep impression on people. It was called history's strongest heavenly tribulation. People instantly thought of the dragonization tribulation when they sensed this lightning. People had already guessed that Long Chen possessed the heaven-defying ability to absorb heavenly tribulation lightning for his own use. Heavenly tribulation was condensed from the will of the heavenly Taos. It represented the highest law of the world. As for some curse runes, they were nothing. Seeing that Tian Zizi was suppressed by Long Chen, Dongfeng Yuyang shot over, stabbing his spear through Long Chen's lightning domain. The silver shield in Dongfeng Yuyang's left hand unleashed a wave of silver that forced back Long Chen's lightning. Long Chen blocked Dongfeng Yuyang with his saber. Hence, the two of their weapons locked together. They were only a few feet from each other. Why not use your true ability? Are you afraid of exposing your status? Long Chen's gaze was as sharp as a falcon. That would depend on whether you have the ability. Dongfeng Yuyang didn't speak, instantly transmitting a spiritual message. The shield in his left hand bashed toward Long Chen's head. All right, then I'll beat out your true self. Long Chen snorted and pushed Evil Moon, dodging Dongfeng Yuyang's shield attack. He then attacked once more, not giving Dongfeng Yuyang any breathing room. Dongfeng Yuyang retreated and Long Chen advanced. Long Chen slashed his saber once more. This time, his attack contained the leftover power of his previous strike, increasing its power. Dongfeng Yuyang was forced back again. Dongfeng Yuyang suddenly had a bad feeling. Long Chen was using a chain technique, with each attack adding the power of the previous attacks. His attack was growing stronger. Dongfeng Yuyang wanted to interrupt the chain, but Long Chen didn't give him the chance. His saber came slashing toward Dongfeng Yuyang again. This is... Bao Buping and the others saw it clearly. This chain attack was clearly split the heavens. The first form, the second form, the third form. Ha ha ha, this little fellow is a genius madman. He doesn't just dare to think of crazy things, he also dares to do them, laughed the old man. Old man, can his body endure that kind of energy superposition? Asked Boss Bao. This kind of technique was definitely crazy. The cultivation world did have techniques that allowed one's power to superimpose like this, but the maximum was 3 layers. Any more was meaningless. 3 was the peak. If it was possible to add power beyond that, then it would mean that the first attack was so weak that it was meaningless. Reaching the peak in 3 blows perfectly accorded with the tempo of the heavenly Taos, but even then, that was only suited to certain magical arts and battle skills. It did not suit the 9 forms of split the heavens. The 9 forms of split the heavens required activating certain acupuncture points. The first form required 9 acupuncture points, while the second form required 18. That meant reactivating the first 9 acupuncture points. The first 9 acupuncture points would already be full of spiritual yuan before the second attack came, so there was no way people could survive the superimposition of all the 9 forms. The acupuncture points would explode. A 3-layer superimposition was impossible, but Long Chen had already reached his 5th attack, and the power was continuing to overlay. Although others might not be able to tell, those familiar with the 9 forms of split the heavens like the heaven-splitting battle sex disciples could tell just how crazy Long Chen's current actions were. The old man said, actually, the 9th form of split the heavens involves combining the 9 forms into one. Impossible, isn't that suicide? Exclaimed Boss Bao. That's why we need the assistance of the heaven-splitting divine tablet. Without it, the heaven-splitting battle sect is like a toothless, clawless tiger, said the old man, becoming gloomy. The heaven-splitting divine tablet had yet to recover. Just at this moment, a giant saber image appeared in the sky. Even the chief flow in the sky was blasted away. It was possible to see the stars in the sky quivering. He actually did it. Boss Bao and the others' jaws dropped. Chapter 21, 84 Settling Grudges. A giant saber tore into the sky and slashed down. Although Dongfeng Yuyang had done his best to stop Long Chen from accumulating power, this attack was still unleashed. This saber caused heaven and earth to change color. Dongfeng Yuyang was completely locked down. The space around him had been frozen by divine power. Either counterattack or die, sneered Long Chen. You truly are very powerful, but you're far from enough to kill me, said Dongfeng Yuyang with a cold smile. Suddenly, a giant ancient castle appeared in front of Dongfeng Yuyang. The Dongfeng family's war castle, the astral ancient castle. This ancient castle was where the gathering of past and present heroes had been held. It was a war fort, capable of both offense and defense. It was a super treasure amongst divine items. Boom! Divine light flowed out of the castle and stars flickered within the light. As a result, Long Chen was forced back, almost spitting blood, while the ancient castle smashed into the ground, leaving a giant ditch. He even sent such a giant and heavy divine item flying. Just how powerful is that saber in Long Chen's hands? All those with any comprehension of how powerful the astral ancient castle was were stunned. This little fellow only seems to get more amazing. Xuanhuan, I'm being serious. If you still don't make a move, it'll be too late. The Beidang family's master transmitted a message to Beidang Xuanhuan, who was within a stream of qi flow. She was playing matchmaker between Long Chen and Beidang Xuanhuan. What's so amazing about him? I'm not inferior to anyone and I won't depend on anyone either. You want to marry me off? Beidang Xuanhuan directly rolled her eyes at her grandma. She had her own pride. It was impossible for her to share a man with others. Although that was what she said, Long Chen's current display of power had truly shocked her. Heaven and earth shook as the qi flow streams began to grow gentle once more. The third eruption is about to start. This is the final eruption. Everyone, you must use this chance to charge through your bottlenecks and advance as much as possible. An expert from the senior generation gave the disciples a reminder. The third eruption was the most important one. This was the best moment to break through their shackles and push their realms as high as possible. It was also the moment that all these heavenly geniuses were waiting for. Advancing within the qi flow stream had no limits. All bottlenecks became loose and easy to break through. Furthermore, no matter how many levels you advanced, with the qi flow supporting you, there wouldn't be the slightest sign of your foundation growing unstable, nor could you be bedeviled. Attack together to kill everyone within the largest qi flow stream and occupy it. Otherwise, it'll be too late. A fierce light appeared in Dongfeng Yuyang's eyes. The ancient castle hovered above his head, sprinkling divine light around him. The others hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful. If this continued, they would waste their chance to absorb qi flow. That wasn't worth it. Ignore Long Chen. Let's kill the Dragonblood Legion, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race and Mogate's disciples. Kun Pengzi agreed. Wasting time on Long Chen wasn't worth it. It was better to kill the others. They couldn't let just Long Chen stop them. Kill. Following Kun Pengzi, the disciples of the Xuanhuan beasts charged over to the Dragonblood Legion. Cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, you traitors are finally about to face your fate. Come out and face your deaths, shouted Huang Feiyan. At the same time, the giant Zhu Luocha charged over with her meteor hammer, while Dai Feng shouted, leading the ancient family alliance's disciples into an attack. Tian Zizi waved his soul-summoning banner, and the corrupt god ancient tower appeared above his head once more. Although it was injured, it could assist him. After that, he sent the corrupt path's army charging forward. The ancient race's disciples followed the Xuanhuan beasts, keeping close behind their butts as they charged. Brother Ximen, what are you still hesitating for? The competition of the heavenly Daos will not allow you to pass your responsibilities to others. Long Chen is trying to destroy the continent. What are you waiting for? Shouted Dongfeng Yuyang to Ximen Tianxing upon seeing him conflicted. Ximen Tianxing had come alone. He had not brought the people of the Ximen family into this unclear fight. They were in a qi flow stream. Hearing what Dongfeng Yuyang said, Ximen Tianxing shouted at Long Chen, Long Chen, answer me. Are you colluding with the original devil race to destroy the martial heaven continent? Don't you have your own brain? Responded Long Chen. How was he supposed to answer this question? Yes, he was colluding with the original devil race, but he had never thought about destroying the martial heaven alliance. The matter of the original devil race had not been resolved yet, so he didn't want to talk about it. Since every person had their own brain, they could decide the truth for themselves. If he did try to explain, then Dongfeng Yuyang would immediately retort. There were more mouths on their side, so Long Chen had Ximen Tianxing make his own decision. You don't even dare to respond directly. As expected, you really are colluding with the original devil race. Then don't blame me for being vicious. Ximen Tianxing waved his hand. Tens of thousands of disciples from the Ximen family charged over. Master, what do we do? Asked Yi Lingshan. There were millions of experts charging toward the Dragonblood Legion now. The million disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance were also tense. They were just waiting for the order. This showed the immense foundation of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Despite almost half the sects betraying the Martial Heaven Alliance, they still had over 1 million elite life-star disciples. If those sects had not betrayed them, then the Martial Heaven Alliance would have at least half the continent's talented disciples. Alliance head, we're all prepared. We just need your order, shouted one disciple. The disciples who were still standing on the side of the Martial Heaven Alliance were all loyal and fearless, willing to fight alongside Long Chen. Brothers, thank you. My Dragonblood Legion temporarily doesn't need your help, but when we do, we will definitely call for you. The Dragonblood Legion tightened its formation, forming a circular arc. The disciples of the Mo family were present with arrows knocked. Meanwhile, the heaven-splitting battle-sex disciples were holding their broadswords, cool and indifferent in the face of the giant army before them. These are the men of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Seeing the expressions on his disciples' faces, the old man smiled. For the first time, he felt that these children had finally become real men. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows had also set up a tight formation that corresponded with the Dragonblood Legion's current formation. Seeing their enemies getting closer, they began to accumulate energy. Long Chen stood in the sky and seemed to be ignoring the armies of the Xuanhuan beasts, corrupt path, ancient races, ancient family alliance, Dongfeng family, and the Ximen family. The only ones that Long Chen blocked were the experts of Pill Valley. More accurately, he was blocking the Pill Fairy. The Pill Fairy was leading tens of thousands of Pill Valley's disciples. She stared coldly at Long Chen, a water-like flame gradually growing out of her. Long Chen didn't look at the Pill Fairy. He stared at a beautiful young lady behind the Pill Fairy. He still remembered her. "Do you want to greet your big brother San?" asked Long Chen, smiling slightly. "Big brother San, you still remember Wan Qing?" The young lady's voice trembled. Tears fell from her eyes. Long Chen smiled and walked forward. Pill Valley's disciples raised their weapons and summoned their manifestations, on full alert. Long Chen walked right past the Pill Fairy. He didn't look at her and the Pill Fairy didn't move. He walked right up to Wan Qing. "You've gotten taller and bigger. You've gotten more beautiful as well. But you still haven't gotten rid of this crying habit of yours. Have you run into any difficulty in alchemy?" Long Chen gently wiped away her tears. That action was the same as when they had first met. "Big brother San." Wan Qing suddenly hugged Long Chen and began to truly cry. Why is it like this? You two were so good together accompanying me. I never felt so blessed. Why have you ended up as enemies? Why can't I change anything? Why?" Wan Qing's tears burst forth as she wept. In her heart, Long Chen and Pill Fairy were a natural pair, but now they were mortal enemies. Because of this, her heart felt like it was being torn in two. She was filled with grief and fear that swamped her other emotions. The army of the various large powers had surrounded Long Chen. They had all found their own attack angles. The atmosphere was tense. With just one person's orders, a full-force assault would be launched. However, they were surprisingly quiet. There was only the low sound of the chi flow streams and the heart-wrenching cry of Wan Qing. "Big brother San, please, can't you all stop fighting? If I see any one of you die, I would rather die myself." Her crying showed her desire for peace, for a simple life. A life without slaughter, without fighting. But everyone knew that was just a beautiful dream, impossible to realize. Long Chen sighed and gently patted her back. A stream of energy then flowed from him, making her faint. After that, he waved his hand, sending her floating to the elders from Pill Valley. He had used his own special method to seal her spiritual strength. It would take at least a day for her to awake. Long Chen finally turned to the Pill Fairy, walking in front of her. "There's no need for extra words. Today, let's have a battle to the death to settle all our grudges." Chapter 21, 85 Cloud against Huang Feiyan. "Do you hate me? I can see hatred in your eyes." The Pill Fairy's eyes flickered as she looked at Long Chen. "Yes, I've begun to hate you. You shouldn't have brought Wan Qing into this. You've lost your kindness. You shouldn't make everyone as cold as you," said Long Chen. Long Chen was angry that Wan Qing had been made to weep. Her pain, her helplessness, they stabbed deeply into his heart. People can prevent feeling lost and in pain by following the direction of the god. It's better for her to feel some pain now than feel pain forever. Everything will get back on track after that pain. "Bullshit," sneered Long Chen. "Brahma and fallen Daynite are two idiots. Just from the fact that they could become gods, I can tell that the so-called gods are just dog shit. There is no absolute right or wrong in this world that can be used to judge things. The only thing you can use to judge right and wrong is your own heart. Blasphemers of the gods must die." The Pill Fairy's flames exploded out of her, filling the air with such heat that it felt like the void would combust. After that, the Brahma divine diagram appeared, covering up the sky. "It's bigoted, ignorant people like you that must die." Evil Moon appeared in Long Chen's hands. Brahma's will, divine diagram destroys the heavens. The Pill Fairy formed hand seals that caused divine light to shine down from the Brahma divine diagram, enveloping Long Chen and the Pill Fairy. The two of them became translucent, as if the two of them were in a different world. Others could see them, but they couldn't sense their auras. Boom! Within the world of the Brahma divine diagram, Long Chen slashed his saber. A white sword had appeared in the pill fairy's hands, and she blocked Long Chen's attack. Water droplets flew on impact. Those droplets then exploded, transforming into thousands of ripples. Every ripple contained terrifying power, but within this special space, they didn't cause any damage. The two of them repeatedly clashed, and flames exploded against each other. A flame dragon roared behind Long Chen, while a flame phoenix let out a brilliant cry behind the pill fairy. One dragon and one phoenix repeatedly clashed, unleashing endless flames. The flame that the two of them controlled was identical. The two of them didn't even need to move as their flames clashed. After just a moment, it was no longer possible to see the two of them in the midst of the flames. Attack! As the pill fairy and Long Chen fought within the Brahma divine diagram, Dongfeng Yuyang was the first to break the silence. The other experts attacked alongside him. Just as Dongfeng Yuyang attacked, a whip composed of thousands of thin willow branches attacked him. They were a mix of black and white, looking extremely strange. Dongfeng Yuyang's expression changed as soon as he sensed that whip. He raised the shield in his left hand. With a loud boom, Dongfeng Yuyang was sent flying, his arm shaking and blood leaking out of his mouth. He felt like his organs had flipped inside him. Dongfeng Yuyang was extremely shocked. That whip had contained death energy capable of invading his body through his shield. Suddenly, the void exploded and a towering willow appeared, spreading from the earth to high in the sky. Countless leaves stabbed toward Dongfeng Yuyang. Dongfeng Yuyang hastily summoned his manifestation. His spear danced in the air, blasting apart the branches. However, their immense power still made his arm numb. An undying willow. Dongfeng Yuyang was truly worthy of being a disciple of an everlasting family. He instantly recognized Liu Ruyan's origins, but after recognizing it, he was even more shocked. An endless torrent of willow leaves followed Dongfeng Yuyang into the midst of the Dongfeng family's disciples, injuring everyone struck. They furiously counterattacked. "Retreat, don't block them," shouted Dongfeng Yuyang. However, it was too late. Thousands of the Dongfeng family's disciples had started fighting against the undying willow's leaves. However, they quickly realized something was wrong. The people beside them were starting to rapidly age. Some were already turning white-haired, wrinkles covering their face. Its attacks contain death energy. Without a heaven's soul manifestation, your lifespan will be stolen. "Dodge!" shouted Dongfeng Yuyang. His shield suddenly grew much larger, and he smashed it into Liu Ruyan. Boom! Liu Ruyan's giant body shook from the impact of the shield, and the Dongfeng family's disciples fled rapidly. As a result of this short fight, their mighty army looked like it was 1 foot in the grave. It had all happened in the blink of an eye. Facing such a setback right at the start, Dongfeng Yuyang furiously summoned the astral ancient castle, smashing it into Liu Ruyan. Undying, inextinguishable, heavenly Tao of sublime life. Liu Ruyan's emotionless voice rang out. As soon as it did, the giant branches transformed into a huge net that blocked the ancient castle. Even that giant castle wasn't strong enough in front of Liu Ruyan. The ancient castle rapidly spun, blasting apart the branches, but more branches grew rapidly to block it. "Let's see how long you can last," shouted Dongfeng Yuyang, wanting to exhaust Liu Ruyan. Through the willow branches, Liu Ruyan's true body sneered. Her roots were in the ground, constantly replenishing energy. Even her leaves were absorbing energy from the air. Here, in the location of the chi flow eruption, there was plenty of energy to absorb. As long as the chi flow eruption continued, she had limitless power. She could last as long as she wanted, but she wasn't fond of speaking, so she didn't say anything. Long Chen had only asked her to stop Dongfeng Yuyang. As for the rest, she didn't need to bother with anything. She had now easily done so. Liu Ruyan had stopped Dongfeng Yuyang, and the others were also clashing. Yue Zifeng faced Kun Pengzi, unleashing rays of beautiful sword qi. Kun Pengzi's manifestation was at full power, and he was fighting from a distance with lightning attacks from his halberd. After slaying Jian Wuchen, Yue Zifeng's fame had almost surpassed Long Chen's. He was claimed to be the most terrifying existence within the Dragonblood Legion aside from Long Chen. Even Kun Pengzi had to be careful against Yue Zifeng. He was afraid of Yue Zifeng finding a single opening and slaying him. The offensive power of sword cultivators was just too terrifying. Even Kun Pengzi felt that he was in danger of dying if Yue Zifeng had a single opening. Kun Pengzi was locked down by Yue Zifeng. As for Huang Feiyan, she directly pounced on the cloud chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows. She was planning on slaughtering all of them on the outer edges. Huang Feiyan summoned her true body, and a nine heavens divine phoenix appeared. The runes on her feathers lit up, beautiful divine light shining out of them. It was like golden sand was sparkling in the sky. Spreading her wings, she announced, "Cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, I will exterminate you today." "Watch out!" Kun Pengzi suddenly let out a startled cry. A giant figure had silently appeared above Huang Feiyan's head. After that, a pair of sharp claws stabbed down into Huang Feiyan's back. The sneak attacker was Cloud. She had been hidden in the sky thanks to using one of Xia Chen's formations and was to be used as a trump card. However, as soon as Huang Feiyan came out, Cloud couldn't endure it. Thinking of how Huang Feiyan had brought people to kill her fellow cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows, her killing intent exploded. Thanks to the formation hiding her, Huang Feiyan sensed her too late. She only looked up when she heard Kun Pengzi's shout. Before she could even see what it was, intense pain racked her back. Cloud's claws pulled and blood splashed. One of her beautiful wings was torn off. "Your nine heavens divine phoenix race should go straight to hell," Cloud ground her teeth. Huang Feiyan tried to struggle, but Cloud pulled again, and Huang Feiyan's other wing was torn off. Huang Feiyan's miserable cry resounded through the air. Kun Pengzi wanted to go save Huang Feiyan, but then a cold ray of sword chi brushed right past his neck. The distraction had almost taken his life, covering him in a cold sweat. He knew that Huang Feiyan was doomed now. No one could save her. Cloud's claws continued to tear into Huang Feiyan's back. Her own divine power completely suppressed Huang Feiyan's. With one claw, she raked away a large chunk of Huang Feiyan's flesh. The other Xuanhuan beasts tried to charge over, but Gu Yang appeared, killing one after another. They were unable to reach Cloud. "The Dragonblood Legion's Gu Yang is present. If you have guts, then come." Gu Yang shouted, the aura of his dragon blood suddenly erupting out of him. He summoned his dragon blood battle armor, slaughtering enemies with his blood-colored spear. "No!" Huang Feiyan let out one final cry as Cloud opened her mouth and shot out a black sword that stabbed straight through Huang Feiyan's head. Chapter 21, 86. A chaotic battle begins. Huang Feiyan's head soared into the air, and her vitality rapidly faded. Her final shout still hung in the air. Cloud let out a resounding bird cry, a cry of hatred and released humiliation. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had been humiliated for so many years. With Huang Feiyan's blood, they had started up their path for vengeance. The void suddenly exploded as a giant nine heavens divine phoenix appeared, its claws reaching toward Cloud. It was the leader of the nine heavens divine phoenix race. Seeing their strongest genius be killed, he went crazy. Since he wasn't able to save Huang Feiyan, now all his hatred was cast onto Cloud. This nine heavens divine phoenix had lived for countless years. His very core was igniting as he went all out against Cloud. "Cloud, don't face him directly," shouted Meng Qi. This nine heavens divine phoenix was too powerful. There was no meaning in facing him directly. Seeing Cloud directly fly back within the chi flow stream, the nine heavens divine phoenix roared. "The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is a pack of inferior cowards. You don't even have the courage to fight." Cloud's anger soared once more, and her wings spread. She would fight for the honor of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. The leader of the nine heavens divine phoenix race was delighted to see this. All his feathers suddenly emitted streams of divine light. He was igniting his own essence, blood, and longevity to unleash an all-out attack to kill Cloud. However, just as his divine ability was brewing, a blood-colored arrow pierced his eye. Blood rained down, and he let out a miserable shriek. Everyone's gazes first turned toward Mo Nian, only to see him raise his hands innocently. "It wasn't me. I swept through the four seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth. With one arrow the cosmos shakes. If you need a peerless divine archer, you can come find Gu Ran. In the future, I'll thank everyone for calling me the divine archer Gu Ran." Gu Ran waved a greeting to the attacking army. He was standing so conspicuously like he was worried others might not see him. That smile on his face was as arrogant as possible, and he held a large blood-colored crossbow. Before others could react, Cloud activated a divine ability, using her wings as sharp swords that slashed through the leader of the nine heavens divine phoenix race. He was instantly killed. That leader was truly unlucky. His full-power divine ability was interrupted midway, causing the power he had accumulated to grow chaotic and almost explode. He had barely managed to suppress that power and stop himself from exploding when Cloud's attack arrived. "Cloud, come back," called Ming-Chi, worried about further provocations. On the other hand, the cloud chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows cheered. Xuanhuan began to shoot his crossbow repeatedly, every time causing the head of a Xuanhuan beast to explode. People weren't even able to see his arrows before they struck. His arrows were so fast that even spiritual strength was unable to grasp them. Hiding and secretly shooting people is shameless. Is the entire Dragonblood Legion like this? Ximen Tianxing furiously charged into the Qi flow stream, attacking Xuanhuan. Shi Lingfeng is missing an eye, so it's understandable that he's blind. But are you also blind? Can you not see this giant crossbow of mine? How can it be called hiding and shooting secretly? Mocked Xuanhuan. A ray of light shot out at Ximen Tianxing from his crossbow. Insignificant, you can't do anything to me. Ximen Tianxing didn't even seem to pay attention to it. As if knowing the future, he swung his saber, shattering the arrow. Xuanhuan wanted to shoot again, but Ximen Tianxing had arrived in front of him. Hence, Xuanhuan could only put away his crossbow and pull out his dual blades. Then let me experience the amazing abilities of the everlasting families. I want to see if they're as amazing as the legends say, said Xuanhuan. The metal feathers on his wings transformed, becoming a hardened carapace around his wings. From the back, he looked like a beetle, and that beetle shell looked exceptionally tough. Boom! Xuanhuan's saber met Ximen Tianxing's, and Ximen Tianxing was surprised to find that his saber was actually blocked. He had activated his manifestation and was not holding back, but he was unable to suppress Xuanhuan in terms of power. Are you surprised? I'll tell you. This is another state of my armor, one with the power runes activated. The reason I retreated before was to give the spotlight to my boss, otherwise he'd get mad at me. But did you really think I only had that little bit of ability? If I was so weak, how could I sit in the position of general of the entire Dragonblood Legion? Little fellow, you're too naive. The runes on Xuanhuan's wings grew brighter. Following that, the light flowed into his arms and then his sabers. Today, I'll show you the power of the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 battle armor. Try to survive my tempest of attacks. Xuanhuan began to repeatedly slash his sabers, his arms spinning like wheels, unleashing dozens of attacks in the blink of an eye. What kind of crap is this? Xuanhuan's figure was no longer visible. All that was visible was repeated saber images. Xuanhuan was like a tireless machine with his repeated attacks. Ximen Tianxing, a supreme genius, a survivor of countless battles, had never seen such a thing. He was repeatedly forced back. The current Xuanhuan was like a hedgehog, and worst of all, this hedgehog's quills were constantly spinning around it. For a moment, Ximen Tianxing didn't know how to counterattack. Li Qi, let's go handle Shi Lingfeng. Song Minjuan saw Shi Lingfeng charging over. He and Li Qi went over. Shi Lingfeng's head had been cut off by Long Chen, but the stone race was blessed by the heavens. He had reconnected to his body and didn't look like he had even been injured. However, since he had lost a great deal of his core energy, his aura had dropped. Li Qi and Song Minjuan were both earth cultivators whose power came from the same source as Shi Lingfeng. They had previously managed to fight against him, and now they did the same, stopping him in his tracks. Zhu Luocha, last time we couldn't determine a winner. This time we should settle things. Mo Nian flew out to face Zhu Luocha. HMPH, back then, you were nothing more than a bandit for my blood emperor family. Do you think you're fit to fight against me? Zhu Luocha no longer maintained her fake cute voice facing Mo Nian. If you want to provoke me, there's no need to use words. Just your face is enough. I wonder, with the blood emperor being as thin as a stick of bamboo, did he copulate with a pig to end up having you? Mocked Mo Nian. Die, Zhu Luocha's fleshy body quivered as she attacked with her meteor hammer. If a pig like you hasn't died, why would I die? Sneered Mo Nian. Boom! Mo Nian's bow quivered. An arrow shot out, but before it reached Zhu Luocha, it exploded. This was an exploding arrow not used for harming enemies. Just as it exploded, a silent arrow shot through its midst at Zhu Luocha's neck. Zhu Luocha seemed to have a great understanding of Mo Nian's techniques and was prepared. She raised her arm, blocking the arrow. Can you not fight like a man? Sneered Zhu Luocha. Can you not look like a woman? Responded Mo Nian. 18 consecutive arrows rained down. Zhu Luocha and Mo Nian both had a certain understanding of each other's techniques. They had previously fought each other, with one being the chaser and one being the runner. Mo Nian was a long-range fighter, so the battle between the two of them was the most senseless. Back in the heaven-splitting battle sect, If Tu Qiansheng had not arrived and joined forces with him, there would have been no way for him to heavily injure her. Now, once again, they fell into a battle of attrition. Sharp wails broke through the clamor of the battle to strike people's souls. Tianzizi had come, waving his soul-summoning banner. Black chi swirled out of the corrupt god ancient tower above him, as he also charged into the chi flow stream. "I'll handle him," said Tang Wan'er, but she was stopped by Ming Qi. "Perhaps your power isn't inferior to his, but you don't have a suitable divine item. You can't handle the corrupt path's top divine weapon." Tang Wan'er's power had grown explosively, but wind attribute divine materials had been almost used up on the martial heaven continent. Tang Wan'er was missing a true divine item that suited her. Even Xuanhuan hadn't been able to forge something that suited her during this time. But if she had a suitable weapon, she wouldn't need to fear anyone. "Let me," Yi Zhikyu walked forward. "Zhikyu, how about we go together?" probed Chu Yao. "No need. My master is watching. I will give her a satisfactory display to let her be at ease," said Yi Zhikyu. She walked out of the crowd gracefully. A ripple passed through the air with every step like she was walking on water. These ripples then froze, becoming ice lotuses. Once she took her next step, the ice lotuses shattered. Yi Zhikyu looked to be walking slowly but appeared in front of Tianzizi in an instant. Without any words, her sword slashed down. Ice chi froze space, turning the surrounding world into a world of ice. In the distance, Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled. She has finally obtained its acknowledgement. Chapter 21, 87 Dragonblood Manifestation Intimidates. Seeing Yi Zhikyu come to stop him, Tianzizi's heart shook. He felt a great sense of unease from Yi Zhikyu's ice sword. The soul-summoning banner trembled, and figures shrieking loudly shot out, leaving long tails attached to the banner. Yi Zhikyu ignored these curses. Her sword continued to swing, unleashing snow and ice through the air. It was beautiful and frigid. Those soul curses froze solid and then exploded, transforming into snow mist. Even souls can be frozen. Tianzizi's expression changed. There was nowhere for him to run. He sent the corrupt god ancient tower smashing toward Yi Zhikyu. Boom! The ice sword slashed into the bone tower. The corrupt god ancient tower was instantly frozen, becoming an ice tower. Tianzizi then slammed his hands on the tower, forcibly blasting away the ice covering it. The corrupt god ancient tower managed to escape the ice seal, but Tianzizi turned ashen. He was now covered in frost and spat out a breath of cold air that instantly turned into ice outside his body. What terrifying ice chi! All the experts present were stunned. How could Yi Zhikyu's ice chi be so powerful? Even a divine item on the level of the corrupt god ancient tower could be frozen by it. Tianzizi waved the soul-summoning banner once more, and iron hooks came flying out of it, attached to chains. They were like the tails of scorpions. The figure within Tianzizi's manifestation shook. After that, light flowed out of the corrupt god ancient tower, enveloping him. He then charged into Yi Zhikyu's ice domain. A bit of ice energy is nothing in front of divine energy. Tianzizi sneered, the energy from his manifestation and the corrupt god ancient tower forming a layer around him that protected him from Yi Zhikyu's ice chi. The countless hooks from the soul-summoning banner were blocked by Yi Zhikyu's sword. With every clash, those hooks and chains were frozen solid. But then the corrupt god ancient tower would unleash a wave of light to unfreeze them. Hundreds of hooks flew about, one side freezing them and one side unfreezing them. Snow and ice danced around them, dazzling the people watching. That bastard Long Chen, if he hadn't injured the corrupt god ancient tower, how could this woman be able to block me? Tianzizi was filled with hatred. There were several times he was forced back by Yi Zhikyu. Everyone else, slaughter the Dragonblood Legion. Tianzizi ordered the other corrupt disciples to attack the Dragonblood Legion. Kill! The corrupt path's army charged in. Millions of people from the corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the stone race, the Xuanhuan beasts, the Dongfeng family, and the Ximen family collapsed upon the Dragonblood Legion. Everyone else's heart clenched. This was a battle of an unprecedented scale. It wasn't just to fight over the chi flow, but also to exterminate their enemies. Warriors of the cloud chasing heaven swallowing sparrow race, our chance for vengeance has finally come. We will use their blood to wipe away the humiliation of being bullied for tens of thousands of years. Cloud's cry resonated with the others. They all roared and summoned their true bodies, attacking the incoming Xuanhuan beasts. Black light swords shot out of their mouths, shooting through the army of Xuanhuan beasts. The The Xuan beasts were prepared and counterattacked with their own divine abilities. But as a result, their divine abilities were shattered by those light swords. They simply weren't a match for them. Having awakened their ancestral divine abilities, the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had regained their former power, which had been enough to stand amongst the top of the Xuan beasts. Even before the two sides crashed together, many of the Xuan beasts were slain. Their huge corpses exploded, filling the air with a bloody scent. How did the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race become so powerful? The seniors of the Xuan beasts stared in shock. This time, the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race was even stronger than the last time. The myriad spirit diagram. We must obtain it. Peng Wanli's expression was gloomy. He eyed Meng Qi. The reason the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race could become so powerful was because of her. The myriad spirit diagram was a priceless treasure, enough to drive the Xuan beasts crazy. In the beginning, the Xuan beasts had only felt that the myriad spirit diagram might contain a portion of their divine abilities. Although that was very valuable, it wasn't enough to make them go crazy for it. However, as time passed, they realized they had been mistaken. The myriad spirit diagram didn't just contain a portion of their divine abilities. It contained all their divine abilities, including ones that had been lost for countless years. When he thought of that, Peng Wanli was filled with endless regret. If they had taken this matter seriously back in the day, paying any price to obtain the myriad spirit diagram, the Xuan beasts might have become the rulers of this world. Now, under Cloud's lead, the disciples of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race slaughtered their enemies. Even in the face of the Xuan beasts that outnumbered them by dozens of times, they were fearless. This was the result of hatred that had been accumulated for countless years. This kind of hatred could only be washed away with fresh blood. Cloud was the fiercest, drawing the attention of the strongest geniuses of the Xuan beasts. Her wings were like blades while her claws were like lightning. With each attack, a powerful Xuan beast was slain. In just a short while, she was covered in blood. Cloud suddenly let out a long cry. The other disciples of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race echoed her cry. Their voices resounded through the air. Kill! Cloud, all on her own, charged forward. She drew the majority of the attacks. The others followed her, forming a triangular formation that Chen had given them based on their bodies, speed, power, and divine abilities. For a race of Xuan beasts to use a formation to attack was the first in history. Cloud was at the front, the arrowhead of the formation. With her drawing the majority of attention, the pressure on the others behind her dropped. She led the charge, and as the arrowhead, they were like a giant arrow piercing through the army of Xuan beasts. Their power was extremely terrifying. However, there were too many Xuan beasts. They numbered 800,000, while the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrows numbered only 10,000. These cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrows were the elites of the elites. This had been decided after discussing it carefully. Originally, they could have sent out 30,000 disciples, but these 10,000 people were the strongest, and if there were too many people, their inferior cooperation could affect their total combat power. There was another more important reason as to why they had only brought 10,000. That was that both Cloud and Long Chen did not want to see large casualties. Cloud especially had seen too many members of her race die. If she saw more, she might go crazy and ruin certain plans. So in the end, they had sent 10,000 elites, and those elites did not disappoint Kuei Yuju and the other seniors. With Cloud leading them, they showed the power of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, wiping away years of humiliation. Thinking of all that the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had suffered over the years, Kuei Yuju's eyes began to glisten with tears. Ancestors, do you see this? The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race is finally soaring. We are finally starting to wash away our humiliation. Kuei Yuju clenched her fists. At that moment, she felt that even if she were to die right now, she could face her ancestors. The battle between the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race and the Xuan beasts was extremely intense. But an even more intense battle was fought on the ground. The Dragonblood Legion was wielding swords, their manifestations active behind them. They stunned all the experts on the battlefield. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Over 12,000 warriors had identical manifestations. That did not conform with the heavenly Taos. Throughout countless years, there could not be two identical awakened manifestations at a time. This was common sense, as well as an iron law. However, the Dragonblood warriors had splendidly broken this law. Their manifestations were the same. It was a manifestation of an endless mountain range with a blood-colored dragon roaring amongst the mountains. No, some of them are different. There really was someone who refused to believe what he saw, and comparing them all one by one, he made a new discovery. Look, most of them have manifestations with mountains of stone with nothing growing. But for some of the women, they also have the blood-colored dragons and the mountain range. But their mountains are covered in greenery and giant forests full of life. It's true, aren't they the healing warriors of the Dragon Blood Legion? Someone else recognized those healing warriors who were mostly women. Those healing warriors rarely participated in the killing. They were standing at the core, healing people in the first instant they needed it. If someone faced a curse, they would immediately expel that curse, or if that was impossible, they would draw the curse into their own bodies. Due to the overflowing life energy within them, they could resist the curses. They were responsible for maintaining the complete combat power of the Dragon Blood Legion. The Dragon Blood warriors had started fighting the powerful enemies of the various powers. Flesh and blood flew through the air. The sight of this shook the leaders of these various powers. Chapter 21, 88C Demon Race. The roaring of giant dragons resounded through the air. The manifestations of over 12,000 Dragon Blood warriors resonated with each other. Upon unleashing a stroke of their swords, a wave of sword chi slashed through their enemies. Having summoned their Dragon Blood battle armor, the Dragon Blood warriors were terrifyingly powerful. The first wave of incoming experts was the strongest. Some of them were able to endure the wave of sword chi. Some were not and were blown away. As a result, when the second wave struck, without those top experts taking it, the people behind them turned green. Some of them didn't even have a chance to run and were directly killed by the second wave of sword chi. The rest were still reeling from the first attack and didn't manage to recover in time for the second. However, when the third wave came, their expressions changed. Fuck, it's that technique that Long Chen just used. Those experts thought of how Long Chen had combined the power of the first 8 forms of Split the Heavens, until he managed to send the Dongfeng family's precious treasure flying. Now they saw that the Dragon Blood warriors' attacks were the same. Every wave was more terrifying than the last. The third wave was the strongest. 10,000 streaks of sword chi merged into one, becoming a powerful wave that made the experts at the front regret charging forward. Now they didn't even have a chance to run. They could only go all out. With the Dragon Blood Legion at the center, a circular wave of sword chi annihilated tens of thousands of experts. Within the attack range, only a few hundred isolated experts had been able to survive. Those were powerful supreme geniuses of the ancient era, but now they were horrified. The power of the Dragon Blood Legion had surpassed their expectations. They saw the problem now. The Dragon Blood Legion's manifestations were linked, allowing them to merge their power. In their wave attacks, although the power looked to be evenly distributed, many of the Dragon Blood warriors actually focused on them. If these attacks continued, they would be doomed. When the power of over 10,000 Dragon Blood warriors gathered together, it was truly terrifying. For a moment, those supreme geniuses didn't dare to advance. They were afraid of death, but they also didn't dare to retreat because they would be laughed at. They just stood there, not knowing what to do. The ground was dyed red by the fresh blood of these powerful experts. Those were no ordinary people, but Empyreans with awakened manifestations. The leaders of the various powers were infuriated at this sight. Every powerful Empyrean cost a huge amount of resources to raise. What do we do? With how powerful the Dragon Blood Legion is, if we just charge in, there will be massive casualties. It's not worth it, said Long Zhongkang, the leader of the ancient races. No one had expected over 10,000 people to awaken identical manifestations. Their power linked them into a killing formation with immense power. Palace Master Zhang, isn't it time for your Bloodco Hall's disciples to make their move? Demanded Zai Wenchen. The Bloodco Hall had naturally come. There were over 3,000 elders standing there. Amongst all the factions that had come, they numbered the fewest. However, the Bloodco Hall did not win through numbers. The intimidation factor of so many assassins was extremely great. These elders were all Nether Passage experts, and they were wearing cloaks that covered their faces. The Bloodco Hall's master, Zhang Ziyang, indifferently said, "The Bloodco Hall's disciples will only make their move at the optimal time. Before that time, they won't. This is the iron law of assassins." Zai Wenchen snorted. "Are you saying that we acted rashly, resulting in our losses?" Zai Wenchen's voice clearly contained a provoking tone. He was very dissatisfied with Zhang Ziyang's actions. I didn't say that. It seems that Master Zai is too sensitive. Zhang Ziang shook his head. Don't act so indifferent as if this isn't your fault. You still haven't given an explanation as to why the Bloodco Hall's people never showed up last time. Now that everyone else is attacking, not one of the Bloodco Hall's disciples has appeared. Are you planning on hiding forever? Shouted Zai Wenchen. Zai Wenchen was the most furious of these leaders. His original plan was for Tian Zizi to put on a powerful show and kill Long Chen, destroying the Righteous Path's morale. However, the corrupt god Ancient Tower had been heavily injured, while Tian Zizi was blocked by Yi Zhikyu. Now, even their combined armies were too frightened to advance in the face of the Dragonblood Legion. Tens of thousands of them were slain in just one attack. The last time that Zai Wenchen was referring to was when the Pill Fairy had taken action to keep Long Chen in the end of the Heavens Valley. According to the agreement, the Bloodco Hall was supposed to assist and make sure that Long Chen stayed behind. However, the Bloodco Hall's divine daughter, Dong Minju, never appeared, and Long Chen ended up escaping. Now that this matter was brought up once more, everyone's gaze turned on Zhang Ziang. He had to give an explanation. Zhang Ziang smiled. The divine daughter is the disciple of the killing god, while we are just the killing god's servants. How could I possibly manage the divine daughter's affairs? As for why she didn't attack at that time, I'm not qualified to ask. But I trust that the divine daughter has her own plans. So don't point your spears at me. We are only collaborating, and we are not required to follow your orders. Also, I don't like when people act big in front of me. Zai Wenchen's fury rose to an even greater height. The two of you, now isn't the time to argue about that matter. It's already done, so don't bring it up again. The two of you are overlords of the martial heaven continent. Don't you think arguing here will make you laughingstocks? Let's focus on how to attack, interjected Yu Xuanhuan. May I ask if the Dongfeng family and the Ximen family have any opinions? The Dongfeng and Ximen families were not far. They could count as being on their side. How could I have any opinions? The Dongfeng family has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. We are only forced to take action because Long Chen is attempting to topple the martial heaven continent. As for any plans or schemes, I'm sorry, but I don't have a mind for such things, said the Dongfeng family's head. As for the head of the Ximen family, he didn't say anything. It seemed that he couldn't even bother associating with them. At this time, we can only ask the Bloodco Hall's assassins to cause chaos in their interior and break their formation. That's the only way for the rest of us to charge in without huge casualties, said Zai Wenchen coldly. That's not certain. If we seniors attack the elders of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, do you think the Dragonblood Legion will be content to just sit in there and watch? Said Zhang Ziang lightly. Everyone's eyes brightened. They hadn't thought of that. Kuei Yuzhu and the seniors of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race weren't far. If these people attacked them, the Dragonblood Legion and the disciples of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race would definitely come after them. Just as everyone was delighted by this idea, one person brought up a problem. If we attack them, won't the Martial Heaven Alliance also take action? At that time, we still won't be able to avoid a bloody battle. HMPH, leave it to the Xuan beasts. Let's see what reason they have to block us, Peng Wanli sneered. If the Xuan beasts attacked, that would simply be acting on the private enmity between the Xuan beasts and the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. The Martial Heaven Alliance was an alliance of humans. They had no right to interfere. Peng Wanli raised his hand, about to give the order to attack, but before he could, intense rumbling rang out in the distance. The sound of crashing waves shook the world. Countless powerful auras approached. Everyone's expression changed. In the distance, an endless tide of figures surged over. That's the sea demon race. They really did come. Did they come to fight over the chi flow streams as well? People's voices shuddered. They were extremely uneasy at this sight. The sea demons had mostly transformed into human form. Some of them were in half-human, half-demon forms. Perhaps that was an expression of their status. Some of them had 8 legs, some had pincers for arms, some had huge shells on their backs, and some were covered in sharp thorns. Behind those figures were giant sea snakes, black tortoises, giant crabs, mythical lobsters, all kinds of sea demons. An early estimate of their numbers put them past 10 million. Their auras were all extremely powerful. All the people fighting paused to look at these newcomers. One of the sea demons walked out and examined the surroundings. We won't make things hard on you. Get out of the strongest chi flow stream or face the consequences. Chapter 21, 89 Six-Horned Sea Serpent. The arrival of the sea demon race shook people's hearts. The previous movements of the sea demon race and their activity on the continent had made people guess that they might come for their own portion of the chi flow eruption. However, that was just a guess, because in the past, the sea demon race had never participated in the competition for the chi flow. That was because after the chi flow eruption, all the chi flow would disperse throughout the continent. It would be absorbed by the land and sea once more. The martial heaven sea ring was vast. Plenty of the chi flow would end up entering the sea. There was no need for them to participate in this. However, all the signs had indicated that this chi flow stream would be the greatest throughout history, so people had speculated that the sea demon race might come to fight over it. The martial heaven sea ring had always been a mysterious existence. There were countless legends about it. It was too big, too deep for people to investigate fully. People were curious but also afraid of it. Now the sea demons had truly come, and with an army of millions at that. They had all reached the 11th rank. Based on their powerful auras, they had to be the sea demons with the strongest bloodlines amongst their race. Furthermore, none of their seniors had come. In other words, this army of sea demons possessed enough confidence to not worry about needing their seniors for protection. The martial heaven continent's experts' hearts rose up into their throats. No wonder it was said that the sea demon race possessed the power to match the entire continent's lifeforms. This army before them made them believe it. These sea demons outnumbered all the geniuses of the martial heaven continent here. Just their numbers intimidated everyone. Now it's troublesome. Gajianing and the others' expressions changed. These sea demons wanted Long Chen's strongest chi flow stream. The martial heaven continent has never had any conflicts with the martial heaven sea ring. After so many years of peace, since you want it, you can take it. None of the people on our side has any opinions about it. However, some people might not give you this face. Whether or not you can take the strongest chi flow stream will be up to your own abilities. Xuanhuan smiled at the speaker of the sea demon race. Bastard, he's getting someone else to do his dirty work. Jianing gnashed his teeth. This move was clear to everyone. Guangyuan, Tangshuan, you are the people that Long Chen listens to the most. Can you advise him to leave his chi flow stream? They can come to our side. There's enough chi flow here for them to absorb. We don't need to fall for their scheme. If Long Chen refused to give up his chi flow stream, then the Dragon Blood Legion would be facing the sea demon race that possessed the power to contend against the entire continent. Impossible. The old man and Li Tiangshuan shook their heads at the same time. I understand Long Chen. Even if he has to die, he won't give it up. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Long Chen, said the old man. Li Tiangshuan was of the same opinion. No one could change Long Chen's decisions. All they could do was watch. Liu Ruyan, Yue Zifeng, Guo Ran, Yi Zhikyu, Mo Nian, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan returned to the Dragon Blood Legion's side. Their opponents had retreated. Yu, seeing that Li Tiangshuan and the old man refused to even try to advise Long Chen, Jianing shouted, Dragon Blood Legion, as the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, I order you to come here. Ha ha ha, so the Dragon Blood Legion is full of cowards in the end. As soon as Jianing said this, someone opened his mouth to mock the Dragon Blood Legion and provoke them into staying behind. Even they can't act tough in front of true power. That person's final scream wasn't part of his provocation. It was because an arrow had struck him in the shoulder. That arrow's power wasn't very powerful, but now his entire body was turning black. Death energy spread throughout his body. The speaker was a traitor of the Martial Heaven Alliance. He hastily took out an antitoxin pill, but he could only bring it up to his mouth before his yuan spirit dissipated. Yu Ran sneered. A full bottle doesn't make a sound, but a half-full one splashes loudly. For people with half-empty heads who talk loudly, I will send you on the path of reincarnation for free. The experts present couldn't help being afraid of Yu Ran. His crossbow was absolutely terrifying, and it was like a life-reaping death god. No one wished to be his next target. Whatever toxin he had applied to his arrow, it was ridiculous. Even if someone did consume an antitoxin pill, they would probably still die. Furthermore, Guo Ran clearly had the ability to kill that person instantly with his attack, but he had instead used poison to make him suffer first. That viciousness gave others chills. Guo Ran turned to Jianing. Alliance head, we naturally have to listen to you. Our boss also wouldn't dare to ignore your words. However, our boss is our chief. We cannot go against his words. Boss has said that today we cannot submit to anyone. Even if the big boss of the heavens came, we have to beat him until he kneels. Jianing was infuriated. Even at this time, he was in a mood to talk glibly. Long Chen was fighting the Pill Fairy in the Brahma divine diagram. With the raging flames over there, Long Chen had no idea what was happening outside. Just at that moment, two flame-wrapped figures appeared outside the Brahma divine diagram. The flame dragon behind Long Chen roared, while the phoenix behind the Pill Fairy shook its wings, raising the flames around it. Neither of their auras had dropped in the slightest. The Pill Fairy icily stared at Long Chen. "There's no need for me to fight to the death with you right now. If you can survive today, we can settle our debts later." The Pill Fairy returned to her camp, leaving Long Chen to face the Sea Demon race alone. When the Pill Fairy returned to her side, she suddenly swayed, holding her head. "King Xuan, are you injured?" Xuanhuan immediately went toward her. "I'm fine." The Pill Fairy gave a cold reply before ignoring him. After forming hand seals, her divine mark on her forehead lit up. The divine halo behind her head brightened, and her pale face gradually recovered some color. Xuanhuan looked at the Pill Fairy helplessly. Ever since King Xuan had received the god's inheritance, she had grown colder and colder to him, her father. There even seemed to be some kind of hatred. Back then, when he had forced King Xuan to receive the god's inheritance, she had begged him with tears in her eyes not to go through with it. But he had hardened his heart and activated the inheritance ceremony. Ever since that time, King Xuan had never called him father. The daughter that had always wanted to be beside him whenever there was a chance had grown cold to him. The distance between them grew greater and greater. Looking at her icy back, Xuanhuan sighed and didn't say anything else. Everyone's focus was on Long Chen and the army of sea demons. The army of sea demons stretched beyond the horizon. The ones at the rear were like giant mountains. Seeing this army, people found it hard to breathe. The experts of the sea demon race slowly walked forward. At their front was a tall and muscular man with 6 horns on his head. He had shoulder-length hair, and there was a natural iciness to his face. His physical body was so powerful that it felt like his blood chi was about to explode. Just a glance from him was enough to turn someone cold. That man walked over to Long Chen and looked at him coldly. "I've heard of you. You are Long Chen, correct? Bring your attendants away or we'll kill you all." "Pow!" Long Chen's anger popped up before this man was even finished talking. His breath was disgusting, like rotting fish. Long Chen didn't even bother listening to what he was saying toward the end. He directly slapped him in the face. At this moment, Long Chen's divine ring was still present, so this slap contained immense power. The man from the sea demon race was sent flying and caught by the sea demons in the back. All the experts present, both friend and foe, were dumbfounded. Did Long Chen not even know who that person was? This slap was so resounding that it caused everyone's jaws to drop, including the old man's. Long Chen had even bigger guts than he did. Long Chen didn't deceive him. He had said that he wanted to go big and get his interest and capital back from the previous battle. Now it seemed that he had underestimated Long Chen's taste for vengeance. Was the sea demon race also within his calculations? "I don't dislike arrogant people, but I dislike people who are even more arrogant than me. If you have the guts, then why don't you try repeating what you just said Long Chen disdainfully. The man from the sea demon race immediately roared, "Kill them all." The man's manifestation appeared. Within it was a giant sea drake. "It's the 6-horned sea drake race." Seeing that giant sea drake, the senior experts immediately understood. This man came from the leading race of the sea demons. Although the experts of the martial heaven continent didn't know much about the sea demon race, they knew that the sea demon race was under the leadership of the 6-horned sea drake race. While crossing the sea, upon encountering any 6-horned sea drakes, you had to flee. If you fought, you would be surrounded by sea demons in an instant. Following the man from the 6-horned sea drake race, the other sea demons roared. The sky dimmed as the furious army of sea demons charged toward the Dragonblood Legion. Seeing how easily things fell into place, Xuanhuan and the others smiled. They could peacefully watch as the Dragonblood Legion was destroyed. Chapter 21, 90 Undefeatable Disposition. A bone trident tore through the void, bringing with it a fierce howl. The 6-horned sea serpent man was the first to attack. "Long Chen, your blasphemy toward the 6-horned sea serpent race will cause you and your human race to pay a huge price," said the 6-horned sea serpent man. He was an extremely young king amongst the 6-horned sea serpent race. He was the strongest expert from this generation of the sea demon race, and had come here today to show the world the power of the sea demon race and make sure no one dared to fight them. Unexpectedly, though, a little human not only refused to get out of his way, but actually struck him. Although he didn't know the insulting nature of a slap in the face, just the fact that Long Chen had struck him was infuriating enough. Boom! Long Chen's saber slashed into the bone trident. The ground beneath their feet exploded, and a huge chi wave soared into the sky. Long Chen was forced back 3 steps. He was caught by surprise by how curiously powerful this sea serpent was. I'll say it again, don't be a pig who only remembers feedings and not beatings. Listen to my words closely. If you want to live long, don't be arrogant in front of me. Pow! Long Chen's left hand swung through the air, slapping the sea serpent in the face once more. Last time, Long Chen's right hand had slapped the left side of his face, and now his left hand slapped the right side of his face. Balance was restored. The sea serpent went spinning through the air. Seeing the sea serpent man get slapped again, everyone's expressions changed, especially the people who had fought against Long Chen like Dongfeng Yuyang. The first slap had been too fast for them to see it clearly, but this time, they were prepared. This clearly ordinary slap had been refined into a divine art by Long Chen. Despite seeing it clearly, that sea serpent was unable to dodge it. The profundities behind Long Chen's slap had surpassed their understanding. It could even be said that it had reached the pinnacle of a Tao. The killing power of this move did not reside in the physical slap, but the pain of the mind. Kun Pengzi's expression was the darkest of all. He had been slapped in the face by Long Chen as well, and now he couldn't put it out of his mind. These supreme geniuses would rather be struck several times with a blade than be slapped in the face. The sea serpent man let out a heaven-shaking roar. Although he didn't understand the humiliating aspect of a face slap, having fallen for it twice still caused his fury to soar. One of the horns on his head began to shine, and his aura leaped a whole level. Then a second horn also lit up. 4 of his horns lit up one by one, his aura growing every time. It was like one seal after another was being undone within his body. A heart-clenching air rose out of the sea serpent. Seeing this, Long Chen didn't dare to tarry. He summoned the azure dragon battle armor and a resounding dragon cry rang out. He shot toward the sea serpent. As the two of them repeatedly clashed in the air, the sea serpent suddenly roared, "Bastard, how can you possess true dragon might?" As soon as Long Chen had summoned the azure dragon battle armor, the 6-horned sea serpent had immediately felt a spiritual and bloodline suppression. This azure dragon reverse scale came from the martial heaven sea ring. Did you not know of its existence? Asked Long Chen curiously. So it was you who barged into the forbidden zone. The sea serpent came to a sudden realization. The azure dragon reverse scale had been in the sea for countless years. It had been noticed by the sea demon race many years ago, and the 6-horned sea serpent race had attempted to subdue it several times. However, they had been given a painful lesson as many of their top experts had their lives taken by the scale. Those who had dared to challenge the azure dragon reverse scale had been the strongest members of the 6-horned sea serpent race, the overlords of the sea demon race. However, 39 experts of that level had died. There was even one of the leaders of the 6-horned sea serpent race who had died to it before fully transmitting their abilities to the next, resulting in 2 divine abilities being lost. Having been given a painful lesson, the 6-horned sea serpent race had made the area around the azure dragon reverse scale a forbidden region. Even sea demons from other races did not dare to approach it. That place was a nightmare for them for many years. Now that Long Chen had summoned the azure dragon reverse scale, the sea serpent felt an immense pressure. Then, hearing that it was the result of the azure dragon reverse scale, he almost exploded in rage. The 6-horned sea serpent race was the descendant of the 6-horned water dragon and the heavenly unicorn sea serpent. The heavenly unicorn sea serpent had been an ancient beast with a powerful bloodline, and after mating with the 6-horned water dragon, it had resulted in the 6-horned sea serpent race, a race inheriting the divine abilities of both those 2 races. As a result, they also had dragon blood flowing within them. Hence, this sea serpent felt an even greater suppression from Long Chen than the Xuanhuan beasts. "Damn you, I'll tear you to pieces," roared the sea serpent man. Thinking of how 39 of his race's peak experts had died in a vain attempt to subdue something that a human in the life star realm had subdued made him crazy. This was an absolute humiliation. "Then work hard. With your current level of power, it'll be very hard for you to achieve your grand aspiration," said Long Chen, repeatedly slashing Evil Moon. However, while Long Chen looked calm, he was shocked inside by how powerful this 6-horned sea serpent was. Based on Long Chen's estimates, the The bloodline suppression should make it so that this sea serpent man could only use a maximum of 80% of his power, but this 80% was enough for him to attack so strongly that Long Chen's arms tingled. The six-horned sea serpent man's true power was much greater than Kong Pengzi, S and the others. As Long Chen fought his opponent, the Dragonblood Legion also started fighting the other sea demons. "Brothers, the meat has come." Xuanhuan laughed and repeatedly shot his crossbow. Every arrow exploded amongst the army of sea demons, shooting out countless spikes. Even the sea demons with their tough scales and plate armor were unable to block those sharp spikes. Blood flew everywhere. Some spikes went through 5 or 6 bodies before running out of power. Xia Chen is amazing. These piercing runes are monstrous. These were new arrows that Xuanhuan had made, with Xia Chen applying special runes to them. They were made of the finest divine materials. Every arrow killed hundreds of sea demons. The satisfying feeling Xuanhuan got made him cry out excitedly. However, the sea demons were endless and fast. Xuanhuan only had time to shoot a dozen arrows before they arrived. Dragonblood Brothers are killing formation. Brothers and sisters of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race protect the skies. Brothers of the Mo family attack from the rear. Brothers of the heaven-splitting battle sect, there's nothing for you to do. You can just shout and cheer. Xuanhuan quickly made arrangements for the warriors. The Dragonblood Legion's arc formation covered everyone, while the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows guarded the sky and Mogate's arrows shot from the back. Their entire formation was like an iron board. As for the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples, there truly was nothing for them to do. If they stepped forward, it would affect the Dragonblood Legion's formation. Temporarily, they could only watch. Bao Buping and Chang Hao were irritated, but they also knew that now was not the time for them to take action. Sword chi, arrows, divine abilities, they rained down upon the sea demons. They were slaughtered rapidly. Seeing this, Bao Buping said, "Fine, these little shrimps aren't worth us attacking. When the big fish come, we'll go up." "This little bastard, when did he learn to talk big? When he gets back, I'll properly correct him," cursed the old man, but he was smiling. The Dragonblood Legion's formation was seamless and incredibly powerful. The sea demon army was repeatedly forced back, leaving behind mountains of corpses. The Dragonblood Legion's sword chi possessed a sharpness unique to sword cultivators, but in truth, it was impossible for Yue Zifeng to transmit his sword Dao to everyone. Furthermore, his comprehensions were his own and not suitable for others. Their terrifying sword chi was the result of the runes on their swords. Xia Chen had set up those runes to create an imitation of Yue Zifeng's sword Dao. Xia Chen had spent many years researching this kind of sword Dao rune. However, back then, he hadn't had enough money, and his research had not borne fruit. After encountering Long Chen, he no longer had that restriction, and there was also a genius like Yue Zifeng whom he could model the sword chi after. This resulted in him finally coming up with this sword chi rune. While creating their armor and swords, he had also modified the sword chi runes on them to mix with the Dragonblood warrior's power, so that they could unleash a terrifying attack similar to the sword chi of sword cultivators. This sight made the experts from Pill Valley and the other powers sigh with relief that they hadn't charged in like this. Otherwise, they really would have taken hideous losses. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking rang out. The chi flow streams began to gush wildly. "The third wave is starting. Everyone, attack your bottlenecks," people began to shout. This was the moment they had all been waiting for. This was the best time to absorb the chi flow to break through their barriers. Chapter 21, 91 Hatred and Forgiveness. The chi flow streams grew stronger. The very essence of the world was flowing through them. The various leaders of the factions on the Martial Heaven continent began to shout, ordering their disciples to absorb as much of the chi flow as possible. The disciples within the streams of chi flow then attacked the barriers between them and the next realm. In an instant, countless people broke through, their auras rising. Within the chi flow streams, their advancements were incredibly easy. The Pill Fairy, Kun Pengzi, Tian Zizi, Zhu Luocha, and the others also started breaking through. In just 3 breaths' time, they went from the first heaven stage of life star to the second. "Long Chen, if you won't let us absorb the chi flow, then you should also give up on absorbing it as well. In the worst case, we'll just return to the Martial Heaven Sea Ring and absorb it, while you will have missed your chance," declared the 6-horned sea serpent man. He was barely able to keep up with Long Chen due to the bloodline suppression, making him angry enough to cough up blood. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but there was the dragon blood suppression. How foolish! Did you drink too much seawater that your brain rotted? Do you think we didn't come prepared? Long Chen suddenly forced him back and took out a medicinal pill, popping it into his mouth. Heavens, that's a top-grade 11th tier pill. He's just stuffing them into his mouth. All the seniors from every faction stared in shock at Long Chen as he began to consume medicinal pills while fighting. Furthermore, they were all top-grade 11th tier pills. Actually, they were also tribulation pills, but Long Chen had covered up that fact. Top-grade pills might be shocking, but if they were also tribulation pills, that would drive people insane. An explosion came from within Long Chen's body. His 108,000 stars began to grow rapidly, and he stepped into the second heaven stage of Life Star. With Long Chen advancing, his power grew, causing him to suppress the six-horned sea serpent man even more. In the first heaven stage, Long Chen hadn't had much of an advantage over him, but after reaching the second heaven stage, his 108,000 stars had doubled in size. His astral power and spiritual yuan had grown. Seeing Long Chen eat those incredibly precious pills like they were candy and his aura continuously rising, the six-horned sea serpent man finally gave up. Bastard, just wait. With a swing of his trident, he retreated. See, demon race, hear my orders, follow me. Giving up on Long Chen, he went to a nearby chi flow stream. If you don't want to die, then scram. This chi flow stream contained hundreds of thousands of disciples from the righteous path. However, they were disciples of the sects that had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance. Seeing the sea demon army turn their sights on them, they turned green. They weren't the Dragonblood Legion and didn't dare to fight the sea demon race. They would be killed in just a few breaths' time, so they could only obediently leave. After leaving, they were lost. The surrounding chi flow streams had been occupied by the other top forces of the continent. The closest one to them was Pill Valley Stream, but the disciples inside glared at them menacingly. They clearly would not welcome them. On the other side was the corrupt path stream, and there was even less chance that they could go there. The disciples from the neutral factions looked at them scornfully, also not accepting traitors. The ancient races, the Xuanhuan beasts, the ancient family alliance always treated them coldly. They wouldn't share their chi flow streams with them. There were some smaller streams, but they were unwilling to go there. They were lost. The world was so big, but there was nowhere for them to go. They felt like they had lost their home. The sea demon race had forcibly occupied their territory, and they didn't even dare to make a sound. They felt like the world had discarded them. Come here. After all, we were once a family. Once the chi flow eruption is over, you can leave again. Yi Lingshan's voice rang out, causing those disciples' hearts to shake. They stared at her in disbelief. They had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance, so they hadn't expected that the Martial Heaven Alliance would extend a hand to them. Furthermore, for Yi Lingshan to say they had once been family, they were too ashamed to even go. Just come. If you miss this chance, you'll be too weak. When the powerful enemies come, how will you protect the people you want to protect? The righteous path is a family. Although you've left the Martial Heaven Alliance, you are still disciples of the righteous path. We fight for justice to protect the people we love. Even though our paths are different, our goals are the same. Come, said Yi Lingshan. Even Jianing was shocked that Yi Lingshan would say such a thing. Yi Lingshan had always detested the sects that had betrayed them, but now she was actually inviting them over. Jianing slowly smiled. She now saw another kind of charisma from Yi Lingshan. She had grown up. The disciples behind Yi Lingshan weren't quite happy. They also hated these traitors, but they endured it and didn't say anything. At this moment, Yu Zion's expression changed as he thought of something. I, Zhao Qingyun, swear before all the experts of the world to rejoin the Martial Heaven Alliance. I pledge my undying loyalty to Sister Lingshan. If I betray this oath, let me forever be damned to hell and never reincarnate. One disciple took the lead, tearing off the mark of his sect from his robes and walking over to the Martial Heaven Alliance's side. Following that disciple, countless other disciples also swore their loyalty and rushed over to the Martial Heaven Alliance's side. Yu Zion immediately shouted, "Don't be impetuous, you can come to Pill Valley Stream." Fuck your Pill Valley, don't think you can con me any longer. I can see your true face now. All that nonsense about thinking about the Martial Heaven continent and the lives on the continent was bullshit. Go home and eat shit, shouted one disciple amongst the crowd. Li Kang, get back here. Are you not going to listen to your master's words? Shouted one elder at his disciple. A person with no morals who can be bought by Pill Valley isn't fit to be my master. Having kowtowed to your sect is my life's greatest shame, responded that disciple. If it weren't for you, How could we end up in such a position, abandoned by everyone? Li Kang then tore off an arm. I, Li Kang, hereby sever my ties with the Clear Sea Gate. This arm was a medal of my sect, but today I swear to never use it again. A rune sealed the wound, making sure it wouldn't regrow. That disciple's actions moved countless righteous experts. He actually destroyed the grace that his sect had given him. It could be seen just how disappointed he was in his sect and master. Many of the disciples on the Martial Heaven Alliance's side felt their hatred vanish after seeing that display. They suddenly thought of a certain thing. Those sects that had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance were led by the sect leaders. Their disciples were mostly innocent. To be a disciple receiving a master's kindness was not something light. Cutting that tie could not be done casually. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples started to feel sympathy for them. Li Kang was immediately embraced by another expert. That person said, "Brother, welcome home. All the people here are your life and death brothers." Li Kang was so moved that he wept, warming other people's hearts. Hundreds of thousands of disciples now joined the Martial Heaven Alliance's side. No matter how their elders shouted or cursed at them, not one of them left. Lingshan's kindness had won them over. They swore to themselves that even if they had to die, they would not betray the Martial Heaven Alliance. The old man and Jianying exchanged a smile. Lingshan had a different style than Jianying, but she was also capable of making people fervently loyal to her. Lingshan looked at Long Chen and saw him wink at her and raise a thumb. Lingshan smiled. Just now, Long Chen had given her a nudge to do this. At that time, she had felt a bit unwilling because she truly did hate traitors, but now she understood. The label of traitor couldn't be tacked onto just anyone. Using just her heart to judge things would give her a skewed vision. These new disciples all looked at her with eyes full of gratitude and warmth. That was an extremely moving feeling. "Steady yourselves. Don't get too emotional or you'll miss out on this chance. Quickly break through your shackles," reminded Lingshan. "Yes." All the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples, old and new, cried out in unison. Finally, there was a sense of unity amongst them. With every blink of an eye, thousands of experts broke through a realm. "Not good," Jianying's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 2192 Crazy Advancements. "What is it?" asked the old man and the others. "The Dragonblood Legion's warriors have raised their cultivation bases very high. The majority have even reached the 5th or 6th heaven stage. They only have a limited amount of room to grow, while many of the disciples in the other powers are still in the 1st heaven stage. When everyone has reached the 9th heaven stage, there will be a large gap between them," said Jianying. The old man nodded. This truly was a problem, but at this time, there was no way to change anything. At first, no one had known when the Chi Flow eruption would occur. Was it really possible to not cultivate all that time? What if the eruption didn't occur for 100 years? Were they supposed to wait a century? Everyone had only stopped cultivating when the phenomenon indicating that the Chi Flow eruption was coming had occurred. However, many of the Martial Heaven continent's experts had reached the 4th or 5th heaven stage before that. Some people had even reached the 8th. Who were those people supposed to complain to? Every advancement you made within the Chi Flow stream would give you a huge boost in power. It would strengthen your manifestation and astral space. If one person made one advancement and another person made 8 advancements, a huge power gap would appear between them. That was what Jianying was worried about. In the current battle, the Dragonblood warriors had an advantage with their cultivation bases. But once everyone's cultivation bases rose in the Chi Flow stream, that advantage would become a disadvantage. "Don't worry, this is a problem Long Chen has definitely thought of. He has all kinds of crazy ideas," said the old man. All the experts in the Chi Flow streams were doing their best to blast through the heaven stages. They were like people about to die of thirst, a thirst that could only be quenched by absorbing the Chi Flow. "Dongfeng Yuyang has reached the 5th heaven stage. He's so fast," exclaimed someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance. To go from the 1st heaven stage to the 5th heaven stage, Dongfeng Yuyang had only used half an incense stick's worth of time. Long Chen had also reached the 4th heaven stage, but will he really be all right? Jianying's voice shuddered. In the distance, Long Chen was stuffing medicinal pills into his mouth with both hands. Sometimes he would choke and need a mouthful of wine to stuff the pills down. Even someone with as much experience as Jianying shivered. The power of top-grade 11th tier pills was not to be underestimated. Not even the body of a Xuanhuan beast would be able to endure so many. Long Chen hadn't stopped stuffing his face since the start. That appearance was too shocking. Where did he get so many medicinal pills from? People were both shocked and envious. All those medicinal pills had been used up by Long Chen. For others, a top-grade 11th tier pill would be a priceless treasure. Some people had prepared one or two of those pills and had yet to consume them because they were saving them for the final breakthrough to the ninth heaven stage. On the other hand, Long Chen was consuming such treasures like they were food. People guessed that it was due to the support of the Hegemon sect. In the distance, the Hegemon sect's disciples were spread out, standing within the unremarkable small streams of chi flow. Without paying attention, they almost seemed invisible. The Hegemon sect didn't wish to fight. They had brought hundreds of thousands of disciples, all very low-key. They were quietly absorbing the chi flow from the outer streams. Fuck, how can they be so fast? Long Chen was raging inside as he crazily consumed pills. His cultivation base had reached the 5th heaven stage, but Dongfeng Yuyang and the others had reached the 7th. He was already going as fast as he could. The swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability that Evil Moon had given him was at max power. The pills he was consuming were all top-grade tribulation pills. If it was anyone else, consuming 10 at the same time would make them explode from the energy inside. Those pills were being sucked into his body like a flood. His 108,000 astral spaces grew larger and larger, but even like this, he wasn't able to keep up with Dongfeng Yuyang and the others. This was Long Chen's fastest advancement throughout history. With his divine ring behind him, the chi flow was rapidly being absorbed. Although he couldn't sense the blessing of the heavens, he could feel the energy of the chi flow mixing with the medicinal energy, multiplying his speed. Faster, faster, faster. Long Chen was starting to panic. If the chi flow eruption came to an end, he would not get a chance to advance so quickly anymore. In that case, Dongfeng Yuyang and the others would have reached the Nether Passage realm, while he would be stuck in the Life Star realm. I have to go all out. Long Chen suddenly took out a barrel that was filled with Life Star pills, all top grade. Others almost ran over to snatch that barrel from his hands when they saw those pills. After that, Long Chen poured all those pills into his mouth. Does he want to die? Cried one of the elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Rumbling rang out within Long Chen's body. The clothes on his upper body exploded, revealing his seemingly thin but extremely powerful body. His blood vessels began to bulge visibly under his skin. It was even possible to see his blood flowing rapidly within him. The sound of his blood was like 10,000 horses stampeding. HMPH, using external force is just a crooked cheat. He'll be the one to suffer in the end, sneered someone. Throughout all of history, no one had dared to consume so many pills at the same time. Perhaps Long Chen did have some secret art to absorb those pills, but using external force to explosively grow one's power like this was not in accordance with the heavenly Taos. There would definitely be some issues in the future. The Dragon Blood warriors quickly reached the 9th heaven stage. At that point, they could no longer continue advancing. Upon reaching the 9th heaven stage, it was time to attempt breaking through to Nether Passage. Before that, though, they needed some time to comprehend life and death energy. If they went straight to the full circle of Life Star, they wouldn't be leaving themselves enough time for that comprehension. Their cultivation base would then surpass their mental realm. That was a great taboo of cultivation. The Dragon Blood warriors opened their eyes and felt their new power coursing through their veins. In particular, their astral spaces were many times larger than before. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's disciples had also advanced. Contrary to humans, the Xuanhuan beasts' advancements mostly focused on their physical body and purifying their bloodlines. The higher their cultivation bases grew, the purer their bloodlines became. The stronger they were, the stronger their descendants would be. Many of their powerful divine abilities could be transmitted through their bloodlines, which could benefit their descendants. Amongst the Dragon Blood Legion, there was one person that was particularly special. From the start, he had just been sitting there, his head drooping. At this time, there was a sonorous snoring sound coming from him. Even at this time, he can sleep. Wilda's really innocent. Guo Ran felt a bit of envy. Wilda didn't feel the slightest nervousness about sleeping here. Perhaps he was the one with the happiest life. After eating his fill, Wilda usually fell asleep. When he woke, he usually ate. Due to a lack of battles, he had managed to save up plenty of rations. He was now in a cycle of eating and sleeping and eating. During this process, his body continued to get stronger. Even sitting, he was almost as tall as everyone standing. His aura only continued to grow more terrifying. Everyone in the Dragon Blood Legion envied him. All Wilda had to do was eat and sleep while they cultivated as if their lives depended on it. Long Chen continued taking out more and more barrels of medicinal pills, making people crazy. They suspected that they were in a dream. Since when did the Martial Heaven continent have so many top-grade 11th tier pills? Every barrel had to contain several 100,000 top-grade pills. Most rank 9 Celestials didn't even have one such pill. Only Empyreans with awakened manifestations were qualified to possess one or two such pills. Most of those pills had been purchased from Pill Valley and the Huyan sect at a high price. They had been prepared specifically for the Chi Flow eruption. Long Chen's cultivation base soared. He went straight to the 6th, 7th, 8th, and then 9th heaven stage. At the 9th heaven stage, blood began to leak out of his skin. This crazy advancement was too much for his body. Ignoring that, he continued consuming pills. His eyes were scarlet, looking like he had gone insane. This was a sign of pill toxins overwhelming him. It was sometimes said that top-grade pills didn't have pill toxins and could be consumed without worry. However, in reality, every pill was part medicine and part poison. Even top-grade pills were not an exception. It was just that their toxic effect was so small that it was usually irrelevant. Eating one could be ignored, but eating hundreds of thousands all at once made it significant. As those pills, toxins accumulated, they only grew worse. However, Long Chen had no time to expel those toxins. Others were done upon reaching the 9th heaven stage, but he was. The final 3 heaven stages of the 9-star Hegemon body art were the ones that required the most energy. He continued taking out barrels. Suddenly, an explosion came from his body and his skin split open. Blood covered his body. Upon reaching the 10th heaven stage, his body immediately began to fall apart. But he didn't stop. "Long Chen, have you gone crazy? You have to stop," shouted Jianying. Long Chen indicated to her not to worry and continued stuffing himself with pills. At this time, several terrifying auras rose. Dongfeng Yuyang and the others had advanced to the 9th heaven stage of Life Star. Dongfeng Yuyang, Ximen Tiangsheng, Kun Pengzi Tianzizi Shiling Feng, Zhu Liuacha Nangong Zuyu Beideng Rushuang, all the experts on that level had advanced. Mo Nian had as well. However, compared to other people, their advancements were a bit different. Their manifestations began to transform. Their manifestations became full of life and color. Spirit blood activates, talent awakens, manifestation achieves spirituality. Chapter 21, 93 12th Heaven Stage of Life Star. Hehasa. Shiling Feng laughed wildly as a giant figure stood behind him. That was an expert of the stone race covered in crystals. There was a third eye on his forehead. His gaze was icy, and a terrifying pressure came from him. The three-eyed stone emperor Shi Changsheng. The senior generation cried out as they recognized the person within Shiling Feng's manifestation. That was Shi Changsheng. Stone forest manifests long life. Shiling Feng shouted. His manifestation rumbled as immense power shot out of it. Mountains collapsed, and even the Chi Flow stream he was in twisted. When Shiling Feng shouted the name of his manifestation, the wind and clouds flickered. A sacred energy came from Shiling Feng. At this time, Long Chen wasn't paying attention to anything outside himself. He was still crazily consuming pills. Another explosion came from his body, and his flesh split open. The 11th heaven stage, good, I hope I can make it in time. Long Chen's eyes were red as the pill toxins grew worse, but without hesitation, he consumed more pills. These pills had been refined by the moon and star refining furnace. The more pills it refined, the greater its power grew. Several new runes had activated within it. The runes could create 9 smaller furnaces within it, allowing it to refine 9 furnaces of pills at one time. During the past few days, Long Chen hadn't done anything other than refining Life Star pills. Now they finally had a use. However, after reaching the 9th heaven stage, Long Chen suppressed his aura, not allowing others to sense his aura continuing to explode. Otherwise, they would suspect something about his 9-star Hegemon body art. As a result of suppressing his aura, the impact on his body worsened, making each advancement cause an even greater pressure on his body. Dongfeng Yuyang and the others' auras transformed. Heaven and earth were shaking due to their existence. Even amongst the heavenly geniuses present, they were clearly marked as the true favorites of the world, the future rulers of the continent. The Chi flow streams had yet to stop, but they were starting to show signs of weakening. The Chi flow eruption was nearing its end. When people looked toward the sea demon race, their hearts shook. There were actually 5 experts amongst the sea demons who had similar auras as Ximon Tianxing and the others. Their spirit blood had been activated. However, those 5 didn't move after activating their spirit blood. They simply stood guard over the 6-horned sea serpent man. His eyes were closed, and it seemed he was still a bit away from reaching full power. Seeing that Long Chen still focused on advancing, a cold light appeared in Shi Lingfeng's eyes. He suddenly shot over to the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen, I can't wait any longer. I'll take your head right now. Shi Lingfeng shot over on his own. The ground split open as Li Qi and Song Minjuan both summoned an earth giant. The 2 earth giants swung giant hammers at Shi Lingfeng. Scram, in front of my current self you are just 2 ants. Golden light radiated out of Shi Lingfeng. He punched, and the figure within his manifestation also punched. A giant fist landed, shattering space. The immense power blew apart the earth giants before the first even touched them. Li Qi and Song Minjuan's expressions changed. They began to summon one giant earth wall after another. The earthen walls were destroyed one by one. A total of 118 of them were blown through before that single fist's power was exhausted. Is this the power of activating one's spirit blood and fully awakening a heaven's soul manifestation? People were shocked by this scene. The current Shi Lingfeng could no longer be compared to the old Shi Lingfeng. A prerequisite to activating a heaven's soul manifestation is activating the spirit blood. Only with the spirit blood awakened is it possible to connect to a heaven's soul manifestation. Now, not only has Shi Lingfeng awakened the power of his bloodline, but he can also use the Stone Emperor's divine abilities through his manifestation. There might not be anyone who can stop him, sighed another person. Have a taste of another punch. Shi Lingfeng attacked once more. Boom! This time the fist exploded halfway there. It was blown to bits by an arrow. Even receiving 100 punches would be no problem. Mo Nian had stepped forward. The 2 figures within his manifestation were finally clear. They were 2 handsome men with sharp eyes. The 2 of them didn't seem to be emitting any fluctuations or giving off any sense of danger, but the laws of heaven and earth were drawn to them. The bow in Mo Nian's hand began to buzz. At some unknown time, a pair of arm protectors with gloves that didn't cover his fingers had appeared on his arms. The black bracers had blood-colored runes pulsing on them in accordance with his manifestation. Mo Nian pulled back the bowstring, and a translucent arrow appeared. A giant whirlpool showed up around Mo Nian. In the instant that he pulled back the bowstring, all the surrounding baleful chi was absorbed by his arrow. Mulgate hidden dual sages. Mo Nian's manifestation shook. His arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. Shi Lingfeng had no chance to dodge it. The energy of heaven and earth had locked this arrow onto him. With a shout, he crossed his arms in front of him. The figure within his manifestation also crossed its arms. Mo Nian's arrow smashed into both sets of arms. Shi Lingfeng was forced back, leaving a long ditch in the ground. This is the power of a heaven's soul manifestation. It's too powerful. Just being struck by the outer edges is enough to destroy us. Other Empyreans stared in shock at this power. Mo Nian immediately pulled back his bowstring and unleashed another arrow. Hey! All the experts were shocked. Was this terrifying arrow just a casual attack? Was it nothing more than an ordinary attack for the current Mo Nian? Was he really human? Boom! Shi Lingfeng smashed his fist forward, blasting apart the arrow, but he was forced back 9 steps, the earth crumbling with each step. Some weaker people in the chi flow streams in his path were forced to flee upon seeing him stumbling into their area. Mo Nian, I didn't expect your Mo family would transform 2 skeletons into your Mo Gate's inherited manifestation. How laughable. Zhu Luocha tottered over to Mo Nian, her meteor hammer in her hand. Mo Nian's expression immediately darkened, a vein pulsing on his forehead. The Blood Emperor's family is full of ungrateful pieces of shit. If I don't slaughter you today, I won't be called Mo Nian. Multiple arrows shot out. The Mo family is just a dog my Zhu family raised. If you were obedient, we'd treat you well. If you weren't, then we'd kill you for meat. What's wrong with that? Zhu Luocha sneered. An imposing man with a crown on his head appeared within her manifestation, unleashing a wave of divine might. She smashed her meteor hammer at him. Following Zhu Luocha, all the ancient family alliance's disciples were forced to flee. Powerful explosions shook the sky as the meteor hammer blasted through the arrows. Some of the slower disciples to run were blown away, coughing up blood. Slut, I'll definitely kill you today. Mo Nian roared, truly infuriated. 10,000 arrows shot out of his bow, raining down on Zhu Luocha. Zhu Luocha was enveloped by the rain of arrows, but even from within that rain of arrows, she sent her meteor hammer smashing toward Mo Nian. As Mo Nian and Zhu Luocha began a berserk fight, Shi Lingfeng rushed back, going toward Long Chen, who was still consuming pills. Kill Long Chen together. Tian Zizi also stepped forward. Unexpectedly, a divine halo appeared behind his head. A divine sun. Shocked cries rang out. After awakening his heaven's soul manifestation, Tian Zizi had actually gained the approval of the corrupt god and was blessed by the divine halo, turning him into the corrupt path's divine sun. Kun Pengzi and Dongfeng Yuyang also took action, taking advantage of this time. The curious thing was that Ximen Tianxiong, who had previously attacked, was now just quietly looking at Long Chen, seeming to be thinking about something. "Boss isn't ready yet. We'll win time for him," said Xuanhuan solemnly. "No need, I'm done." Suddenly, Long Chen stopped stuffing pills into his mouth. Just at this moment, the chi flow stream slowed down and faded away. The earth closed once more. "Boss." Xuanhuan and the others were shocked by Long Chen's current state. He was covered in blood, and even his bones were exposed in several spots. His eyes were fiery red, and his aura was completely unstable. It looked like he might explode at any moment. "I'm fine, fall back to the exit. I'll handle things here." Long Chen's voice was so hoarse that it was almost unrecognizable. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the dragon-blood warriors jumped onto the backs of the cloud, chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows. They retreated, leaving only Long Chen. "Die!" Tian Zizi, Kun Pengzi, Shi Lingfeng, and Dongfeng Yuyang attacked at the same time. Streaks of divine light shot at Long Chen. Scram! Long Chen suddenly let out a furious roar that was like thunder. A berserk aura erupted out of his control. Chapter 21, 94 Shocking World Energy. Dongfeng Yuyang had barely gotten close to Long Chen when a terrifying chi wave blasted them back. It was like a star had exploded, and the four of them were unable to resist. "What?" The four of them were shocked, and their first guess as to what had just happened was that Long Chen had exploded. Otherwise, there was no way that just his aura could force them back. The others watching were also stunned. Chi waves continued to surge out of Long Chen with such power that the laws of the heavenly Taos crumbled around him. In that instant, Long Chen seemed to be isolated by the rest of the world. Without a heaven's soul manifestation, without the support of the heavenly Taos, without any aura of some ancient power, how does he possess such might? It seems to be pure world energy, but how could his world energy be so terrifying? If it really is pure world energy, then his astral space has to be unimaginably big. It can actually go against the laws of the martial heaven continent. All kinds of guesses were made. Long Chen's power could only be described as terrifying. From ancient times to now, there had never been a case of someone whose world energy could reach such a level. Long Chen spread his arms and roared. A blast of power caused the world to collapse around him. The collapsed space spread as if he was hammering it over and over again. Tian Zizi, Kun Pengzi, Shi Lingfeng, and Dongfeng Yuyang were forced to back further away. 12 blasts came from Long Chen's body. Standing within a giant hole, Long Chen looked like a devil god. His eyes were scarlet and his black hair whipped around him. 108,000 stars within his body had linked up into one giant starry diagram. With it, he felt as if he controlled the power of a whole cosmos. Every star had grown to a size of 300,000 miles. When he advanced to the 12th heaven stage, his power could no longer be controlled, and he was forced to allow it to explode outside of him. It was like a dam being released, and as his power blasted out of him, he felt a sense of relief. "I refuse to believe this," Shi Lingfeng roared. Long Chen was actually more powerful, more terrifying than before. He could not accept this. The Stone Emperor within his manifestation unleashed a punch at Long Chen. "You can refuse to believe it, but you'll have to believe this." Long Chen smiled. The world trees in his primal chaos space rapidly withered as he drew out their life energy to heal. He only managed to fully recover when they were completely withered. "My physical body is now so strong that the world trees aren't able to keep up anymore." Long Chen clenched his fist. The growth of his astral spaces had forced his physical body to also become stronger. He quickly put on a new set of black robes made personally by Chu Yao. In his new robes, he looked even more striking. Boom! Long Chen didn't accumulate any power and just let out a simple punch. It was no magical art or battle skill. It was a simple punch backed by the power overflowing from him. However, this simple punch brought with it the sound of heaven and earth collapsing. This was a power that exceeded people's understanding. Long Chen's punch not only blasted through the fist from the figure in Shi Lingfeng's manifestation, but it also struck Shi Lingfeng's fist. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Shi Lingfeng's arm exploded, all the way up to his shoulder. Long Chen quickly followed up with a kick to Shi Lingfeng's abdomen, and the latter screamed. A hole appeared in his abdomen and golden blood flowed out. He shot back like a cannonball. Shi Lingfeng's manifestation stamped on the ground, trying to stabilize him, but Long Chen's power was so great that he continued flipping through the air. After flipping 3 times, Shi Lingfeng finally managed to stop. He had just barely stabilized himself with his manifestation when Long Chen appeared next to him like a gust of wind, unleashing another simple punch. With just one arm, Shi Lingfeng didn't dare to block it. He slammed a palm on the ground, while his manifestation unleashed another punch. He flew away. However, he was prepared this time and his other arm regrew. He formed hand seals. Earth energy, heavenly stone source, stone ramparts raised the heavens. His manifestation stamped on the ground, and one giant stone wall after another appeared. There were 36 of them buying him time. Long Chen shot through the stone walls. Those incredibly tough and thick walls were like piles of flour in front of him. A black shadow passed through them. The 36 stone walls were instantly pierced through. Long Chen's foot stamped onto Shi Lingfeng's chest, so hard that a bulge appeared on his back. His body was almost stamped through. Shi Lingfeng was sent flying once more. Everyone was flabbergasted as they saw Long Chen completely crush Shi Lingfeng. Heaven-defying, absolutely heaven-defying. Is Long Chen really human? Shi Lingfeng had activated his spirit blood and connected to his manifestation. His power had soared, yet he was still beaten by Long Chen to the point of being unable to retaliate. Stone Emperor Spirit Bloodline summons. Shi Lingfeng roared. Golden blood flowed out of his nose, eyes, ears, and mouth, turning his entire body golden. The figure within his manifestation rumbled and gradually merged with him. Shi Lingfeng's aura became ancient and domineering. He's actually igniting his spirit blood. Startled cries rang out. Shi Lingfeng had managed to revitalize his spirit blood, so it was no longer like the ordinary spirit blood of other experts. It contained the power of his inheritance and was incomparably precious. This kind of spirit blood was not replenishable. Every bit he used up would be gone forever. Once he used it all up, he would never be able to connect to his manifestation again. Shi Lingfeng let out a bestial roar that created waves in the surrounding space. Long Chen, I'll tear your corpse to pieces. This grand aspiration is something you'll never achieve in this lifetime. Long Chen faced the golden Shi Lingfeng directly. Long Chen's fist struck Shi Lingfeng's wild attack and caused the ground to sink. Support Shi Lingfeng. Dongfeng Yuyang immediately rushed over, getting a bad feeling upon seeing that even while igniting his spirit blood, Shi Lingfeng was unable to beat Long Chen. Once Shi Lingfeng's spirit blood was used up, there would be no chance of defeating Long Chen. Dongfeng Yuyang rushed over with his spear and shield. An ancient aura spread out of him. Kun Pengzi and Tian Zizi also attacked. Kun Pengzi's Kunpeng manifestation became golden, and divine light flowed from it into Kun Pengzi's body. His lightning halberd rumbled. Tian Zizi's divine halo glowed. The corrupt god's figure within his manifestation also enveloped Tian Zizi in divine light. An evil air unfurled. With just a wave of his hand, death filled the air. Boom! The 4 of them attacked at the same time, causing heaven and earth to collapse. However, what shocked everyone was that all 4 of them shot back, coughing up blood. A pillar of light was at the center of their battlefield. That sight reminded people of the Qi flow streams. However, this pillar of light centered around Long Chen. His divine ring spun rapidly. The 5-point star within the divine ring had been replaced with a 6-sided design. The 6-sided design had 5 bright stars and 1 very dim star. The dim star was the Nethergate star that he had just recently condensed. This star had yet to go through the 9-star transformations, and so he was unable to summon the true 6-star battle armor. However, just its existence was enough to make Long Chen's aura grow explosively. Long Chen took 8 steps through the air, each step causing his aura to grow more and more. At the 8th step, he raised his saber, split the heavens 8. A black saber image fell from the 9 heavens like a black river of stars, bringing with it endless destructive power. Dongfeng Yuyang's expression changed. Long Chen's attack was targeted on him. A ruthless expression appeared on his face. He put away his spear and shield. Pressing his palms together, the Dongfeng family's ancient castle appeared in the air. Chapter 21, 95. No one can stop him. Dongfeng Yuyang had summoned the Dongfeng family's treasure, the astral ancient castle. The giant castle immediately lit up, and the formation at the heart of the castle unleashed a wave of light. This castle was a battle fort that had only been used during the most intense battles of history. That was because the cost of using it was too great. Although Dongfeng Yuyang had used it before, he had only utilized some of its simple functions. But now, he was activating its true defense, which came at a huge cost. Boom! Long Chen's saber struck the ancient castle, causing ripples to spread in every direction. Even the people in the distance felt suffocated in the face of that pressure. The ground cracked in every direction. However, Long Chen's attack was unable to damage the ancient castle. Boss, this ancient castle has countless formations supporting it and an endless source of energy. You can't break it, messaged Chen. This battle fort was used for large-scale battles. Hence, there was a huge amount of energy stored inside it. Without exhausting all that energy, it would not break. Then I'll hit it until it breaks. Long Chen slashed his saber once more. Just from Dongfeng Yuyang and the other experts of the Dongfeng family's pained expressions, he could tell that the cost of using this ancient castle was extremely high. Boom! Once more, his attack was unable to cause any damage. He had barely unleashed his attack when Kun Pengzi's sharp attack came from the side. Scram! Long Chen slashed Evil Moon to the side, sending Kun Pengzi flying. Kun Pengzi was appalled by Long Chen's destructive power. Just that one swing caused him to almost cough up blood. How could this happen? I've awakened and inherited heaven's soul manifestation. How am I still unable to defeat him? Kun Pengzi was gloomy-faced. When he had attacked the cloud chasing heaven's swallowing sparrow race, Long Chen hadn't been a match for him. If Mo Nian hadn't been there, he would have had absolute confidence in killing Long Chen. However, now, he was unable to even receive a single blow from Long Chen. This made no sense. Corrupt God gaze. Tianzizi formed hand seals in the sky, and the corrupt God image within his manifestation unleashed a ray of light from its eyes. Long Chen's heart shook, lightning wings spread on his back and he dodged. That ray of light pierced through the ground, and the earth rapidly turned black. The stone walls from Shilingfeng that had been destroyed now began to rot. What a terrifying curse energy! Long Chen was stunned. This was a curse containing divine energy. Touching it meant death. Get out of my way, Long Chen's life is mine. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. A man with 6 horns on his head charged over, his bone trident slamming toward Long Chen. This expert of the 6-horned sea serpent race had finally woken, and a divine ring had appeared behind his back. However, this divine ring was a reflection of the martial heaven sea ring. A huge amount of power surged into him. Sea ring buries all life. When he shouted the name of his manifestation, the world shuddered. The martial heaven sea ring surged with angry waves. All the disciples were shocked by this power. It was no wonder their seniors had told them not to become enemies with the sea demon race. With the manifestation of the martial heaven sea ring, this 6-horned sea serpent's young king seemed to be able to control the entire sea by himself. This was a power that sparked despair. Boom! The 6-horned man crashed into Long Chen. Their 2 divine rings shuddered, with heaven and earth resonating. Their immense power caused the stars in the sky to shudder. Fragments of spacetime flew out as the laws of the world were shattered. The people outside were no longer able to see what was happening inside. Their power is already capable of affecting spacetime. That's just terrifying, sighed one of the seniors. That 6-horned sea serpent should be a young king of his race. All the martial heaven sea ring's karmic luck is probably supporting him. It's no wonder none of the seniors of the sea demon race came. They have absolute confidence in him. And most terrifying of all, he will only continue to grow stronger. But Long Chen's not weaker than him. He's actually able to fight against him. In comparison, the others seem inferior. After sensing the immense power possessed by Long Chen and the Horned Man, it was clear that Dongfeng Yuyang, Tianzizi, Kun Pengzi, and Shilingfeng had been pushed aside. The center of the battlefield began to sink while the surrounding land was rising. The terrain was completely transformed by their power. This was a world-destroying battle. Suddenly, an intense explosion unleashed 2 counter-imposing blazes of light that split the world in 2. Long Chen and the Horned Man appeared on opposite ends. Long Chen rested Evil Moon on his shoulder and slowly floated into the air. His divine ring shook, and stars circulated in his eyes. The horned man was truly very powerful. His power was practically endless, but Long Chen's battle intent only grew against a powerful opponent. The horned man also looked to be full of battle intent. He was a king amongst the sea demon race, a leader of the entire martial heaven sea ring. He had never encountered someone who was a match for him. However, today, he had been slapped in the face twice as soon as he stepped onto the continent, filling him with rage. Die! Suddenly, the 6 horns on his head lit up at the same time. His blood chi ignited, and specks of starry light appeared within the sea ring behind him. Following that, a strange image appeared within the sea ring, and bloodline power began to extend throughout the world. After taking a step, his trident pierced forward with a frightening sound. You want to rely on external power, then I won't stand on courtesy either. Long Chen could see that the image within the sea ring was a totem art. It was a secret art of the 6-horned sea serpent race to absorb external energy. Evil Moon's dragon images lit up, and Long Chen's originally white scales became infected by its black aura, turning them into alternating black and white. At the same time, Long Chen's own blood chi rumbled as Evil Moon loaned him its evil dragon energy. After awakening, Evil Moon had completely transformed. A resounding dragon cry rang out as Long Chen and Evil Moon once more joined forces. They began to clash against the bone trident, unleashing huge ripples with every exchange. Blinding light stabbed people's eyes. Bastard, how can this be? The horned man raged, feeling like he was going crazy. With the power of the azure dragon and the evil dragon mixed together, Long Chen's bloodline power was suppressing him once more. After activating his spirit blood, linking to his manifestation, and having the support of the martial heaven sea ring, the horned man had managed to resist the suppression of the azure dragon battle armor. However, now with the power of 2 dragons shooting out of Long Chen's body, the horned man was getting suppressed again, which made him angry enough to cough up blood. Evil Moon continued to press down on him. He was feeling weaker. Although he roared furiously, that didn't change anything. He was constantly forced back. Damn you! The horned man was so furious that veins almost popped on his forehead. As the dragon might suppressed him, his power began to drop. If you have any ability, put away your dragon pressure and let's have a real fight. If you have the ability, put away your manifestation and let's have a real fight, replied Long Chen. The horned man almost coughed up blood. Without his manifestation, how was he supposed to fight against Long Chen's terrifying world energy? Just at this moment, a lightning halberd shot over. Kun Pengzi was attacking Long Chen from behind. Long Chen swung his saber, but this time, his arm shook. When he looked more closely, he realized that there were 2 different blood chis coming from Kun Pengzi's body. With the power of these 2 blood chis, Kun Pengzi's manifestation was bestowing him even greater power. 2 differently colored blood chis. Kun Pengzi has condensed a chain of his spirit blood to reach through his inherited manifestation and utilize the Peng Emperor's power, cried one expert. Die! Tianzizi also attacked. The soul-summoning banner appeared, unleashing rays of evil light that slashed at Long Chen like blades. The sound of ghosts wailing stabbed into people's minds. Long Chen didn't dare to face those directly. His lightning wings spread, blocking the light from the soul-summoning banner. Dongfeng Yuyang and Shiling Feng also attacked. Dongfeng Yuyang shouted, "Friend from the 6-horned sea serpent race, Long Chen has a natural advantage over you. You can find something else to do if you want." The horned man was fuming. With the dragon suppression, he was unable to properly release his full power. Hearing Dongfeng Yuyang's suggestion, he suddenly eyed the Dragon Blood Legion. That's good too. I'll kill his companions and make him depressed. The horned man abandoned his fight with Long Chen, going straight toward the Dragon Blood Legion. Chapter 2196, Barbarian Blood Silver Body. Fool, I'd advise you not to go. Seeing the man from the 6-horned sea serpent man leave him, Long Chen smiled. Worry about yourself. Dongfeng Yuyang was pleased with this turn of events, and even used the astral ancient castle to keep Long Chen tied down here, so he couldn't help the Dragon Blood Legion. The 6-horned sea serpent man flew straight to the Dragon Blood Legion. Seeing that, Jianying was about to give the order to support the Dragon Blood Legion when Xuanhuan and the others appeared in front of them. What, does the Martial Heaven Alliance wish to continue harboring rebels? Sneered Xuanhuan. All the experts from Pill Valley, the Ancient Races, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, and the Xuan Beasts had come. The old man smiled and reached for the heaven-splitting blade on his back. Ha ha ha! Just at this moment, Xuanhuan's arrogant laughter rang out. Little fellow, you couldn't beat my boss, so you want to run rampant here. Are you sure you weren't dropped on the head as a child? Be careful of being beaten to the point that not even your mother recognizes you. Die ants, the six-horned sea serpent man roared, raising his trident. Wilda, wake up! Someone's stealing your meat! Xuanhuan suddenly shouted into the ear of the sleeping Wilda. What? Wilda instantly shot up, furious. He immediately saw the six-horned sea serpent man. No, he's the real food. When Wilda saw him, his eyes lit up. Looking like a hungry beast, Wilda shot toward him without any further prompting from Xuanhuan. Stop and let me eat you. The six-horned sea serpent man stumbled, almost tripping. His expression twisted in fury. Long Chen's slaps had been infuriating enough, but now he was actually being treated as food. He slammed his bone trident at Wilda. Die. Wilda smashed his giant bone club forward. As a result, Wilda went flying, flipping through the air. This result shocked Jianying and the others. This giant foolish oaf was actually able to block the six-horned sea serpent man. In their opinion, Wilda should have been directly killed by his terrifying power. Boom! Wilda crawled up from the ground, roared, and once more charged forward, a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. As he charged forward, his body began to grow. A terrifying blood chi rose out of him, and spots of silver started to appear on his skin until his entire body turned silver. He had transformed into a 300-meter giant. Seeing this silver giant, everyone, including the six-horned sea serpent man, jumped in shock. How could a human become so big? Is he from the legendary ancient barbarian race? How is that possible? Weren't they all killed off a long time ago? Cried out an extremely old-looking elder. I'll beat you to death. Wilda's bone club grew with him, and he smashed it down. Only then did the six-horned sea serpent man recover from his shock and hastily raise his bone trident. A huge wave of earth exploded beyond the horizon. The distant experts were forced to dodge. As others were stunned by the sight, Long Chen smiled ever so slightly. Wilda had eaten so much that he started to get picky about his food. He only wanted peak 12th rank magical beasts to eat now, and only those with powerful physical bodies at that. He had transformed from his original copper body to silver body, and furthermore there was some faint gold color on his hands, feet, knees, elbows, and shoulders. From Yue Zihan, Long Chen had learned that due to eating so much, Wilda had broken past the limit of the barbarian blood silver body and was starting to turn golden. Yue Zihan said that Wilda possessed the emperor bloodline amongst the barbarian race, the blood barbarian. They awakened the power of their bloodline purely by eating meat. As long as Wilda had enough meat, he could eat to the peak of the martial Tao. In the entire Dragonblood Legion, the only one who could match Long Chen in power was Wilda. The outsiders present had not expected there to be another such existence within the Dragonblood Legion. Bastard, die! The six-horned sea serpent man was shocked and enraged. This blow had caused his arms to feel numb. Using some unknown secret art, he also grew larger and once more raised his trident. As a result, Wilda's club came sweeping toward him, and Wilda didn't even look at the trident. It looked like a suicidal exchange of death blows, dumbfounding the six-horned sea serpent man. They had just started exchanging blows. Was this oaf really a fool? He naturally refused such an exchange. His hurried block resulted in him being blown into the distance. He furiously got back up and stabbed his trident at Wilda's chest, the tip shining with a cold light. However, Wilda continued to ignore him. No matter what attack the six-horned sea serpent man used, Wilda would simply launch his own attack and ignore the six-horned sea serpent man. As his trident was about to stab into Wilda's chest, Wilda's club also reached his chest. The six-horned sea serpent man felt like he would explode in fury. Was this fellow an idiot? At that critical moment, he hastily switched to defense, resulting in him being sent flying once more. The experts in the distance stood with their jaws hanging open. So the Dragonblood Legion had been hiding such a terrifying expert. It even seemed that Wilda was stronger than Long Chen, as he had sent this terrifying expert flying twice in a row. Bastard, do you want to try it again? This time, the six-horned sea serpent man went through with his attack, stabbing his trident into Wilda's chest. However, he suddenly found that he was unable to push it more than a few inches in. Wilda's physical body had reached an unimaginable level. It was even tougher than a divine item. Just at that moment, Wilda's club smashed into his ribs. He felt a sharp pain and was once more sent flying. Fresh blood flowed out of Wilda's chest. However, he simply rubbed his chest forcibly and the blood flow ceased. With an angry howl, he charged forward once more, seemingly fine. The two of them began a fierce fight. After a while, the six-horned sea serpent man coughed up blood, not from being injured but from rage. Wilda was fighting like an idiot, thinking only of how to attack without caring about being struck. He had no variations at all. The six-horned sea serpent man had never encountered such a fighting style, and worst of all, Wilda's physical body was even stronger than his. His injuries simply automatically healed. The reason the six-horned sea serpent man had coughed up blood in particular was because after one exchange, Wilda had taken out something and popped it into his mouth. He had seen it clearly. That was a peak 12th rank magical beast that had been compressed by spatial laws. Wilda had actually gotten hungry and was really viewing him as food. "Fuck you all, you bastards conned me." The six-horned sea serpent man refused to keep fighting. He ran back toward Long Chen's battlefield, cursing Dongfeng Yuyang and the others. At first, he had thought that they weren't that bad, helping him hold back Long Chen while he vented his rage from Long Chen's dragon might. However, there was actually someone even more terrifying in the Dragon Blood Legion, a complete idiot who couldn't be reasoned with. The six-horned sea serpent man felt used. His bone trident went smashing for Kun Pengzi. Shocked, Kun Pengzi's hasty block resulted in him coughing up blood. "Have you gone crazy?" raged Kun Pengzi. "You dare to curse me? I'll kill He." The six-horned sea serpent man was about to attack Kun Pengzi again when Wilda caught up to him, once more smashing with his club and sending him flying. At this moment, the other sea demons charged forward in a wave. Seeing their leader at a disadvantage, they were no longer content to keep watching. Those sea demons collapsed on Wilda, Kun Pengzi, and Long Chen. Some of them even went after Dongfeng Yuyang, Tian Zizi, and Xiling Feng. The battlefield was submerged by their giant army, throwing everything into chaos. "What is going on?" Jianying and the others were simply dumbfounded. They didn't even know how to react to such a twist. "You water-headed idiots, why are you attacking us?" cursed Xiling Feng. Immediately, a mass of sea demons attacked him from every direction. It seemed that they didn't like being called water-heads. "There's a chance." As the battlefield was thrown into chaos, Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Forcing back Dongfeng Yuyang, he turned into a bolt of lightning, charging through the sea demons toward Xiling Feng. Chapter 2197 Stone Emperor, Blood Emperor. Xiling Feng was besieged by the sea demons, and he was infuriated that they were attacking him. He furiously exchanged a head-on clash with one of the sea demons, 5 top experts who had awakened heaven's soul manifestations. The result was that they both retreated. "Watch out," warned Kun Pengzi. He had noticed Long Chen silently appear behind Xiling Feng. He wanted to go help, but he was blocked by the sea demons. He didn't really care about Xiling Feng. They were simply joining hands against a common enemy. But since the enemy of my enemy is my friend, he worried about how to handle Long Chen without Xiling Feng in the picture. Xiling Feng turned around thanks to Kun Pengzi's warning. He only managed to see Long Chen smile coldly at him and slash Evil Moon down. Xiling Feng went all out defending, only to have both arms break from Long Chen's saber. At the same time, Long Chen stamped his foot into Xiling Feng's chest and brought him flying through the air, blasting through any sea demons in their way. Xiling Feng roared, trying to struggle, but Long Chen's foot was in his chest and he had no arms to fight with. Long Chen was bringing Xiling Feng outside the army of sea demons, causing Kun Pengzi and the others' expressions to completely change. They immediately tried to go save him. Facing Long Chen alone, Xiling Feng would probably only be able to last a few exchanges. Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, increasing his speed. He quickly charged out of the sea demons and slammed Xiling Feng into the ground. Upon contact with the ground, his arms quickly regrew. However, just at that moment, Evil Moon slashed through his neck, sending his head flying. Long Chen caught Xiling Feng's head. For a moment, everyone was simply stunned. The Stone Race's experts paused midway before rushing over. Power gathered in Long Chen's palm. That explosive power would make Xiling Feng's head explode with just a thought. "Long Chen do!" Beideng Rushwang and Nangong Zuyu cried out at almost the same time. Jianying's expression was also nervous. She wanted to say something, but the old man shook his head, not letting her waste the effort. "Long Chen, I don't believe you dare to kill me." Even with just his head, with his life in Long Chen's hands, Xiling Feng was curiously confident. "Oh," Long Chen raised Xiling Feng's head to eye level. If you kill me, my stone race's ancestral heroic spirit Shi Changsheng will appear. I've awakened a heaven's soul manifestation and have linked up with his ancestral spirit. If I die, he will manifest here and slaughter all of you. None of you can stop him. That's why I can kill you, but you can't kill me. Are you angry, depressed? Ha 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 ha, Shi Lingfeng laughed. Long Chen, he's telling the truth. If you kill him, Shi Changsheng's heroic spirit will appear. No one is capable of stopping him. But even though you can't kill him, you can imprison him, said Beideng Rushuang. Long Chen smiled to Beideng Rushuang in thanks. Beideng Rushuang relaxed, only for her heart to turn cold in the next instant. Long Chen said, I don't know if you've heard this, but in this world there is nothing that I, Long Chen, do not dare do. Long Chen squeezed his hand, and Shi Lingfeng's head exploded. Everything went deathly silent. Even the army of sea demons stopped and rushed over to the side of the six-horned sea serpent man. Count yourself vicious. Little fellow, if you don't die today, we'll settle this debt in the future. The six-horned sea serpent man was also seemingly affected and brought the sea demon army running away. This bastard really caused a calamity. Who can stop the Stone Emperor's heroic spirit? Jianying began to panic. At the spot where Shi Lingfeng's head was, a golden rune floated. That golden rune began to tremble with a terrifying might. It's over. Long Chen has gone crazy. No one can save him. Beideng Rushuang held her head helplessly. Long Chen suddenly vanished. A moment later, a black bolt of lightning slashed down on a distant battlefield. What? He wants to kill Zhu Luocha as well. Zhu Luocha and Mo Nian were in an intense fight when Long Chen suddenly arrived. Her expression completely changed. She had seen what he had just done and knew he was crazy. Having killed Shi Lingfeng, he would have no misgivings about killing her. Hence, her manifestation trembled, and the meteor hammer suddenly whipped through the air at him. Boom! Long Chen's saber slashed onto the meteor hammer, causing sparks to fly. But Zhu Luocha's giant figure had vanished. Wanna run? Keep dreaming. Mo Nian sneered and suddenly raised his bow. His bow began to grow larger and larger until it entered his manifestation. The two people in his manifestation worked together, one holding the bow and one pulling back the string. An arrow flew out, crashing through the void. As a result, a large figure appeared out of the collapsed space. She was covered in blood, her hair disheveled. She had summoned a blood shield just now, but it had been broken by Mo Nian's arrow. Zhu Luocha's figure had only just appeared when Long Chen sent Evil Moon slashing toward her head. Her head flew into the air. Mo Nian's bow was drawn, but he hesitated. Mo Nian, as a man, you have to settle debts of gratitude and enmity. Don't forget why you cultivate, shouted Long Chen. He knew that Mo Nian had misgivings about the Blood Emperor appearing. That would also further implicate Long Chen, but Long Chen wasn't worried about this. Mo Nian took a deep breath and unleashed his arrow. No! Zhu Luocha's head exploded. The daughter of the Blood Emperor was dead, and a rune appeared where her head had been. The two runes rumbled. A frightening killing intent burst out of them. All the experts present suddenly felt a divine pressure on them, one that made them feel an urge to prostrate themselves. Two figures appeared at almost the same time. The Stone Races and the Zhu family's experts all kowtowed toward them. Stone Emperor, Blood Emperor. They piously kowtowed, not daring to raise their heads. The Stone Emperor was a giant. The Blood Emperor wore a golden crown. Both of them emitted a terrifying pressure, the pressure of emperors. They were identical to the figures within Shi Lingfeng and Zhu Luocha's manifestations. The two of them did not possess physical bodies. They were simply ancient heroic spirits who had been prayed to and offered sacrifices by their people, allowing them to maintain the slightest bit of their soul essence to maintain their descendants' karmic luck. However, when their heirs died, their soul essence appeared. After awakening heaven's soul manifestations, their soul essence had become linked to their descendants, and as a result, after their descendants died, their soul essence would also quickly dissipate. Before all their soul essence was gone, they would have a chance to unleash their power in a furious reprisal for the deaths of their descendants. You dared to kill my descendant. You have some guts. I will kill you today, using your blood and soul to curse everyone related to you. Shi Changsheng reached out a giant hand at Long Chen. He clearly knew who had killed Shi Lingfeng. My guts have always been big. As for killing me, does a trace of soul essence really dare to say such big words? Long Chen sneered, and a giant lightning portal appeared behind him. Lightning gushed out of it, and the Drake King appeared. Long Chen, you've gotten stronger once more. The spatial channel is finally stable enough for my true body to appear. That arrogant little bastard from last time, I'll kill him with one swat. The Drake King began to roar. His voice resounded through the air like thunder. That little bastard is nothing. He's just a small fish now. The big fish is right there. Can you kill him? Long Chen pointed to Shi Changsheng. Shi Changsheng looked at the silver Drake King and disdainfully said, "Nothing more than a spirit of a paragon art. I'll erase you from this world." He spread his hands, and divine light shone down, eclipsing the sun. "You dare to look down on me?" The Drake King roared and sent his tail whipping toward him. Boom! Shi Changsheng's hand slammed into the Drake King's tail. Lighting crashed in every direction. Long Chen was shocked to see the Drake King's tail explode upon contact with Shi Changsheng's palm. Boom! On the other side, Mo Nian had used some secret art to retreat from the Blood Emperor, but he was coughing up blood. "Mo Nian, get over here." Long Chen sent a lightning chain that pulled Mo Nian into the sea of lightning. The lighting could exhaust the power of these ancestral spirits rapidly, making them dissipate sooner. He had no intention of defeating these two emperor spirits. Those were existences that had challenged the sovereigns. Long Chen wasn't so conceited. He just wanted to exhaust their energy and have them naturally dissipate, so his only goal was stalling. "Drake King, I'll give you all my Thunder Force. You have to stall them." Long Chen transmitted Lei Long's divine lightning energy to the silver Drake King. "All right." The Drake King was quite loyal, and even facing two terrifying emperor spirits, it didn't retreat. With the support of Lei Long's energy, it began to grow and grow. At the same time, more lightning drakes came flying out of the channel. "Using my status as ruler of the lightning domain, I'll have a fight with you too." The Drake King roared, bringing forth all the lightning domain's power to the martial heaven continent. Chapter 21:98 The Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet. The glow of a firefly dares to compete with the moon. Shi Changsheng sneered and collapsed his hands together. A light sword shot out of his forehead, and at that moment, both Long Chen and Mo Nian felt an intense feeling of mortal danger. Boom! The silver drake roared and clawed the light sword, but its claw exploded, not even close to matching it. The light sword continued toward Long Chen and Mo Nian. Long Chen had no other choice but to block with Evil Moon. However, when the light sword slammed into Evil Moon, he felt like his body was about to be torn apart. Some kind of energy invaded his body, and his arms almost exploded, turning into lumps of flesh. "What kind of power is this?" Long Chen cried out. "This is the power of the heroic spirit. It is similar to the faith energy of gods. After being worshipped by the stone race for so long, it has formed a kind of mental energy. Watch out." Mo Nian suddenly shot out golden arrows. The Blood Emperor had also attacked, waving his hand. Divine swords rained down on the two of them. Mo Nian's arrows might be able to suppress Zhu Luocha, but now his attack seemed incredibly weak in front of the Blood Emperor. Long Chen knew that Mo Nian's physical body wasn't strong, so he immediately stood in front of him. Long Chen began to slash the divine swords coming at him, but after just a dozen, he felt his arms growing numb. The energy within the light swords was just too powerful. Split the heavens 8. Long Chen finally had a chance to attack and sent Evil Moon slashing toward the Blood Emperor. A giant saber image tore through the Blood Emperor, delighting Long Chen, but his smile quickly vanished. After the saber image passed through the Blood Emperor was completely unharmed. No need to waste the effort. They are ancient heroic spirits, not true bodies. They can't be injured unless you also have a divine item containing faith energy. "My 5-element sun hunting bow possesses faith energy, but they aren't giving me a chance to attack," shouted Mo Nian. He was constantly shooting. Suddenly, his bow grew and the bowstring blocked the Stone Emperor's attack. Although the Stone Emperor's attack bounced off, Mo Nian almost died from the impact. "Long Chen, thanks for letting me man up. Sorry for implicating you," sighed Mo Nian. "What are you saying? Even if you didn't kill Zhu Luocha, would you watch as I was killed by the Stone Emperor? Stop talking and focus on holding on," said Long Chen angrily. Under the torrent of attacks from two emperors, every breath felt as long as a year. They were barely hanging on. At this moment, Wilda charged toward the Stone Emperor, smashing his club at the Stone Emperor's head. However, Wilda passed straight through his body, unable to injure him. "Wilda, it's useless," shouted Long Chen. "Then I can help you block." Wilda actually appeared in front of a light sword slashing toward Long Chen. He used his own body to take it. "Don't," shouted Long Chen, but it was too late. The light sword pierced through Wilda's chest. Even Wilda's powerful body was unable to resist an emperor's attack. "Brother Long, Wilda is too dumb to do anything else, but taking a sword for you is very easy." Wilda still smiled foolishly even with blood dyeing his body. He seemed particularly happy to have helped Long Chen. "Boss, I'm here too." Xuanhuan shot over, his golden sabers slashing onto one of the Blood Emperor's attacks. As a result, he was smacked straight into the ground. However, Xuanhuan flew back quickly and continued to block some attacks for Long Chen. He was also unable to threaten an emperor in the slightest, but his goal was the same as Wilda. On the surface, Xuanhuan seemed fine in his armor, but in reality, his armor was unable to fully insulate him from the power of these emperors. Inside his armor, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices but was still bitterly enduring. Suddenly, a beautiful streak of sword chi soared into the sky and slashed toward the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor had been ignoring everyone's attacks, but when Yue Zifeng's sword slashed toward him, he actually dodged it. "He's afraid of Yue Zifeng's sword chi," exclaimed Long Chen. While the Xuanhuan worked together to support Zifeng, Mo Nian get ready to shoot. Long Chen pressed a palm against Mo Nian's back, sending his spiritual yuan gushing into Mo Nian's body. Mo Nian immediately understood. Yue Zifeng's sword Dao lay above the laws of this world and was able to threaten the Blood Emperor. This was their best chance to counterattack. However, Yue Zifeng was a sword cultivator, and his physical body was weak. He definitely couldn't endure an attack from the Blood Emperor. Within Mo Nian's manifestation, the two figures pressed a hand against Mo Nian's back. The 5-element sun hunting bow blazed with light. Space twisted, and murmuring began to resound throughout the air. This murmuring included prayers, blessings, longing, reverence, and gratitude. This was the mental energy accumulated by Mogate's worship toward their ancestors. Mo Nian was using his ancestral power. An arrow left his bow. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking toward the Blood Emperor. Just as Wilda, Xuanhuan, and Yue Zifeng drew the Blood Emperor's attention, this arrow arrived in front of him. The Blood Emperor smashed a fist forward and a brilliant explosion lit up the sky. However, Long Chen and Mo Nian's hearts turned cold. The Blood Emperor still remained. How could this be? Mo Nian's expression was incredibly ugly. "It's fine. Even if we didn't kill him, we have to have exhausted his mental energy. We still have a chance," said Long Chen. "Zifeng, get out of here, will be enough." Although Yue Zifeng was the only one here capable of threatening the two emperors had sensed his existence and would not allow him to get close. If he tried to force it, he might be instantly killed. Just as Long Chen and the others were in a bitter battle, there was an even more terrifying battle in the distance. A giant stone tablet appeared in the sky. The stone tablet was so huge that the top of it seemed to be resting amongst the stars. This giant tablet was the Martial Heaven Alliance's greatest trump card, the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet. This was the divine item created on the day of the Martial Heaven Alliance's founding. It was where the Martial Heaven Alliance's faith gathered, the divine item that terrified the corrupt path the most. This divine item was full of energy and was covered in names, which represented some supreme experts of the Martial Heaven Alliance. They had died in battles against the corrupt path and had had their names recorded here so that their descendants would remember their accomplishments. However, not every name carved into the tablet died in battle. Some of them had carved their names into the tablet just before they died, leaving all the energy they had left in the tablet. After countless years, countless experts had poured their life's power into the tablet. As for how much power had been accumulated, no one knew. All people knew was that this was the most terrifying divine item of the Martial Heaven Alliance, the supreme martial weapon that intimidated the corrupt path. When Jianing had seen Long Chen in danger, she had stopped caring about anything else. Along with the 4 Grand Elders, she had summoned the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet. Even Jianing did not have absolute authority over this divine item. It also required the approval of the 4 Grand Elders. Unless things reached a point where there was absolutely no other choice, the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet could not be used. That was a rule created with its creation and the founding of the Alliance. The energy accumulated within the tablet could only be used at a critical juncture, dictating the survival of the very righteous path. Every bit of energy stored inside this divine item could only be used once. Every bit that was used up would be gone forever. That energy was the result of countless ancestors pouring their remaining life into it before their deaths. Their ancestors had entrusted this to them, so they couldn't use it randomly. Although this was not truly a time where the righteous path was about to be destroyed, Long Chen was the greatest hope of the righteous path. If he died, It would be a huge blow to the righteous path. Using the martial heaven virtue tablet now was definitely correct. As soon as the martial heaven virtue tablet appeared, Xuanhuan called back the corrupt god ancient tower, sending it toward the tablet. You think you can save Long Chen? Keep dreaming. The corrupt path's experts knelt and began to chant piously, causing the corrupt god ancient tower to blaze with an evil light. That evil light stretched toward the martial heaven virtue tablet. Boom! That evil light exploded on contact with the martial heaven virtue tablet. It was unable to shake it in the slightest. At this moment, a golden furnace appeared, and a majestic aura burst out of it. Xuanhuan had taken out the Danite furnace. The Xuan beasts Peng Wanli, the ancient family alliances Dai Long, the ancient races Long Zhengkeng, and the blood halls Zhang Ziyang also took out their own divine items. The Dongfeng family's head shouted. Long Chen colluded with the original devil race and guided the Qi flow stream here to interfere with the sovereign seal, throwing the entire martial heaven continent into danger. He must be executed. The martial heaven alliance refuses to see the truth, so don't blame us for being ruthless. A tiny golden bell appeared in his hand. It rapidly grew larger, and as it did, divine music rang out. The center of the bell is actually the heavenly music stone, exclaimed the experts that had attended the gathering of past and present heroes. This is another priceless treasure of the Dongfeng family, the heavenly soul bell. It said its power is even above the astral ancient castle. Jade was fully infuriated. Fuck your dogshit excuses. Everyone can clearly see what kind of person Long Chen is. Even if you have to slander him, can't you think of a better excuse? How does destroying the martial heaven continent benefit him? Since you've shown your true shameless faces, let's just fight to the end. Even the Dongfeng family's people had thrown their support to Pill Valley's story about Long Chen being an irredeemable villain. There was no need for any further explanations then. People faking sleep could never be awoken no matter how you shouted into their ears. The martial heaven virtue tablet unleashed a wave of divine light. Countless different auras existed within it, and they ignited, unleashing a wave of power that smashed against the many divine items on the other side. Rumbling shook the world, and the entire martial heaven continent shook. Chapter 21:99 Betrayal. Jade, your selfishness has led you to betray the will of the heavens. Do you think that on your own you can fight against the rest of the world? Sneered the Dongfeng family's head. They had multiple powerful divine items on their side. However, the martial heaven virtue tablet was slowly pressing forward, forcing them all back. The ground constantly shook and exploded, unleashing huge waves that filled the sky. The martial heaven alliance really lives up to being the #1 alliance. Even though they have declined to the point of fracturing, their foundation still remains. The martial heaven virtue tablet was still pushing forward against so many powerful divine items. That sight was incomparably shocking. Jade, you're using the power that the ancestors of the martial heaven alliance left behind for fighting amongst ourselves instead of the incoming powerful enemies. If the ancestors were to learn of this, they definitely wouldn't be able to rest in peace. You are the most muddle-headed leader throughout the history of the martial heaven alliance. You've betrayed the hopes of everyone before you, said the Dongfeng family's head righteously. Jiangying, I can't endure it any longer. I'll kill him, said the old man suddenly. No, I need you to help me control the martial heaven virtue tablet. If you run off, how am I supposed to handle them? Shouted Jiangying. At this moment, the old man had one hand pressed against Jiangying's back, helping her control the tablet. However, his other hand was now on the hilt of the heaven-splitting blade. Jiangying knew that if the old man went, he would definitely disregard his own life just to kill the shameless Dongfeng family head. She understood his temper too well. What, are you going to ignore my orders? Have you forgotten what you promised me? Demanded Jiangying. The old man clenched his teeth and slowly released the hilt of his blade. He pointed at the Dongfeng family head, indicating for the latter to just wait until he killed him. Jiangying, don't try to scare us. The martial heaven virtue tablet isn't something someone like you can control. You can't unleash its true power. The martial heaven alliance is no longer complete, and without obtaining 80% support of the alliance, it's impossible to use its full power. Adding on all your current members, you only have 50%. This is the result of your failure as a leader. Shouldn't you hurry up and admit your mistakes? Sneered Xuanhuan. The divine mark on Xuanhuan's forehead lit up. The Danite furnace unleashed a ringing sound as it fought back against the tablet. This is the result of your schemes. You fractured the martial heaven alliance just for today. Xuanhuan, you really scheme deeply," shouted Jianing angrily. "You can't blame anyone else for your own failures. Perhaps a new alliance head was needed a long time ago. Everyone, what are you still waiting for?" Xuanhuan turned to Peng Wanli and the others. Peng Wanli and the others also took a deep breath and unleashed all their power, causing the light of their divine items to grow more intense. The martial heaven virtue tablet was no longer able to continue pressing forward. It began to shake. Jianing and the 4 grand elders started to feel the pressure. "Support the martial heaven virtue tablet." Yi Lingshan took the lead and extended her hands. Light shot out of the martial heaven virtue tablet, forming a bridge for her spiritual yuan to enter it. The hundreds of thousands of experts from the Martial Heaven Alliance took action, sending their energy into the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet. Its light grew even more radiant, but against so many powerful divine items, it was still shaking. Its divine light seemed to be on the verge of crumbling. "It's no good. We are unable to draw out the full power of the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet. It's on the verge of breaking." Jianing turned pale. "Don't worry. If the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet breaks, I'll bring down a few of them to accompany it," comforted the old man, killing intent raging in his eyes. The neutral experts were all panicking inside. As these two sides clashed intensely, they could only watch. At this time, no matter who they helped, the other side would view them as their mortal enemy. They had an urge to try mediating things, but this was no ordinary fight. There was no misunderstanding between the two sides. Instead, it was hate and a vow to not stop until death. "Taoist Heavenly Feather, can you stop this battle?" Someone turned to Taoist Heavenly Feather, who had the highest seniority. Perhaps she was the only one with the power to stop this battle. "Yes, Taoist Heavenly Feather, we're all cultivators of the martial heaven continent. Why must we fight to the point of killing ourselves? The sea demons have stepped foot onto the continent, and the dark era is coming. Every person is an important resource for the upcoming battles. There's no need to exhaust ourselves against each other," said someone else with a begging tone. However, Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head. "I understand your words, but the people on the battlefield also understand them as well. Because their goals are different, there's no way for them to communicate. In this world, not all things can be settled with reason. Although everyone has said that martial power cannot resolve problems, sometimes martial power is the only choice. Long Chen is that kind of person. I'm sure everyone has seen the truth, but there are still people slandering him. Some people just don't have a conscience, so what can I do about it?" "Taoist Heavenly Feather, are you really saying that Long Chen is being set up?" asked one person probingly. "The truth is no longer important. They want to kill Long Chen and Long Chen wants to kill them. This is the result that they want. Have you not seen that Long Chen simply acts according to his own heart and doesn't bother explaining himself? What he wants now is to kill all his enemies. Both sides wish to kill the other, so no one can advise them. Their goals are clear. Even a god could not change Long Chen's determination. You think my words would change the mind of someone who dares to kill the heirs of emperors? Just keep watching. Perhaps this is fate. If the martial heaven continent's core forces are too injured for the upcoming battles and break, then all we can say is that the continent's destiny has come to an end," said Taoist Heavenly Feather lightly. Seeing the intense battle being fought, everyone felt afraid. If the world was destroyed, none of them would survive. Beideng Rushwang clenched her fists, struggling over whether or not to help Long Chen. She had to fight for her family. If she helped him, she would be pulling her family onto Long Chen's side. Beideng Rushwang looked at Nangong Zuyu. Although Nangong Zuyu's expression was still calm, Beideng Rushwang could see that she was struggling as well. "King Xuan, use the Brahma Divine Diagram to smash apart the Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet," shouted Yu Zioan suddenly. The Martial Heaven Virtue Tablet was rumbling, suppressed by the power of so many divine items. Even with the support of all the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts, it was still at a clear disadvantage. Everyone hastily turned to the Pill Fairy. After fighting with Long Chen, the Pill Fairy had not made another move. She had just watched, seeming to be thinking about something. Being summoned by Yu Zioan, she turned around. Her divine halo lit up. "Don't move." Out of nowhere, a foot-long dagger pressed against her snow-white neck. A cloaked maiden appeared beside the Pill Fairy. That figure was small and slender, but her appearance stunned everyone. "Dong Minju, what are you doing?" raged Zhang Xiang. This maiden was the Bloodco Hall's divine daughter, Dong Minju. She was the Bloodco Hall's strongest assassin, in existence above all other assassins. Dong Minju was someone from the Bloodco Hall, and the Bloodco Hall was allied with them. But now Dong Minju was pressing her dagger against the pill fairy's neck. Everyone simply stared at her in dumbfounded silence. They were unable to wrap their heads around this reality. Don't move. Dong Minju's dagger suddenly pressed into the pill fairy's neck, leaving a small cut. Fresh blood slowly dripped down the dagger. I am also a divine daughter. Your divine energy protection is useless against me. All I need to do is press down slightly and your head will fall. So don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I'll really be forced to kill you. Dong Minju also had a divine halo behind her head. However, Dong Minju's aura was non-existent. It was impossible to sense. The only thing that revealed her existence was their sight, but without that, no one would believe that someone was there. Why? Demanded the pill fairy. She didn't dare to move. For a certain person. Dong Minju looked toward Long Chen. She smiled faintly. All disciples of the Blood Hall, hear my orders. Kill the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance, shouted Zhang Ziyang. However, even after a few seconds, not one person responded to him. No need to shout again. I've sent those people to the killing god. Let alone them, even the killing god's statue has been smashed apart. Have you not noticed? The divine light of your killing god imperial decree already dissipated, said Dong Minju indifferently. Zhang Ziyang looked at his waist and his expression completely changed. He shouted, Dong Minju, you dare to betray the killing god. Dong Minju smiled. Who cares about this betrayal? My life was given to me by him. He showed me another kind of life. He showed me there is something called kindness in this world. He showed me something known as warmth. As for the killing god, he simply uses us as tools for killing and gathering faith energy. He didn't give me anything. He was using me while I also thirsted for greater power, so it wasn't a betrayal. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. I worked hard at my cultivation so that one day I could repay him. Who is he? Roared Zhang Ziyang. Do you need to ask? He is Long Chen. Dong Minju suddenly pulled back her hood, revealing a young face that caused startled cries to ring out amongst the crowd. Chapter 2200 Helpers Take Action. Dong Minju looked to be 13 or 14 years old. Her pretty face still had a trace of youth's tenderness. She looked like a beautiful sprite, which made people instinctively feel an urge to protect her. However, this seemingly innocent-looking girl was actually the Blood Hall's most terrifying assassin, the divine daughter Dong Minju. People were simply dumbfounded, not daring to believe their eyes. Furthermore, Dong Minju said that the person that had given her life was Long Chen. Although people had started to have suspicions a bit before, hearing this from her was shocking. This change was shockingly sudden. The Blood Hall's divine daughter had actually betrayed the Blood Hall and taken action at this critical juncture. Dong Minju cut her dagger across the pill fairy's forehead. Startled cries rang out as people thought that Dong Minju was going to kill the pill fairy. However, Dong Minju's dagger merely cut the pill fairy's skin without going deeper. A black rune appeared on the pill fairy's forehead and instantly spread throughout her face. I've sealed your Yuan spirit. I won't kill you because he also has never truly tried to kill you. I'll spare your life, but if you try to use the power of your Yuan spirit, my killing god divine seal will shatter your Yuan spirit. At that time, you can't blame me. After placing her seal, Dong Minju slowly retracted her dagger. The pill fairy glared at Dong Minju. You betrayed your god. Do you know the consequences? Dong Minju had taken a few steps away from her, but she suddenly turned back and smiled at the pill fairy. Of course I know. Back in the day, he took a poison arrow to the heart and still didn't kill me. From that time, my life was no longer my own. I'm willing to accept all my sins for him. Dong Minju took another step and vanished. When she reappeared, she was in front of the Blood Emperor. The figure of the killing god appeared within her manifestation, and her dagger blocked the Blood Emperor's attacks. Big brother Long Chen, do you still remember me? Dong Minju looked at Long Chen with her innocent eyes, full of warmth. Long Chen didn't even notice what had been happening outside his battle with the emperors. He had been completely focused, otherwise he would have died. Hence, for a girl to suddenly charge over and block the Blood Emperor made him jump. Examining her closely, he was lost. He didn't know this person, but there was something familiar about this girl's eyes. Big brother, have you forgotten? In the eastern wastelands Qingzhou City, there was a bloody battle fought in the streets. There was a girl holding a doll crying, said Dong Minju. It's you, but no, how could you have grown so much? Long Chen immediately thought of that moment. At that time, he had known that the girl had been part of the assassins but hadn't killed her. He had allowed her concealed weapon to stab into his heart and let her go. Ziyan had been present at that time, and it was precisely because of that act of mercy that she had started feeling well toward him. However, Dong Minju's age didn't match the time that had passed. She should be around the same age as Long Chen's little sister, Long Xiaowu. She should be 10 years old. I was rewarded for injuring you at that time. I underwent the divine ceremony and my life completely changed. I was chosen by the god to become his divine daughter. After that, I entered the killing god space. 10 years passed inside, but only 1 year passed in the outside world. I was 4 when I entered the killing god space, and I was 14 years old when I exited. Ever since I left, my life, my face, my body, they've been frozen forever. After that, I did my best to cultivate so that I could help you. Big brother Long Chen, I'm very happy today. Dong Minju smiled at Long Chen. That smile was very naive and brilliant. Boom! Without even turning away from him, Dong Minju's dagger stabbed behind her. The image of the killing god within her manifestation exploded, and a wave of divine light blew away the Blood Emperor's attacks. With her god energy, Dong Minju was actually able to block the Blood Emperor's attacks. Long Chen was filled with various emotions. He hadn't expected that little bit of kindness from back then to save him now. Big brother Long Chen, I'll block the Blood Emperor. You and the others can handle the Stone Emperor. I have the killing god's energy protecting me, which is also a form of faith energy. The Blood Emperor can't do anything to me, said Dong Minju. Long Chen nodded. All right, be careful. At this time, there was no need to say thanks. Wielding Evil Moon, Long Chen shot toward the Stone Emperor. Wilda and Mo Nian were covered in blood, while Xuanhuan was constantly coughing up blood inside his armor. After blocking so many attacks, the runes carved into his armor were starting to break, causing his defensive power to drop. Wilda was charging in front of Mo Nian over and over again to take the attacks. He looked terrible. Mo Nian was also in a wretched state, and his manifestation was starting to dim. The Stone Emperor's heroic spirit was just too terrifying. When Long Chen joined them, he took the vanguard position, giving the other 3 some time to breathe. Fuck, why hasn't this heroic spirit dissipated yet? Cursed Xuanhuan. He needs to burn up all his faith energy to dissipate. But once all his faith energy is exhausted, then the stone race will forever fall and probably never achieve their past glory. They might even be destroyed from burning up all their karmic luck. That's why both heroic spirits are trying to kill us using the least amount of power, to conserve their faith energy and karmic luck for their descendants, said Mo Nian. Boom! Long Chen's saber slammed into Shi Changsheng's attack, and he was forced back. Shi Changsheng extended a hand toward him, but was blocked by the Drake King's claw. The Drake King's claw crumbled, but he managed to block it. If it weren't for the Drake King, they would have long since been killed. The Drake King had summoned a giant lightning sea, and used all the lightning domain's power to fight. The lightning sea inhibited the movements of the 2 heroic spirits. Within it, their power was lowered. Otherwise, even though the 4 of them were working together, they wouldn't be able to hold out against these existences which had shaken the cultivation world before. Even if they were just 2 heroic spirits, they were incredibly powerful. Drake King, are you all right? Asked Long Chen. I'm fine, but the bad news is that these constant injuries are rapidly reducing the lightning domain's energy. I don't know how much longer I can last, answered the Drake King. All the lightning drakes within the lightning field had transformed into divine runes supporting the Drake King. Despite that, every collision caused its body to explode. Although it could immediately condense a new body, the lightning domain's energy was not limitless. Once too much of its energy was used up, its combat power would drop. Kill. Just as Jianing was fighting against the leaders of the various large powers, and Long Chen was fighting against the heroic spirits of past emperors, Tian Zizi, Kun Pengzi, and Dongfeng Yuyang charged toward the Dragonblood Legion. At the same time, the armies of the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Stone Race, the Xuan Beasts, Pill Valley, and the other powers also attacked, both the members of the current generation and the monsters of the elder generation. They had all witnessed just how powerful the Dragonblood Legion was. This time, they had to use their full force and bring the Dragonblood Legion down in one thunderous clash. That was the only way to reduce their casualties. Are you going? Beideng Rushwang looked at the distant Nangong Zuyu, and for the first time, took the initiative to speak to her spiritually. She wanted to see what Nangong Zuyu thought. Yes, all we need to do is block one, not kill them. The state of the continent is still unclear. We need dependability over all else. I'll block Dongfeng Yuyang, you block Kun Pengzi. After receiving Beiding Rushwang's message, Nanggong Zuyu didn't hesitate any longer. A water current appeared around her and she vanished. Boom! The space in front of Dongfeng Yuyang suddenly exploded, with water chi bursting out. A silver waterfall crashed down from the heavens. In front of the waterfall was a peerlessly beautiful woman, surrounded by mist and flying water droplets. Fairy Zuyu, what do you think you're doing? Dongfeng Yuyang's expression changed. Mr. Dongfeng, the cycle of karma includes all things within this world. For you to target Long Chen like this, are you really not afraid of reaping bad karma? Asked Nanggong Zuyu. Fairy Zuyu, do you wish to help Long Chen? Dongfeng Yuyang's expression was dark with fury. He was quite confident in his learning and talent. His cultivation base was also unrivaled. Hence, he was confident in being able to move any woman's heart. But he had run into a setback when it came to Nanggong Zuyu and Beiding Rushwang. During the gathering of past and present heroes, Long Chen had just met them and they already began to circle around him. Most hateful of all, the two of them were clearly enemies, but just for Long Chen, they acted fine and at peace. He was actually full of hatred over that matter inside. Long Chen might not have targeted him specifically, but due to Nanggong Zuyu and Beiding Rushwang, he felt a profound feeling of defeat. Long Chen had beaten him in the area he was most confident in. For Nanggong Zuyu to actually stand against him now and become enemies with all the various large powers just because of Long Chen, the flames of jealousy were fanned within his heart. Since you refuse to differentiate between right and wrong, don't blame me, Dongfeng Yuyang roared. He directly sent the astral ancient castle smashing toward Nanggong Zuyu. Not differentiating between right and wrong is at least better than intentionally inverting right and wrong, right? There's no need to say any more. I will not be letting you pass. Nanggong Zuyu formed a hand seal. The waterfall behind her exploded into a giant water dragon. Boom! The water dragon crashed against the castle. Waves of water exploded through the air. Four dragons converge, waves swallow the heavens. Nanggong Zuyu formed more hand seals, and a giant sea condensed in the surrounding space. Four water dragons shot toward Dongfeng Yuyang along with giant waves. At this moment, Beiding Rushwang had also started hunting down Kun Pengzi, her bow blazing with divine light. Moreover, her body was enveloped by divine flames, making her look like a war goddess. Her bow quivered, and arrows rained down upon Kun Pengzi. Dongfeng Yuyang and Kun Pengzi had been blocked. Meanwhile, Tianzizi was flying over with his soul-summoning banner when a zither rang through the air, causing his expression to change. An ancient zither appeared in the sky, along with a woman sitting calmly. Her hands brushed across her zither as she looked at Tianzizi. Chapter 22, 01 Wind's Peak. The protector of the martial heaven continent, the elusive music immortal palace, also wishes to participate in this battle, demanded Tianzizi. I only represent myself, Ziyan shook her head. The elusive music immortal palace and the divine ice palace were the protectors of the martial heaven continent. They had never participated in worldly struggles and normally only took action when the dark era was coming. Another situation would be if there was someone capable of threatening the entire martial heaven continent. Then they would also take action. According to that reasoning, Ziyan should be taking action now in order to target Long Chen, not help him. Then don't blame me for this. Tianzizi suddenly spat a mouthful of blood on the soul-summoning banner. The power of the corrupt god erupted out of it, and a desolate world appeared behind him. That world was filled with rotting warriors from the ancient era. Their weapons and armor were all broken down and decayed. Is this the corrupt god cemetery? Upon seeing that desolate world filled with endless graves, startled cries rang out. Those ancient warriors crawled out of their graves. They began to roar furiously, forming a giant army that charged out. They were all filled with the aura of decay and death, but the pressure they gave off terrified even the Nether Passage experts. These are the corrupt puppets from the corrupt path's ancient era. Just before their masters died, they buried them here. Now they are being summoned once more, said someone. Ziyan lightly plucked the strings of her zither. In the past, her zither music was smooth like the flowing clouds and water, but this time, her music contained the intent to slaughter. Every time she plucked a string, a ripple would spread out of the seven-string sea-suppressing zither. Everyone saw that wherever those ripples passed, the laws of the heavenly Taos transformed. Runes of the Grand Tao condensed into runic swords. Those runic swords shot through the air like lightning, tearing through the void with a sharp sound. That sound resonated with the zither music, adding a mournful tone to it. The runic sword stabbed through the corpse puppets and blew them to bits. But even as they died, they didn't let out any howls of pain. Instead, they seemed relaxed and even grateful. The souls that had been enslaved for countless years were finally set free, returning to heaven and earth, returning to the cycle of reincarnation. The zither music began to pick up, growing more intense. The laws of the world condensed into a giant manifestation behind Xuanhuan. Within that manifestation was another woman playing the zither. However, this woman wasn't wearing white robes like her but a black dress. She emitted an endless air of slaughter. That woman also had the 7-string C suppressing zither in front of her. Their movements were identical, but the sound that came from them wasn't exactly the same. The zither music from the woman within her manifestation was much bloodier. How could she have awakened this manifestation? When Xuanhuan's manifestation appeared, the seniors of the elusive music immortal palace were badly shocked, including the current palace master. The palace master was also Xuanhuan's formal master. She looked toward an old woman behind her. Grand Aunt Master. That old woman's face was covered in wrinkles, and her voice was hoarse. Xuanhuan's manifestation has always been divine music through eternity. That's the only heaven's sole manifestation of our immortal palace. However, now it's suddenly changed. I can't explain it either. However, that woman within her manifestation, although her face isn't clear, her aura is very similar to one of our ancestors. You're referring to? Yes, the 9th divine emissary. She did not walk the path of using music to peer into the heavens. She is an existence that walked the path of slaughter. The old woman nodded, her expression a bit dark. The appearance of this manifestation was outside all their expectations. As the zither music played, the runic swords pierced through the air. When she plucked the zither strings, it was like she was drawing a bow shooting out the runic swords. The zither music followed the swords as they flew through the air, and the tempo grew faster and faster until it was a torrent of slaughter. The corpse puppets that Tianzizi had summoned could be described as endless, but they couldn't keep up with Xuanhuan's attack. Tianzizi was well and fully blocked. The peak geniuses had now been blocked, but the other experts of the various powers were still charging forward. The Stone Races and the Blood Emperor's family's experts were particularly crazy. Due to the appearance of their ancestral heroic spirits, their bodies were currently bathed in divine light, giving them even greater power. Kill them all. The Stone Race's leader was the first to arrive at the Dragonblood Legion. Their top experts, Long Chen, Mo Nian, Wilda and Guo Ran were currently fighting the Stone Emperor's heroic spirit. This was the Dragonblood Legion's weakest moment. Blood Emperor's descendants, use your weapons to reap their lives. Vengeance for the Emperor's daughter, exterminate them, shouted the Zhu family's head. Kill. The Zhu family, the Stone Race, the Dongfeng family, the Ancient Races, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Xuan Beasts, Pill Valley, all the experts of these powerful forces charged. This was their best chance to exterminate the Dragonblood Legion. You think you're capable of destroying the Dragonblood Legion? Gu Yang sneered. The Dragonblood Legion pulled back, contracting into their absolute defense formation. Ignorant brat, you'll pay the price for your actions today, shouted the Stone Race's leader. A giant festimage condensed in the air. The festimage had just finished condensing when the sound of a sword coming out of its sheath rang out. A streak of sword light sliced it in half. Yue Zifeng had returned. Long Chen didn't want him fighting the emperors, so he was back to defending this battlefield. Even the Stone Race's leader wasn't immune to his sword chi. Strong offense but weak defense. I can kill you like killing a chicken. The Stone Race's leader waved his hand, sending all the Stone Race's experts toward Yue Zifeng. Sword cultivators were weakest to multiple attacks from every angle. As long as one struck, it would be fatal. They had just started moving toward Yue Zifeng when willow branches exploded out of the void, transforming into millions of sharp swords that shot toward the Stone Race's experts. Liu Ruyan's branches were incredibly tough yet still as sharp as blades. The Stone Race's experts were quickly entangled by them. Anyone who ended up bound was trapped. Following that, wooden stakes flew over and pierced them through the head. Those wooden stakes had dark yellow runes on them, and when they stabbed into their heads, they instantly died. Those stakes were clearly made of wood, but they possessed metal energy. Even the Stone Race's terrifying defenses were unable to block them. Who's there? Raged the Stone Race's leader. He unleashed a punch, destroying the willow branches. Within the towering willow in front of them, there was a woman sitting lotus-style wooden stakes growing out behind her. It was Chu Yao. Chu Yao's manifestation was active behind her, but Liu Ruyan's massive body covered it up. Others couldn't even tell that there was someone hiding within the tree. Her manifestation was of a flourishing world of greenery. There was a long river cutting the world in two. Endless life energy flowed out of it, life energy that could nourish all things, life energy that manifested the Tao of life. Her attacks were hidden within Liu Ruyan's attacks. Their cooperation was seamless, and in an instant, hundreds of the stone race's experts were slain. There were all the main forces of the stone race, and their deaths infuriated their leader. He charged directly toward Chu Yao. Endless wind moon. He was halfway there when the space in front of him collapsed. An ear-piercing wind blade spun toward him wildly. Boom! The stone race's leader was badly shocked, and he unleashed a punch that destroyed the wind blade. He barely managed to notice the crack that appeared on his fist when he saw the wind blade transform into smaller wind blades that shot toward him. He then jumped. Runes covered his body and formed a powerful armor around him. Like iron striking iron, sparks exploded when those wind blades sliced against his armor. Many thin openings appeared in his body. The stone race's leader was horrified by this. It was his strongest defensive state. In that state, he was unafraid of any weapons. When he had fought with the old man, the heaven-splitting blade had been able to cause some minor damage to his body. But now, these wind blades had sliced him up badly. He turned and saw a white-robed woman standing in the sky. Endless wind blades spun behind her, unleashing a spatial-tearing sound. This woman was Xuanhuan, who had immediately used one of her strongest attacks. The first wind blade was just bait, while the aftermath was the true killing blow. She had yet to fully master this technique, so she couldn't lock down her targets. If she couldn't bait someone into striking it head-on, it would be useless. Seeing that such a powerful move was unable to cause any real injury to the stone race's leader, Xuanhuan didn't seem sad at all. She spread her hands, a wind blade condensing in each hand. These wind blades were different from before. The two ends curved in opposite directions like ants. They began to spin, and the wind blades behind her were sucked in like whales sucking in water. Cracks appeared in the space around the wind blades. The very laws of the world were being sliced apart. Xuanhuan suddenly pressed the wind blades together, forming a Chinese letter shape. A black hole suddenly appeared in the air. Astral winds raged throughout the sky. The stone race's leader's expression completely changed. He didn't know what level of magical art this technique was, but he knew that if he was struck by it, he might lose his life. With a cold snort, he retreated, not wanting to face her directly. However, at that moment, he was shocked to find that he was bound by willow branches from above and golden wooden stakes from below. Wind Moon Slash. Just at this moment, Xuanhuan's terrifying attack left her hands and slashed straight at the stone race's leader. Chapter 22:02 Since you want to die so badly, I'll help you out. The stone race's leader roared furiously, and his body began to expand as he tried to tear apart Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan's bindings. However, he underestimated their power. This was a quick tactic they had agreed upon before even fighting him. First, Yue Zifeng slowed him down, then Liu Ruyan and Chu Yao shocked him, and then Xuanhuan would draw his attention so that Liu Ruyan and Chu Yao could bind him. Everything had gone smoothly. The stone race's leader struggled with all his might, and while the willow branches and wooden stakes creaked, they didn't break. Boom! Xuanhuan's wildly spinning wind blade slashed through the stone race's leader's head. A black hole appeared in the void where his head had been. Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan's bindings were sliced apart. Wind blades exploded, cutting apart the stone race's leader's body. His life and death had been decided in an instant. Heavens! Every expert was stunned by this. The stone race's leader was someone who stood at the peak of the current era, but he had been slain like this. Even the old man was startled. He had fought against the stone race leader previously and hadn't been able to beat him. Without risking his own life, the old man had no confidence in doing so. That was how powerful in existence the stone race's leader was. But Yue Zifeng, Liu Ruyan, Chu Yao, and Xuanhuan had managed to kill him very quickly. At this moment, the head of the Zhu family arrived from the other direction. He held a waterthorn in his hand, and a terrifying blood qi exploded out of him. The one facing him was a fairy who looked like she had walked out of a painting. She stood on Cloud's back. Meng Qi was forming rapid seals. The void exploded and the world dimmed. One giant figure after another appeared in the sky. There were 10 magical beasts, all as large as mountains. There was a phoenix, a drake, a tortoise, a lightning beast, a sword-bone wolf. All of them had auras that made people's hair stand on end. Peak 12th rank magical beasts. The head of the zoo family also jumped in horror. Those 10 magical beasts then opened their mouths at the same time, unleashing 10 attacks at the oncoming experts of the zoo family. As a result, even the zoo family's head was unable to block the combined power of 10 peak 12th rank magical beasts. He was instantly blown to bits with no suspense. These 10 peak 12th rank magical beasts were from the wild world. Meng Qi had captured them before the battle. Normally, beast tamers could only subdue magical beasts weaker than themselves. Subduing magical beasts on the same level as them was very dangerous, as stronger magical beasts might suddenly turn against their master. That was a common occurrence. As for subduing a magical beast stronger than them, that was even more dangerous. Even for Meng Qi, subduing 10 of them was her limit. If she tried to subdue any more of them, she wouldn't have enough spiritual strength to maintain a tight enough control over them. As a result, she wouldn't be 100% confident in them following all of her orders. Not only would that reduce her overall combat power, but there would even be some danger of the magical beasts turning on her. These 10 magical beasts were perfectly suited to her current power level. Without her spiritual bindings, there was no way these dumb magical beasts could understand how to cooperate like they just had. Furthermore, they had gathered their power for this attack very quickly. Meng Qi had drilled them for a long time to use this combined attack. Now that these 10 peak 12th rank magical beasts attacked together, with all their power concentrated together, they killed the head of the zoo family in one blow. Those magical beasts suddenly began to roar and stare at her spiritual bindings. Meng Qi's expression changed. After seeing blood, these magical beasts started to enter a berserk state. At this time, the best method was to give them some spiritual pill to teach them a lesson. However, now wasn't the time for that. Meng Qi gave them one simple order, and they began to pounce at the incoming experts. These 12th rank magical beasts charged through the experts from the various powers, and those experts fled like the wind. "Don't be afraid, they are just brainless magical beasts. Focus on their weaknesses," shouted an expert of the Xuanhuan beasts. He sent an attack at a wind wolf's groin. That wind wolf let out a heaven-shaking roar, as half of its extra limb was sliced off. It slammed a paw to the sneak attacker, killing him, and then unleashed a wind sphere through its mouth that blasted through the enemies surrounding it. Although people fled in every direction, quite a few people didn't get away in time and were torn apart. After all, a peak 12th rank magical beast was in existence comparable to a 4th step nether passage expert. Their intelligence was low, but that didn't mean that their pure destructive power was low. Others continued to sneak attack the wolf. One person crushed its gonads, which made it roll on the ground. "Kill it." Seeing a chance, the other experts pounced on it, attacking quickly to make sure it couldn't get back up. "No, run," shouted someone. That ancient race expert noticed that the wind wolf started to inflate. Boom! A huge explosion blasted away the surrounding experts. The wind wolf's detonation killed at least 10,000 experts. The remaining 9 magical beasts continued to crazily attack, but there were simply too many enemies, and their large bodies made it easy for others to attack their weak spots. Another 3 were quickly killed, but they also detonated themselves before dying, killing masses of people. With only 6 left, they were quickly targeted. The experts had grown smarter, focusing on long-range attacks. With only 6 of them remaining, Meng Qi was able to control them much easier. She formed rapid hand seals, controlling them in battle. One of the corrupt path's elders had snuck his way behind one of their butts for a sneak attack, only for that magical beast to suddenly raise its leg and squash him into a meat paste. "Kill that beast tamer." People began to shout and point at Meng Qi. With her controlling the magical beasts, it was very difficult to sneak attack them. "Cloud, you can lead the warriors of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. I have Ruyan's protection here." Meng Qi flew off of Cloud's back. The experts of the various powers had started to fight the Dragonblood Legion. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race needed Cloud to lead them. Willow branches descended from the sky, wrapping around Meng Qi and pulling her into the towering willow. Here, no one could injure her, while she could focus on directing the 6 magical beasts. The 6 magical beasts began to fight properly once more, working together. For a while, the enemy was unable to do anything to them. As for the rest of the Dragonblood Legion, they were in an intense battle. Facing a tsunami of enemies, they were still fearless. sword chi swept through the air. Unfortunately, what they were facing was essentially the strongest forces of the rest of the continent. Under that immense pressure, their formation began to crack. At the core of the formation was Chen controlling things, but even he was helpless. The power of millions of powerful experts attacking at once was just too much. Injuries had started to appear amongst the Dragon Blood warriors, but the healing warriors quickly restored their bodies. This was a merciless and bloody battle. The Dragon Blood Legion was barely able to protect themselves, but the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race protecting the skies was under immense pressure, and casualties had started to appear amongst them. Of course, on the other side, countless experts were being slain. Their corpses and weapons were piled into mountains. Rivers of blood flowed on the ground. Ha ha ha, how fun! The Dragon Blood Legion is actually able to fight a bit. Then let my sea demon race test just how powerful you are. Suddenly, arrogant laughter rang out, and the Dragon Blood warriors' hearts turned cold. That voice was familiar. It was the voice of the six-horned sea serpent man. Heaven and earth shook as the giant sea demon army returned, led by the six-horned sea serpent man. They hadn't really left. Instead, they were planning on letting their two sides fight while they reaped the benefits. Long Chen, aren't you very arrogant? Then let me see just how you save your friends. I'll make sure you personally watch as they die, sneered the six-horned sea serpent man, his manifestation once more appearing. He unleashed a powerful punch that actually enveloped the entire Dragon Blood Legion. Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan both had a bad feeling, and they joined forces to summon a giant wooden wall. As a result, that wooden wall was smashed to bits. The six-horned sea serpent man's power was just too terrifying. Only Long Chen and Wilda could contend against him. Boom! The six-horned sea serpent man once more unleashed a punch, one that landed on the Dragon Blood warriors' formation. Dozens of the warriors were blown back, coughing up blood, throwing the formation into chaos. Not good, Chen's expression changed. With the formation broken, their enemies could charge in. They wouldn't give the Dragon Blood Legion a chance to set the formation up again, and at that time, every warrior would be fighting for themselves. That would definitely result in many casualties. Ha ha ha, starting today, the #1 legion of the Martial Heaven continent is history. The six-horned sea serpent man laughed and raised his trident. It blazed with light, and he didn't give the Dragon Blood Legion any breathing room. He charged in. Up in the sky, Long Chen's hair stood on end with rage. This bastard had actually returned. Since you want to die so badly, I'll help you out. Wilda, take my place. Long Chen clenched his teeth and suddenly left his battlefield. He raised a hand, and a giant flame lotus appeared. Sacred chanting began to ring out through heaven and earth. Chapter 22:03 The Sovereign appears. The Nirvana Scripture. Hill Valley's experts stared in shock as a giant flame lotus appeared in the sky. Its existence set the battlefield on fire. After that, stars began to appear on top of the flame lotus's petals. First one, then two, then three. With every additional star, the flame lotus rumbled. Finally, at 5 stars on each petal, the world began to shake. Dragon Blood Legion, assemble the Dragon Blood Empyrean formation, shouted Chen. The Dragon Blood warriors hastily pulled together, dragon marks appearing on their foreheads. After that, a layer of light condensed around them. The disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect, the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, and the Mo Gate. The six-horned sea serpent man was pale. This attack from Long Chen had yet to come, and yet everything was already burning. Since you want to die so badly, I'll help you out. Long Chen's expression was malevolent. He had managed to upgrade the world extermination flame lotus to 5 stars, but this was his current limit. If this attack was unleashed, then all life forms at the center of the battlefield would be erased. Although Chen had his protective formation up, Long Chen was not sure that the formation could endure. However, if he didn't take action, then the entire Dragon Blood Legion would be exterminated. At least this way, there was some hope. He had to take the risk. The flame lotus raged and the heavens began to collapse. The huge flame lotus fell from the sky. This was truly a world-destroying blow. Chen, you have to be able to hold on. Long Chen's heart tightened. The six-horned sea serpent man let out a furious howl. With the other 5 peak experts of the sea demon race, he summoned a giant shield that protected them. By this point, running would only be turning their backs to the danger. Then they would definitely be annihilated. Just as the flame lotus was about to land on the ground, a giant hand caught it. Long Chen was stunned. In that instant, he lost his connection to the flame lotus. He couldn't sense it or control it. This was something he had never encountered in his life. What person possessed such an ability? At that moment, a grand pressure appeared, one that caused the world to quiver. Every expert stiffened and found that they no longer had the ability to condense their energy for battle. What a nice world extermination flame lotus. Although it hasn't reached its limit, it already has the might to destroy worlds. However, although destroying worlds is easy, creation is difficult. If it only brings destruction and not a new life, it cannot become a peak art. A soft voice rang out, a voice that resonated with the world. Up in the sky, a white-robed man appeared. The flame lotus was now in his hand. As the white-robed man appeared, every manifestation on the battlefield dissipated. All of a sudden, the hazy shadow over the sky vanished, and the bright sunlight illuminated the ground. The bloody and wild air was purified. The Empyreans could no longer sense the heavenly Taos. All the laws of the heavenly Taos were revolving around that one man. All the Taos were prostrating themselves toward him. Sovereign! Everyone hastily kowtowed. The arrival of a sovereign was something that subdued all others. That was an instinctual urge from the depths of their souls. Everyone knelt, including Taoist Heavenly Feather, the old man, and Jianying. Xuanhuan, Zai Wenchen, Zhang Ziang, Peng Wanli, Long Zhengking, Dai Long also got on their knees. Even the Pill Fairy, Tian Zizi, and Dong Minju knelt. A sovereign was a supreme existence. Not only did they possess the power to suppress all others throughout the ages, but they had also protected the Martial Heaven continent. Anyone living on the Martial Heaven continent felt endless gratitude and reverence for the sovereigns. Only they were truly unrivaled. Mo Li. The Blood Emperor stared in shock. Even his gaze was filled with respect. This white-robed man was precisely Sovereign Mo Li. He had actually appeared at such a time. Sovereign Mo Li looked at the Blood Emperor and shook his head. Dust to dust, earth to earth, go in peace. Don't use up more of your family's karmic luck. Leave yourself a burning flame. Sovereign Mo Li waved a hand. As a result, everyone felt the space compress, and then the Stone Emperor and the Blood Emperor exploded, transforming into runes that merged back into heaven and earth. He killed the Emperor's heroic spirits with a wave of his hand. Long Chen's heart shook. Just how strong were the sovereigns? Wasn't it said that emperors were capable of challenging the sovereigns? Then why was it that their heroic spirits didn't possess the slightest ability to resist? Currently, everyone was kneeling on the ground. The Xuan beasts were lying down with their heads touching the ground, and even the brainless magical beasts of Mengqi were obedient now, not daring to move. Only Long Chen was still standing in the air, looking at Sovereign Mo Li. Sovereign Mo Li was also looking at Long Chen. Sovereign Mo Li's hand quivered ever so slightly, and the world extermination flame lotus dissipated, its energy returning to the world. Little brother, I bet you didn't expect to see me again, right? Sovereign Mo Li smiled at Long Chen. Hearing the sovereign call Long Chen little brother, and again, everyone was dumbfounded. They knew each other. Just seeing a sovereign made them incomparably emotional. Sovereigns were legendary existences. But this sovereign Mo Li not only spoke to Long Chen but also called him brother, and he even said that they had met before. Just what kind of situation was that? Boss really is the boss. He didn't even tell us about such an amazing thing. I could have bragged about this for a lifetime. Amongst the crowd, Yu Ran felt enough admiration for Long Chen as to prostrate himself toward him. Yu Xuanhuan and the others' expressions changed upon hearing the sovereign speak to Long Chen like this. They had a bad feeling. Someone who could receive such a close appellation from a sovereign could not possibly be a traitor of the Martial Heaven continent. Just this one call of brother was enough to shatter their rumors. I really didn't expect you to appear. I even thought that some supreme expert had come to beat me up. I almost pissed myself. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He truly had been frightened just now. If a sovereign wished to target him, then not even 10,000 lives would be enough. There was a supreme existence in this world called sovereign. No one could resist the sovereigns. Beideng Rushwang stealthily glanced at Long Chen and sighed. This fellow really was a monster. Even when talking to a sovereign, he spoke so sloppily. Your guts are quite big. You didn't explain yourself so you could kill everyone against you. Don't you think that's a bit too vicious? Asked Sovereign Mo Li. Jianying and the others' expressions changed. Was Sovereign Mo Li dissatisfied with Long Chen? Long Chen indifferently said, I had no other choice but to be vicious if I wanted to live. I don't have the prestige of the sovereigns to make people unable to doubt me. I also don't have the grand aspirations of the sovereigns. I'm not capable of thinking for the entire continent while disregarding myself. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to live for the people I love. If others want to harm my people, then even if I have to destroy this world, even if I have to suffer eternal damnation in hell, I won't mind. They're the ones who want me dead, so why can't I be vicious? Why are their lives more valuable than mine? All I want is to live in peace with the people I love, but some people refuse to let me be, so I have no other choice. When reason doesn't work, I'm forced to kill because I want to live. Long Chen looked at the sovereign, his voice a bit louder than he wanted it to be because he was still full of hatred and killing intent. Those feelings didn't vanish just because of the appearance of a sovereign. Sovereign Mo Li smiled. I'm not criticizing you. I'm also not criticizing anyone else. I only took action today because this was my mission, to avoid the slaughter of the Martial Heaven Continent's core forces one time. Now that my mission is complete, I am finally free after being dead for so many years. Big Brother Mo Li, Long Chen's heart shook. Sovereign Mo Li truly no longer existed. For some reason, pain racked his heart, so even sovereigns would die. Long Chen knew that Sovereign Mo Li saying that he was free meant that his spiritual seal would soon vanish. Then there would no longer be a Sovereign Mo Li. Sovereign Mo Li's smile widened. He patted Long Chen on the shoulder. I'm very happy to be called Big Brother by you. It means you acknowledge me in your heart. How could I not acknowledge you? You are a supreme existence. I'm not fit to call you brother. Long Chen shook his head. That was the truth. He was full of respect for the sovereigns, but the pride within him refused to let him call a sovereign brother and use that as a trump card to intimidate others. That was why he had never called Mo Li brother before. However, today, he knew that if he didn't say it, he would never have another chance in this lifetime. Actually, with your status, I'm the one not fit to be called brother by you. You'll understand in the future. Long Chen, I'm sorry, but the karma for my action today will be counted against you due to you calling me brother. I hope you won't curse me in the future. This time, Sovereign Mo Li didn't speak out loud, instead talking only to him spiritually. What? Long Chen's expression changed. He suddenly felt that he had been schemed against. Chapter 22:04 The Mighty Brick Trump Card. You'll know the situation in the future, so I won't say any more in order to not accumulate more karma against you, said Sovereign Mo Li. Why would I have to bear this karma? You were the one who saved me. Although he didn't know what this karma was going to be, it was obvious it wouldn't be a good thing. Because I do not have one person close to me in this world. I have no family who called me brother. I'm already dead, and you are the only considered close to me in this world. So the heavenly Taos will naturally view you as my family and count this karma against you, said Sovereign Mo Li. Long Chen was feeling uncomfortable with this karma, but when Sovereign Mo Li said that Long Chen was his only family in this world, he felt sad. Even an existence as strong as a sovereign didn't have a single close friend or family. That had to be a lonely existence. All right, to be able to call you big brother is worth it. I'll bear whatever karma there is, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha, I knew that you wouldn't mind. Little brother, the path ahead is rough. Be careful. Sovereign Mo Li patted Long Chen's shoulder, his expression one of great expectations. After saying that, Sovereign Mo Li looked through the crowd. When his gaze fell upon Taoist Heavenly Feather, he smiled. So it's a descendant of an old friend. You are Luo Xingqian's descendant, right? Sovereign Mo Li appeared in front of Taoist Heavenly Feather. Yes, Sovereign. Even with Taoist Heavenly Feather's cultivation base and position, she was nervous in front of a sovereign. She wanted to say something, but she wasn't able to. As for everyone else, they were startled to hear that Taoist Heavenly Feather's ancestor had been one of Sovereign Mo Li's followers. The ice river stretched into the sky and a sword fell amongst the stars. For Luo Xingqian to have a qualified successor is gratifying. Regretfully, a sword can slash through the stars, but it can't slash through the river of time. That old friend is gone, but the river still exists. I cannot help sighing. Sovereign Mo Li reached out and helped Taoist Heavenly Feather stand. Taoist Heavenly Feather didn't know what to say. She was too emotional. There's also Wu Xingyan's descendant. Sovereign Mo Li suddenly turned to the old man. This lowly disciple Wu Guangyuan greets Sovereign Mo Li. My ancestor is indeed Wu Xingyan, said the old man. Long Chen and the heaven-splitting battle sex disciples were all startled. They looked at the old man. He had never spoken about this origin. What are you looking at? All the ancestors' faces have been lost by me, so how could I bring it up? Raged the old man. Ha ha ha, a temper like a spring storm. You're the same as Wu Xingyan. Sovereign Mo Li laughed and also helped the old man stand. "Old man, this is my big brother. In the future, let's properly discuss our seniority," called out Long Chen. The old man's expression immediately darkened. If the sovereign wasn't present, he would be using his stick for a beating right now. "Sovereign, since you support Long Chen, why not eliminate those people slandering him?" Ignoring Long Chen, the old man asked a direct question that caused countless people's expressions to change. Sovereign Mo Li shook his head. "Who says I'm supporting Long Chen? Long Chen and I can be called brothers, but I will not interfere in his grudges. The only reason I took action was because this was a one-time mission. Now that my mission is complete, I will completely vanish from this world. I'm already dead anyway. I no longer have any responsibilities over this world. The Martial Heaven continent's future will be in your hands. Whether or not the continent will survive will be up to you. Don't hope for someone else to come save you or the continent. You only have yourselves to rely on. We are already in the past and have done what we were supposed to do. Whether or not you can pass through the coming tribulation is up to you." Sovereign, the old man suddenly found that Sovereign Mo Li was starting to fade away. Sovereign Mo Li waved his hand and continued, "Due to my actions this time, the seal that I left behind will begin to weaken. In 3 months, the seal will break and the blood race will be able to pass through. Everyone, do your best." Sovereign Mo Li's soft voice still rang out through the air, but his figure had vanished. Grief filled countless hearts. The sovereigns had died, and this was stated personally by a sovereign. In other words, even when other races invaded the continent, no one would be there to protect them. All their hopes transformed into illusions. Without the protection of the sovereigns, it felt like a mountain was crushing their hearts. They couldn't breathe. Everyone was silent. Sovereign Mo Li had vanished, while the Blood Emperor and the Stone Emperor's heroic spirits had been destroyed with a wave of his hand. The experts present had personally borne witness to the unrivaled manner of the sovereigns. People finally began to stand once more. Some people were still recovering from the shock of seeing a sovereign. At this moment, Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and he shot toward the sea demon race. More accurately, he was charging toward that man from the six-horned sea serpent race. Chu Yao. On his way, Long Chen let out a shout that Chu Yao instantly understood. 3 emerald leaves appeared on her back, and she used the wood spirit union to share her spiritual yuan with Long Chen. Long Chen had used up a great deal of his energy after fighting this long, especially against the heroic spirits. As for the world extermination flame lotus, it had sucked away almost all of his reserves. With Chu Yao's help, he arrived in front of the six-horned sea serpent man, and without another word slapped him in the face. The six-horned sea serpent man had yet to recover from his shock, and he barely managed to see a figure appear in front of him before he was sent flying. "Snake bastard, you want to play a game of wits with me today, huh?" Long Chen grabbed the six-horned sea serpent man as the latter was flying back. Then Long Chen grabbed 2 of his horns and slammed his knee into his face. The six-horned sea serpent man's nose broke, and his face caved in. Mucus and tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, his horns unleashed rays of divine light that shot at Long Chen's head. Long Chen's heart shook, and he flipped back, at the same time kicking him. The 6 rays of light passed right past Long Chen's face. They were so sharp that they left a cut on his face even though they missed. Long Chen's kick landed on the six-horned sea serpent man's chin, and the shiver-inducing sound of bones breaking rang out. "Kill!" Only now did the sea demon race react and attack Long Chen. At the same time, furious roars came from the Dragonblood Legion as they attacked. 6 giant magical beasts charged through the sea demon under Meng Qi's control. All the Dragonblood Legion's power was now concentrated on the sea demon race. "Long Chen, just wait, we'll settle our debts in the future," shouted the six-horned sea serpent man. His 6 horns lit up once more, unleashing attacks that forced back Long Chen. "Retreat!" Long Chen was forced to dodge since he was now using Chu Yao's spiritual yuan, and Chu Yao had used up a great deal of her spiritual yuan in the fighting. The six-horned sea serpent man was truly planning on retreating, but then, upon seeing Long Chen's furious expression and how he wasn't chasing, he had a thought and decided to change plans. "Actually, I'll kill you first before leaving." The six-horned sea serpent man suddenly transformed into a giant sea serpent. A terrifying pressure crashed down as his manifestation of the martial heaven sea ring appeared behind him. Opening his mouth, a giant sphere of light condensed, and within that sphere was his bone trident. "I knew that you would fall for it, idiot." Long Chen sneered and took out a cyan brick. He smashed it at the sea serpent. The cyan brick grew explosively until it filled the sky. The giant sea serpent looked like a loach in front of it. At this critical moment, Long Chen had taken out the heaven-flipping seal. It smashed down like a star on the sea serpent. Boom! The sea serpent had yet to unleash his attack when the brick slammed him into the ground. A wave of earth rose while the center sank deeper than anywhere else. He actually still had a trump card. People were stunned to see that Long Chen still had such a terrifying trick up his sleeves. The ground in the distance exploded and a giant figure flew out. It was the sea serpent. He was covered in blood, and even the manifestation of the martial heaven sea ring had vanished. The six-horned sea serpent had almost been killed just now, and his manifestation had been broken. He fled for his life. A streak of swordlight slashed toward his head. Seeing him in such desperate straits, 3 other sea demons managed to get in the way of the swordlight. They died, but the six-horned sea serpent managed to flee. Stop right there. Just at this moment, a giant figure jumped onto the six-horned sea serpent's back. No one had noticed where this giant had come from. It's Wilda. Wilda was a 300-meter giant, and his body was covered in blood and open wounds. However, his blood chi was still strong. Wilda grabbed one of the six-horned sea serpent's horns and chomped down with his mouth. Chapter 22:05 Divine Punishment. Wilda chomped down, and that incredibly tough horn that not even Evil Moon had been able to sever had a giant chunk ripped out of it. Aya! The six-horned sea serpent let out a shriek. Those 6 horns were where his foundation lay. They were connected to his soul. Wilda eating his horns was equivalent to devouring his soul. He struggled madly, wanting to throw Wilda from his head, but Wilda hung onto his horn, continuing to bite. Cracking sounds rang out as another giant chunk was ripped from the horn. Wilda was like a hungry wolf that had encountered meat. Those horns contained the six-horned sea serpent's very life essence and heavenly Tao runes. Bastard, get off! The six-horned sea serpent desperately dove into the ground, trying to throw Wilda off. The ground continued to explode as the 2 of them struggled underground. Boom! Finally, the six-horned sea serpent charged out of the ground, having thrown off Wilda. However, his head was covered in blood. One of his horns had vanished. He now only had 5 horns and his aura had plummeted. Bastards, all of you just wait. The six-horned sea serpent let out a miserable cry. The earth exploded as Wilda appeared above ground as well. He was still holding a giant horn, having managed to rip that horn off the six-horned sea serpent. Everyone looked at Wilda like he was a monster, the Xuanhuan beasts especially. They were terrified. The sea demon army began to run. The Dragonblood Legion's numbers were not enough to stop such a huge army from fleeing. Once the sea demon race was gone, they left behind countless giant corpses on the ground. The entire battlefield was soaked in blood. The sea demons had come ferociously and left dejectedly. In between those 2 moments, they left behind a land of corpses and brought away nothing. The sovereign is gone, and the sea demons have scrammed. It's time for us to settle our grudges. Long Chen suddenly turned to the experts of the various powers of the continent, his killing intent not having diminished at all. When he had been tied down by the emperors and the Dragonblood Legion had been besieged, the sea demon race had launched an attack, throwing the entire Dragonblood Legion into danger of being exterminated. Now that the crisis had passed, it was time to return to the original plan. Long Chen's eyes were full of icy killing intent. The experts of Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, the Xuanhuan Beasts, and the Ancient Family Alliance all stared at him, their expressions changing. They hadn't expected Long Chen to be so brutal. Even now, he refused to stop. Long Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. Even a sovereign has come, so the misunderstanding has been resolved. There's no need to keep fighting amongst ourselves, said Nangong Zuyu. Yes, even the sovereign has said that his seal will break in 3 months. We can't keep killing ourselves. We have to join forces against the foreign enemies, said Baideng Rushwang. Both the Dragonblood Legion and their opponents were exhausted. If they continued to clash, there would definitely be horrendous casualties. Then the martial heaven continent's core forces would be too damaged to face the blood race. If the blood race broke through, the continent would be doomed. Was I the one who started this fight? No, it was some idiots who constantly targeted me. Why should I stop? Why is it that when they were trying to kill me, they didn't think about joining forces for the continent's safety? Why do I have to cry a single tear for their deaths? Why do I have to care about the continent? If the sovereign hadn't appeared, many of my brothers would have died here. Don't talk about such sanctimonious things with me. I don't acknowledge them. All I know is that if someone tries to kill me, then I'll kill them. Hear me, Dragonblood Legion. Kill them to avenge our fallen brothers and sisters of the cloud chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, roared Long Chen. Kill? Long Chen went straight for Dongfeng Yuyang. Dongfeng Yuyang was already exhausted, and when Long Chen's saber landed on his silver shield, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dongfeng Yuyang's expression suddenly changed. Runes lit up all over his body. After that, a dagger appeared in midair and cut across his neck. Blood splashed. Dongfeng Yuyang's head flew through the air. The Bloodco Hall's divine daughter Dong Minju had beheaded him. Before this, she had been blocking the Blood Emperor, so no one had seen her true killing blows. But now, they saw that even Dongfeng Yuyang was unable to resist. However, just as Dongfeng Yuyang's head flew through the air, his head and body began to fade away. A clone! Startled cries rang out and people looked around, only to see space twist in the distance. Dongfeng Yuyang appeared there. A cut on his throat was still bleeding. Although he had managed to switch places with a fake at that moment, he was still terrified by Dong Minju. She had attacked without him being able to sense anything. Although he had reacted instantly, his head had almost been cut off. He was pale with fright. Dong Minju was truly worthy of being the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 assassin. Dong Minju's figure vanished. It was impossible to sense her existence. Dongfeng Yuyang shivered and immediately summoned the astral ancient castle. He fled inside, afraid of this invisible killer. The feeling that his life might be taken away at any moment was unpleasant. Dongfeng Yuyang had become a tortoise hiding in his shell, while the distant Kun Pengzi suddenly had a bad feeling. He summoned his true body, transforming into a giant Kun Peng, but a dagger still stabbed through his forehead. Although his transformation allowed him to grow so big that this attack didn't reach his crystal core, a terrifying divine energy poured through, making him shriek with pain. Lightning exploded out of him, and Dong Minju's small figure flew back. Dong Minju had attacked twice, almost killing Dongfeng Yuyang and Kun Pengzi. Such terrifying assassination arts made every expert feel a chill on their back. There was no way to defend against such a killer. However, just as Dong Minju was about to continue attacking, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Long Chen had just attacked Dongfeng Yuyang's castle and was about to slam the brick into it to see if he might shatter the castle when he saw Dong Minju falling. He immediately flew over to her and caught her. "Little you, what's wrong?" Long Chen was shocked to find that Dong Minju's aura was now in chaos. Her life energy was growing weak, and a divine mark appeared on her forehead. At first it was golden, but now it began to turn black. It was this divine mark that was sucking away her life and soul. She betrayed our God. He has sensed this and sent down his divine punishment. She will suffer the pain of 10,000 poisons devouring her soul and never reincarnate, shouted the Bloodco Hall's Zhang Ziyang hatefully. Zhang Ziyang was filled with hatred but also fear. For the divine daughter to betray the killing god was inconceivable. She had managed to slay all the elite disciples of the Bloodco Hall, so he was now the master of an empty hall. Considering this giant blunder, perhaps even he would be punished by the god. He was starting to get worried. Dong Minju's condition caused the rest of the Dragonblood Legion to return. As for their opponents, they retreated, feeling relieved from a heavy burden. As for taking advantage of this moment to launch a sneak attack, although they knew that this was their best chance, they didn't have the guts for it. The 6 12th rank magical beasts had exhausted themselves and were no longer capable of unleashing their divine abilities. But they stood guard over the Dragonblood Legion, giving off immense pressure. Chu Yao formed hand seals, sending pure life energy into Dong Minju's body. She was also transferring the energy of her Yuan spirit into her body, helping her resist the devouring. However, that divine mark was like a terrifying beast, constantly devouring all the energy she sent into her body. No matter how much energy she poured in, it was devoured. Despite that, thanks to her efforts, Dong Minju seemed to recover ever so slightly, but she was still as pale as paper. "Big brother Long Chen, I'm really sorry. I destroyed the killing god's statue so that I would have enough time to help you get rid of a few enemies. That way, I could die in peace." Dong Minju was apologetic. "Without you, we would have been killed. You've helped me out immensely. Also, I won't let you die, so don't worry." Long Chen's thoughts were in a whirl. Dong Minju now had a god's curse on her. There was no medicine that could cure her. Dong Minju shook her head and lay in Long Chen's embrace. A satisfied expression appeared on her face. "No one cared about me ever since I was born into this world. It was like I was born to be a chess piece. Even my father and mother never cared about me. Only you actually did. Even though I was trying to kill you, you let me off. Your expression of pity is something I'll never forget in this lifetime. From that day onward, I swore to spend this life for you. You are the true God in my heart. You are the only one who cared for me in this world and didn't treat me as a chess piece. You are the only one and my everything. Dong Minju's murmuring made Long Chen's heart ache. He hadn't really treated her all that well. At that time, she had just been an innocent child used by others. But that extremely insignificant action of his had been engraved into Dong Minju's undying memory. She had even betrayed the killing god and was now being punished. With no one who cared about her, this little bit of care had resulted in her being willing to use her own life to repay him. Little you, don't speak. I'll bring you to see someone. Perhaps he can help you. Long Chen gave Dong Minju a medicinal pill that could temporarily suppress the curse. Dragonblood Legion, today's matter will be temporarily left here. We're leaving. Long Chen waved his hand, and the Dragonblood Legion jumped onto the backs of the cloud chasing heaven swallowing sparrows. Long Chen looked at the old man and the others. The old man nodded toward him, and only then did Long Chen bring his people speeding away.